Hi grade 12s, welcome to Spark Genius Academy with Polite. So on this lesson we're going to do a past paper, and this is a sub-exam. This is a sub-exam. This is mathematics paper on 2022. So we're going to answer all the question on this paper. So make sure that when you get in an exam, especially for those who are writing now in June, those who are going to write your sub, make sure that you are read the instructions. So I'm just gonna dive into the questions because we have a lot of questions to answer on this lesson. I'm not sure how long the lesson will be, but let's work on them step by step. Let's start with the first question, 1.1.1. So I have 1.1.1, which says we need to solve for x. Let's see what we are given here. We have this as x squared plus 2x then minus 15. So this is equal to 0, and we need to solve for x. Remember, when we solve for x and the value of a is positive, the value of a is 1, we first look at the constant value, which is the value of c. So I'm just gonna open my brackets like this. So when I have my brackets, I'm going to check this will be x, this will be x. So I need the factors of 15 that when we add them or we subtract them, we get the middle term of that 2x. And the factors of 15 is just 3 and 5. So you put both of your factors on both brackets. So now let's discuss the sign. 15 is negative. This tells you that one bracket should be positive and the other one should be negative. So how do we choose which one is positive, which one is negative? You look at the sign of the middle number, which is positive 2x. You give that positive to the bigger number. So this bracket will be positive and the other bracket will be negative. Remember, this is equal to 0. Therefore, from there we can solve and say x plus 5 is equal to 0, or we can say x minus 2 is equal to 0. So now what is x this side? X is just minus 5, and on the other side x will be positive 2. And that's it for this question. Then when you have it like this, you're going to get the marks. So since we are preparing for sub and also for final exam, for those who will be watching the lesson and they will be preparing for final, this lesson will be helpful. So let's discuss how they mark this problem. How are these marks allocated? So they're going to give you 1 mark for the factor. So make sure that you have your factors right. You get this step right, you're going to get 1 mark, and there's 1 mark for x is equal to minus 5, and there's 1 mark for x is equals to, we said this is 3, so this will be 3. For x is equals to 3. Please, if you already wrote 2 on your notes, please fix that. This is x minus 3 because we are working on 15. Okay, so let's move on the next question. Let's move on the next one, which is 1.1.2. I don't want to talk much about this one. So when you have this type of a question and you see the statement, leave your answer to correct to 2 decimal place. Just know that the examiner is telling you that this question, there's no way that you can factorize this. You need to use what? A quadratic equation. Make sure that you write your quadratic equation correctly. Get your quadratic equation from the formula sheet. It says x is equal to minus b plus or minus the root of b squared minus 4ac. Right. So now everything here is divided by 2a. What I need you to do is to substitute your values correctly. Remember, this is in the form of ax squared plus bx plus c. So you can see what is the value of a And what is the value of c? What is the value of a? Is 5, which is the coefficient of x squared, and the value of b will be that minus 1, which is the coefficient of x, and the value of c is the constant, which is just negative 9. So you take these values, you go to your quadratic equation, and you substitute everything correctly. So this will be minus, where there's b, remember we said this is minus 1. So this is plus or minus the root of b, it's minus 1, which is squared, minus 4 into a. What is the value of a? It's 5. Right. So we multiply this by c, which is negative 9. Let me divide by 2 into 5. Right. So you can go straight, punch that on the calculator, or you can just keep on working this and say this is x, it's equals to positive 1 plus or minus, then find whatever that you get inside the bracket, which is 1 squared, it's 1, minus 1 squared, it's 1, 4 times 5 times 9, the negative will cancel, so we're going to have the root of 18 inside. So this will be root of 18, 1, 18, 1, then divide everything by 2 times 5, that's 10. When you punch this on the calculator, we get 0. Okay, I didn't punch it correctly. Let me fix this on my calculator. So this is 1 plus the root 18 over 10. So this side I got 1.45, or the value of x, it equals to, let me change the sign on my calculator. Please also try to practice how to punch this on your calculator. Or x is equals to minus 1.5, 1.25. And that's it for this question. This is to the 2 decimal place. When you have it like this, this is how you're going to get your 3 marks. So they'll give you a mark for the substitution correctly into the quadratic equation. So make sure that you substitute everything correctly. Then the other 2 marks go to your final answers. I hope everyone is happy on that. Né? We are still home mapping. Né? Yeah, we are still like taking it step by step. We haven't done much. So these are just easy questions. Right, but on this one, why do we keep on explaining this question? So that we help you understand the mistakes that most of the learners make. Right, so most of the learners, they lose this 1 mark here for the substitution on the quadratic equation. Please make sure that you fix that mistake. Okay, let's keep going. 1.1.3. 1.1.3, we have x squared, which is less than what? This is less than or equals to 3x. So when you have it like this, make sure that you bring everything on the left hand side. So you can write this as x squared minus 3x less than or equals to 0. So can you see that you have a common factor of x? Take out that common factor, you'll be left with x minus 3 less than or equals to 0. So now, please, I know most of the learners, when they get to this step, they say x is equal to 0 or x is equal to minus 3. Please don't write equal sign while we are working with inequalities. Instead, say CV, critical values. Then when you solve this using the zero product property, we know that our critical values is 0 and 3. So you just have to solve. So what I'm trying to say is that I won't recommend that you guys use inequalities. Remember, we are talking about the x into x minus 3. It's equal to 0. So this thing, we can say this is x equals to 0, or x it's equal to 3. So only write this as your inequalities, as your CV, critical values. Okay, so when you have it like that, let's work on this one. We are not, we don't have the solution yet, so we're going to check the value of a on this equation. It's positive, so the value of a is 1, and we can see that it's positive. You're going to write down your number line. So you write the first small number first, then the 3 will come this side. So since it's positive, this will be concave up. This is how your graph will look like. So now I need you to choose any number between 0 and 3. We can choose 2. We can choose 1. Let me choose the smallest one. Then go into this equation here. Go to that equation where there's x. Let's substitute that 1 and see what we get. So this will be 1 squared minus 3 into 1. So it's 1 minus 3, which is negative. So our solution between is negative. Even if you use 2, you will still get negative. Guys, I'm trying by all means to move slow. And I'm recording the lesson at now it's 5 minutes to 2. Right, for sure you can even hear my voice that this guy wants to sleep. So I will try by all means to go slow so that you can collect all the information that you need. Né? So now look at this. The other side will be positive. If the middle one is positive, just know that the other side will be positive. So now we are looking for the solution where x is less than 0. Less than 0 means negative, so it will be from this point going in that side, and from this point going in that side. So you know how you write your solution. You're going to say x must be less than or equals to that 3, and x must be greater or equal to that 0. And this is your solution, ladies and gentlemen. So when you have it like this, you're going to collect the marks. So let's see how they're going to allocate those marks. So most of the time they need to see the standard form. This part here, there's a mark for that, for moving the 3x to the other. Easy. Just take the 3x to the other side, put it that side, and then you get your mark. Simple. How can you lose that mark? Moving it to the left hand side. No. We can't donate that mark. We need that one. Eh? And then factors, you take out x as a common factor, you have another mark. Then now this was 4 marks. Ne? This was 4 marks. Then you're going to get 2 marks for the final answer. Guys, I hope you are having fun so far. Ne? Let's work on the next question, which is 1.2. So I see that we are running out of space. So I'm just gonna take the 1.2 to the blackboard. So look at what we are given on 1.2. Let's look at what we are given. We are given a plus 64 over a. It's equals to 60. Let's write this on our blackboard. So what are we given? We are given that a plus 64 over a, this is equals to 16. And let's go back and see what is the question saying. Okay, so they say solve for a for 3 marks. Let's solve for the value of a. So to solve for the value of a, and this is what I'm given, a plus 64 over a, it's equals to 16. The first thing that I'm going to do is to remove the fraction. How can I remove the fraction? Look at this a on my denominator. I can multiply everything by that a. So this will be a into a. I multiply every term by that a. So this will be a. I need to multiply the 16 over a, and then let's equate this to 16, which we need to multiply by a. What you do on the left hand side, you also do on the right hand side. So this will give me a squared then the a this side cancel. I'll have this as plus 16. Then this is equated to 16a. So let's move the 16 to the other side. So this will be a squared minus 16a plus 16, it's equal to 0. So now when you have it like this, we can just work this thing out. But now where is the 16 coming from? Why do we have two of the 16s? You see, I don't think it's the best. I don't think recording the lesson at this time is the best, because even the mind is tired. But we'll keep on fixing those mistakes. Né? Don't worry, we'll keep on fixing those mistakes. So remember, this is 64, not 16. So this will be 64. I'll keep on working on those mistakes. This is 64, and then so this will be 64. Let me quickly fix that. This is 64, or maybe we should just start everything from scratch. Né? Yeah, please guys, please don't lose interest. Let's keep on, sit on the lesson and see how much you can learn from the lesson. Okay, let's work this thing again. So if there's someone who did not understand what we did, now is the chance. Né? We're going to say a, we're going to multiply that a by a. We multiply every term. So we're going to take the 64 over a. We need to also multiply that by a, then equate this to 16. So this side we have a squared plus the a cancels, we left with 64, and then we also have to multiply that guy by a, then this will be 16a. So now what do we have so far? This will be a squared. The 16a comes this side to be negative 16a. Then we add 64, then equate this to 0. So when it's like this, we can factorize this, because the 64 is negative and we're looking for the factors of 64 that when you add or subtract them, they give us 16. And those factors is just 8 and 8. 8 times 8 is 64. So since 64 is positive, both of these should be negative. So therefore, this tells you that we can write this as a minus 8 squared. So this can be written as a inside the bracket minus 8 squared is equals to 0. Then when you solve for this, you can square both sides and say a minus 8 is equal to 0. Therefore, the value of a is just 8, and that's it. You've managed to solve the value of a. Let's see what do we have on the next one. Okay, so on the next one, they say hence solve for x. So hence means that use whatever that you got on the previous question, use that information to work on this problem. So they want us to solve for x, and what are we given? We are given 2 to the power x plus 2 to the power 6 minus x is equals to 16. Okay, let's quickly work on that. Alright, so what we have so far, we have, this was 1.2.1. So this was 1.2.1. Now we need to work on 1.2.2. So 1.2.2, they say we have 2 to the power x, then this is plus 2 to the power 6 minus x, and this is equals to 16. Okay, so now I'm trying to understand why they said hence, because now when I look at this question, for the fact that they said hence, this tells us that we're going to have something in common with that one. But let's analyze the question first. I have 16, I have 16. So now I have one term here, I have one term here, then I have this term here that I can change as a fraction. I'm going to explain how I see that we can change that as a fraction. Okay, so now what I'm trying to say is that we can write this as 2 to the power x. Let's apply the laws of exponents. Remember, when the base are the same, we add the exponent. So I'm going to reverse that law and break this thing into 2 to the power x multiplied by 2 to the power negative x. This is equal to 16. So when I have it like this tells me that this equation, whatever that has a positive exponent, will remain on top. Then whatever that has a negative exponent comes on bottom, but there without the negative. The exponent will be positive. Then this is equal to 16. So now look at this. This is 2 to the power x plus, what is 2 to the power 6? That's 64. So now I understand why they said hence. Né? So that is 2 to the power x plus 64 over 2 to the power x, and this is equal to 16. So now I understand why they said hence solve for what. Let me go back. Hence, what was the question? Hence solve for x. Okay, so let's look at how these two equations are related. Now, look at this. Please pay attention on this. If we look at the question, we have a here and 2x, 2 to the power x, and everything is divided by a, and also this one is divided by 2 to the power x. So this tells you that we can replace what? The 2 to the power x by a, and then these two equations will be the same. So we can use this guy. We know that 2 to the power x is the same as a. So we can, instead of saying from this equation, instead of saying a is equal to 8, we can say 2 to the power x is equal to 8. Then we can solve for x. That's why they said hence. So from 1.2.1, we can change the 8 into the prime of its vectors and write this as 2 to the power 3. The base are the same. If the base are the same, this tells you that the exponents are equal. Okay, so the base are equal, therefore the exponents are equal. So the value of x for this problem is positive 3. Right, I hope you guys are happy on how we solve that one. Let's see what we have on the next problem. So on the next one, it has to do with simultaneous. Oh, we also have this one. Let's work on this one first. Yeah? So what we are given is 2 to the power 1002 plus 2 to the power 1006. Everything is divided by 17 2 to the power 998. So you know what I need you to do? Pause the lesson, try to work this on your own. Let's see if we get the same answer. Let's see if you'll be able to collect that 4 marks. Okay, let's work on this problem. Let's put it on our board. It's 10021006. Let's put this on the board. Okay, so we have this as the root, everything inside the square root, which is 2 to the power 1002. This is added to 2 to the power 1006, and everything is divided by 17, which is multiplied by 2 to the power 998. So this is what we have, right? Let's just quickly confirm that. Right, I'm sorry for going this side and the other side. This is what we'll be doing all the lesson. So now, when we look at this, okay, I can see that we've managed to copy everything correctly, and they say without using a calculator, calculate the value of that. Let's work on it now. Okay, so now I need to create something like a common factor. So I'm going to first analyze what I have on top on my numerators. So now my aim is to make sure that this is base 2, this is base 2. So I know that I can take out the common factor. Then I'm going to look at the smallest exponent, which is 1002. So this tells me that I can write this equation as 2 to the power 1002 multiplied by, I need to change that to have the 1002. So we know that if we take 1006, we can write this as 1002 plus, we need to add 4. So this guy will give us that. So I'm just gonna write it as 2 to the power okay, I'm just gonna write this as 2 to the power what? 2 to the power 102, then we add 4. Everything is divided by 17 multiplied by 2 to the power 998. So now what I'm going to do on top is to take out the 2 to the power 1002 out as a common factor. So let's see what we get if we take it out as a common factor. I'll have 2 to the power 1002. Then remember this, I'm just gonna jump a step for now, guys. I'm very sorry about that, and I hope we're going to be on the same step. So now this can be written in that form. Remember, when the base are the same, we can add the exponent. So I'm going to reverse the law. So now this will be plus, this is plus 2 to the power 1002 multiplied by 2 to the power 4. I was going to jump a step, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea. So let's just write everything on the board. Okay, so now we can quickly take out the common factor. Eh? Now we can work out and take out the common factor. So when I take out the common factor, I'm going to say this is, let's have the 2 to the power 100 out as a common factor. Then inside the bracket, where there's that 2 to the power 1002, you substitute 1. So this will be 1 plus 1 times 2 to the power 4. Close the bracket, everything is divided by 17 multiplied by 2 to the power 998. So look at this. I'm going to check what I have. The base are the same. This base is the same as that one. So I can work this thing out and take the one on top. When the base are the same, what do we do to the exponent? We subtract the exponent. I hope you guys still remember that. So now we can write this in the form of saying what we have on top, which is 2 to the power 1002. We subtract what we have on bottom, which is 998. So this will be multiplied by what we have inside the bracket is going to be 1 plus 2 to the power 4, which is 17. So I'm going to have this as 17. So when I work out this bracket, I get 17, and this is divided by 17 because we remove this on bottom left. I hope everyone is happy about that. Let's continue. So the top part, if I say 1002 minus 998, that gives us 4. So this will be 2 to the power 4 multiplied by 17 over 17. So the 17 will cancel, and I'm left with the root of 2 to the power 4. What is the root of 2 to the power 4? Is just 16. Or 16. So now I know that this will be the root of 16, which is just 4. So 4 is our final answer. You just have to take this step by step. Right, I hope everyone is happy on that, guys. I'm trying here. So now let's look at what we have on the next question. Look at this. Solve for x and y, simultaneous equations. Okay, so now on simultaneous equation, we're going to first take this guy here, and I'm going to call that my equation 1. So this is 2x minus y is equals to 2. Let's call that equation 1. So it's going to be, my equation 1 is 2x minus y, and this is equals to 2. Let's call this equation 1. And then now what do we have on equation 2? Equation 2 is 1 over x minus 3y is equals to 1. So this is 1 over x, we minus 3y, and this is equals to 1. Let's call this equation 2. So now we're going to look at these two equations. Which one is more complicated and which one is more easy to work with? So I think equation 1 is easy. Then we're going to bring it down and work on that equation 1. So let's bring the equation 1 down here, which is 2x minus y is equals to 2. We need to make what? We need to make one variable subject of the formula. I'm just going to take the y to the other side to be positive, and then the 2 to the other side to be negative. So please don't be confused. The y went this side to be positive y, and the 2 went to the other side to be negative. So I'm going to call this equation 3. Right, so now that we have equation 3, we know what is y, meaning that on equation 2 we can sub in equation 3 into equation 2. So on equation 2, where there's y, we need to put the 2x minus 2. So this equation 2 will be 1 over x minus 3 inside the bracket. This is y. I put 2x minus 2. Then let's equate this to 1. Okay, so now the next step is to multiply out the bracket with that 3. So I'll have this as 1 over x. It's equals to minus 3 times 2x, which will give us negative 6x. So this will be minus 6x. Then remember, when you multiply out the bracket, we multiply each term with the minus 3. So each term inside the bracket will be multiplied by minus 3. I hope we're still on the same page on that. So this will be minus 6x plus 6. And this is equals to 1. So I'm just going to bring the 1 this side to be negative 1. And let's equate this to 0. Right. Okay. So now this is what I have so far. I have this as 1 over x minus 6x, and this is 6 minus 1. What do you get when you say 6 minus 1? We get 5. So this will be plus 5. This is equals to 0. Guys, I feel like my petrol, like I feel like a petrol, like the energy is going. Let's try to bring back the energy. Where are more complicated questions, man? Hey, this simultaneous equation is making me sleep. Remember, I told you guys the time that I'm recording this lesson. Now it's 18 past 2 a.m. So now let's remove that fraction. We don't need the 1 over x. Né? We need to multiply everything by x. So this will be x. We need to multiply everything by x. Just to save time, let me just multiply on this one. So this will be x. Then we need to multiply that by x. We need to multiply the 5 by x, the 0 by x. Let's quickly work on that. So the x this side cancel, this x and that cancel, we're left with 1 minus 6x squared plus 5x, and this is equal to 0. Then when it's like this, we just have to arrange the equation in the form of ax squared plus bx plus c. Let's quickly work on that. So this will be minus 6x squared plus 5x plus 1, it's equal to 0. So the 6 is negative. We need to divide everything by that negative, or you can just change the sign of every term. I hope this makes sense. So now we can factorize this. I'm going to put my 6x this side, the x on the other side, and we know that the factors of 1 is just 1 and 1. Then 1 is negative, 1 should be positive, and the other one should be negative. Let me quickly help you how to decide which bracket is positive and which one is negative. Look at this. 6 times that is going to give me 6x, right? So since it gives us 6x, we need to get minus 5x. So this tells you that this bracket, this side, should be negative, so that when we multiply the 6x with 1, if it's negative, we're going to get minus 6x, so that we can add what? We can add that x to get the minus 5x. I hope that makes sense. No? That's how you factorize a quadratic equation. Right, so this is equated to 0. Then I'm going to have 6x plus 1 is equal to 0, or we're going to say x minus 1 is equal to 0. So this side I'll have x to be minus 1 over 6, or x is 1. Right, so we have the values of x. We need to find the corresponding y values. So to find the corresponding y values, we're going to use equation 3, because already we know that y is equals to 2x minus 2. So I'm just going to write this down and say my y, it's equal to 2x minus 2, and then let's substitute the values. Let's substitute. So this is equals to y will be 2 into the bracket, let's start with this one, minus 1 over 6 minus 2. You can punch your calculator and find your answer. So this will be minus 7 over 3, and now we need to substitute for x, it's equals to 1. So this will be y is equal to 2, where the x this time I put minus 1. I put 1. So 2 times 1 is 2, and minus 2, so the value of y is 0. Then you are done solving the simultaneous equation. And that's it for this question 1. This was the last question of question 1. So let's continue working on question 2. Right. So on question 2, I don't think we should be having problems, because this is an easy question. Look at this. You are given that the first term of an arithmetic sequence is minus 1. So what is the examiner telling you? The examiner is saying that the value of a is minus 1, and you are given the 7th term. So t number 7, let's say, is 35. Right. So I think you can agree with me on when I say that the T7, we know that the T7 is what? The T7 is A plus 6D. So we can, if we say T7 is equals to 35, we can substitute the term number 37 as A plus 6D. If I say T20, T20 is A plus the number before 20 is 19, so this will be 19D. If I say T100, it's going to be A plus the number before 100, 99D. Right. So this is something that you don't have to cram, but understand. So this is a plus 6d equals to 35. So for sure you guys are asking yourself, why am I doing this? So now this is my equation 1, and now this is my equation 2. So I know that a is minus 1, meaning that on that equation where there's a, we can substitute 1. So we can write this as where there's a, it's minus 1 plus 6d, it's equals to 35. Because they said find the common difference. Find d. The common difference is d. We just have to solve for d. Please make sure that you understand how we got t7 is equals to 35 as a plus 6d is equals to 35. Where there's a, I put the value of a, which is the first term. Now I need to solve for d. So 6d, it's equals to the minus 1 will go to the other side to be positive. So we're going to have 36 this side. Divide both sides by 6. Therefore, what is d? d is 36. 6 goes into 36 how many times? 6 times. And that's the constant difference. That's the constant difference. So please give me a second, guys. Okay, let's continue with the lesson. So now they say that the number of terms in the sequence, if the first term, they want us to determine the number of terms. Right, the number of terms, if the last term of the sequence is 373. When they say the last term, just know that this is your Tn. So first thing first, we need to find the general term of the sequence. And how do we find the general term? So I'm just going to work this thing out and say this is 2.1.2. So 2.1.2, first thing first, we need Tn, which will be in the form of a plus into n minus 1 times d. Why? Because this is arithmetic sequence. So the general term for arithmetic sequence is Tn is equals to a plus into n minus 1 times d. So let's substitute, because already we know what is Tn. It's given as 473. So this will be 473. Let's equate this to the value of a. So if you still remember, the value of a was given as minus 1. So this will be minus 1 plus, we are calculating n, the number of terms. So this will be n minus 1 times d, and we just calculated d to be 6. So let's multiply out the bracket with that 6. So this will be 473 is equals to minus 1 plus 6n minus 6. So just multiply the bracket by what? Just multiply the bracket by that 6. I'm very sorry, guys, about the space. So I'm just gonna save time and say minus 1 minus 6 is minus 7. Then since this is minus 7, we're going to bring the minus 7 this side, and we're going to have this as 473. We're going to add 7, which gives us 80. So this will be 480 is equals to 6, and divide both sides by 6. Right, let me quickly confirm if what is 480 divided by 6? Okay, I have 80 on my side, so n is equals to 80. I hope you guys are happy with how we calculated the number of terms. So n is equals to 80. So first thing first, we're given the last term of the sequence, which is Tn. We need to first find the general term of the sequence, then equate that general term of the sequence to 473. Okay, so 2.1.3, they want us to find the sum of the first 40 terms. So that's 2.1.3. Okay, the sum of the first 40 terms. So this is going to be Sn. Remember, this is quadratic equation, quadratic pattern. I'm sorry, guys. This is arithmetic, and the sum for arithmetic is n over 2 into 2a plus into n minus 1 times d. So this is the formula of the sum for arithmetic. So I'm just going to write the formula down here so that we can substitute. So this will be 2a plus into n minus 1 times d. So if you substitute on this equation, remember we are using that what we already have, the value of a and the value of d. So let's substitute those on the equation. So the sum of n here is 40. So this will be the sum of 40, meaning that where there's n we put 40. This is divided by 2 into 2. The value of a was given as minus 1 plus n is 40 minus 1 times d, which is 6. So you just have to punch that on the calculator and you'll find the sum of the 40 terms. Let me quickly put this on the calculator also. So this is 40 divided by 2 into 2 times minus 1 plus 40 minus 1 times 6. So the sum of 40 terms is 4,640. And that's it for this question. Okay, so on the next one, this is what we have. We are given a quadratic pattern. So I'm going to take this quadratic pattern to the other side so that we can enjoy our pattern, because I think we're going to have so much fun solving this problem. So this is quadratic pattern. Let's rewrite this on the blackboard and say the quadratic pattern is given as, let's look at this, it's given as 75, we have 53 and 35 and 21. So this is the quadratic pattern that is given. Let's answer the following question. Write down the fifth term of the pattern. They want us to find term number 5. So let's quickly work on that. First thing first, we need to find the difference between these numbers. That's the first thing. You find your first difference. So we're going to say 53 minus 75. So 53 is a small number and we are minusing a big number. This gives us negative 22. Then we say 35 minus 53. This gives us negative 18. Then 21 we minus 35 and this gives us negative 14. Okay, so now this was the first difference. We need to find the second difference. This 2 is going to be, please make sure that when you minus these numbers you don't make mistakes. This is how it should look like. Don't worry guys, we're going to use all the markers. I like to work with different markers. We're going to use all the markers. By the end of the lesson will be, now we're using pink, né? By end of the lesson maybe we'll be using yellow. So now this will be minus 18 minus into minus 22. So minus 18 minus into minus 22 is the same as saying 18 plus 22, which is equals to, this will give us the constant difference of 4. So if the constant difference is 4, this tells us that this is 4 here and this is 4 there. So now let's talk about how we find term number 15. It's easy. You just have to say, I know that this is 4, whatever that I'm going to subtract from that part, I'm going to take that and subtract minus 14 to get 4. So to do this, we can add 4 to that minus 14 to find the next term. So when you add 4 to minus 14, you get this as minus 10. Then now you need to add minus 10 to that 21 to find the term number. They were requesting for term number 15. So to the fifth term, not 15, the fifth term. So to find the fifth term, this will be minus 21. Then we add that negative 10. So when you add that negative 10, we get 11. So term number 5 is 11. We can conclude and say T11, term number 5 is equals to 11. Term number 5 is equals to 11. Okay, so now, and that's it for that question. That was an easy one, Magnet. So the next one, determine the nth term of the pattern. They want us to find the general term of the pattern, which is in the form of an squared plus bn plus c. So what is the value of a? How do we find the value of a? To find the value of a, we use the formula 2a is equals to, we equate that to the constant difference, which is 4. Divide both sides by 2. Therefore, you have your value of a as 2. Right. This is the value of a. Now let's work on the value of c. Nope. Let's start with b. We're going to use the formula that says 3a plus b. It's equals to the first term of the first difference. So we're going to equate this to negative 22. Then already we know what is a is. A is 2. Let's isolate b. Then when we isolate b, this will be 6 plus b. It's equals to negative 22. Then b is equal to the 6 goes to the other side to be negative. So this will give us negative 28. So that's the value of b. Now that we have the value of b, we need to find the value of c using the formula a plus b plus c. It's equal to the first term of the sequence. We equate this to 75. But remember, we know what is a and we know what is the value of b. So a is 2. Then we subtract the value of b, which is 28, plus c is equal to 75. So this is negative 26 plus c, which is 75. Then let's solve for c. So the 26 goes to the other side to be positive, and this will give us c to be 75 plus 26, which is 101. And this is the value of c. So therefore, what will be the Tn of the sequence? Tn is equals to the value of a is 2. So this will be 2n squared. The value of b, we just calculated that to be minus 28. Then this is n. The value of c is 101. We're going to add 101. Therefore, this is your general term. I hope everyone is happy on how we got that general term. Okay. So now, this is for marks. They say determine the maximum value. Okay, they want the maximum value of the following pattern. What I need you to know is that this pattern, it comes from that sequence, that quadratic pattern, the 75, the 53, the 35, and the 21. I'm going to explain. Okay, so now let's look at this 2.2.3. Remember, now we have the general term of the sequence, and we calculated the general term to be Tn, it's equals to 2n squared 2n squared, and that was minus 28n, then plus 101. So now let's calculate the maximum value of the following pattern. Look at the pattern that is given. So we have I'm just gonna use this pattern. Let us take everything to the other side. We have minus 15, or maybe it's best if we work it out here. Let's try and work this thing out here. So now we need to determine the maximum value. The first thing that I need you to do, remember this pattern is from that sequence. So now I'm going to divide everything by 5. So now the pattern will be, look at that 75, it's minus 75, divide that by 5. So when you divide that by 5, you're going to get that minus 15. And then let's take the 53. So the 53 already is divided by 5. So I'm just going to leave it at minus 53 over 5. And then look at the minus 7. We know that 35 divided by 5 is 7. So this will be negative 35. Because of that negative there, we divide that by 5. So I'm just trying to divide everything here. 21, it's already divided by what? By minus 5. So now look at this. What is going on this pattern? So this is we just take this pattern, we change the sign of each and every pattern, then we divide by 5 to create this pattern. I hope this makes sense. So now I think everyone can see that we have a common factor here, which is minus 1 over 5. I can just take it out as a common factor. Inside the bracket, I'll have that given pattern, which is 75, 53, 35, and 21. So I think you guys now understand what is going on here. Now remember, the pattern inside inside that what is this? The pattern inside the big bracket, we already know the general term of that. Remember the general term of this, Tn was what? Tn of that, we just calculated this to be 2n minus 28n plus 101. So this tells us that inside the bracket we can, let's work this thing out here. Inside the bracket we can write this as negative, then this times that Tn, so it's going to be negative. I'm just gonna change everything inside the on my number pattern, the signs, because we are multiplying that by, remember, everything here it's over 1, everything there it's over 1. So I'm going to row multiply. I hope this makes sense, guys, please. Or maybe we should just write it like this. I'm saying that this will be minus 1 over 5. It's equals to 75, 53, 35, 21 over 1. Right, so we know that this is minus 1 over 5. It's equals to, not equal sign, guys. Let's put the bracket there, not the equal sign. Right, I'm very sorry that we're taking this to be long. So now this is the same as that 2n squared minus 28 plus 28n plus 101. Right, this is over 1. Let's row multiply and see what we get. This times this, we multiply that times that. So the negative will change the sign of every term in that, which becomes minus 2n squared plus 28n plus, okay, minus 101. This is divided by 5. We're only interested in what? We're only interested in the value of b. So ladies and gents, remember the maximum value, it's like saying this is a quadratic pattern, and if this is a quadratic pattern, this will be concave what? This will be concave down because of the value of what? the value of that 2 is negative, as you can see there. So now we are looking for this maximum value, which is the x coordinate of the turning point. And how do we find the x coordinate of the turning point? We use the formula x is equals to minus b over 2a. So now if we say x is equals to minus b over 2a, we can substitute it there, because remember this is bn plus c and this is an squared. So what is the value of b? Is just 28, so this will be negative 28, everything divided by, now the value of a, what is the value of a in this sequence? So now it's minus b over 2a. This will be, what do we get if we sub in the value of a? Okay, so now the value of a in this sequence, I feel like, okay, the value of a is going to be 2 into, what is a? A is negative 2. Right. So now, therefore, what is the x coordinate of the TP? Because we are looking for the maximum value, we are looking for the y value. Already we know that if we say minus 28 over minus 4, it's 7. So now we can see that, in fact, let's not use x. I think it's best if we say n, so that this can make sense. Let's say this is n. So this will be n. It equals to n. It's equals to 7. How? We are having so much fun. I think now this is starting to make sense. So n is 7. So the n value here is 7. We need the corresponding y value. How can we find the corresponding y value? We can substitute that 7 on the original, on the equation to find what? We can substitute it on the equation to find the value of y, which is the maximum value. Let's quickly work on that. So we're going to say this is equals to, remember we used the numerator here. We used what? We used this numerator there to find the n. So now to find the corresponding y value, we need to use everything. So the corresponding y value will be minus 2 into 7 squared plus 28 into 7 minus 101. Divide everything by that 5. Right. So now when you substitute n there, we're going to get that the corresponding y value, which is T7. T7 is equals to what? T7, it will be minus 3 over 5. So the minus 3 over 5 is your maximum value. So the maximum value of the new pattern is minus 3 over 5. The maximum value of new pattern, this is equals to minus 3 over 5. Guys, there are many methods that we can use to work out this problem. There are many methods that we can use. Someone can prefer to find the derivative and then find n, after finding n, substitute n on the original equation. It's fine, you can do that. Let's move to the next question, which is question 3. Né? So let's see what we have on this question 3. So question 3, they say consider the following geometric sequence. Okay, we can see the sequence, calculate the 10th term of the sequence. How can we calculate the 10th term if we don't know what is the general term? So first thing first, make sure that you know the general term of the sequence. So I'm just going to write down and say my Tn is equals to the set, this is geometric, so the general term is in the form of AR n minus 1. The value of A is 1024, so my Tn will be equals to 1024. Then I need to substitute the value of R. let's quickly find R. Remember, R is equals to T2 divided by T1. So this is my T1, this is my T2. So T2 is equals to 256. Divide that by 1024. So please put that on the calculator. Therefore, we find the value of R to be just 1/4. So this tells me that I'm going to multiply this. I'm going to put the 1/4 inside the bracket, close, then to the power n minus 1. So now that you have, please make sure that these steps you show them on the calculator on your answer sheet. Next. So now that we have the general term, now it's very safe for us to find T10, meaning that on the general term where there's n, we need to substitute 10. This will give us 1024. Inside the bracket, I have this as 1/4 to the power. What is the value of n? We said it's 10 minus 1. So when we punch this on the calculator, we should definitely get our T10. So let's quickly work on that. So 1024 into 1/4 to the power 25 to the power 10 minus 1. So the answer is 1/256. So this tells you that this guy is term number 11. And you'll definitely get your full marks. So now they will give you a mark for the correct substitution in the formula, because remember you calculated, you find A, you find R, there's a mark for that, and there's a mark for the final answer. Okay, let's look at what we have on this next question. So this question, look at this. They want us to find the sum of 8 terms of this sequence. So we don't have much space to work on this side. Now, we don't have much space. Let's take this to the other side. So this is 3.1.2. Let's go work on it on the other side. Okay. So now, let's say we are given the sum. We need to find the sum of 8 terms, and then where P is equals to 0 of 256 inside 4 to the power 1 minus P, then close the bracket. So let's first find the sequence. It's very important that we first find the sequence. To find term number 1, where there's P, we start substituting 0, because P is equal to 0. It starts at P is equal to 0. Then this will be, this will be 256 inside the bracket, 4 to the power 1 minus 0. So this is just 256 times 4, because this is 4 to the power 1. Then this will give us the first term to be 1024. Then let's find T2. Remember we started at 0. So this tells you that to find T2, we're going to substitute what? We're going to substitute where there's P, we're going to put 2. So this will be 1 minus 2. So what do you get inside the bracket? Or you can just punch this on the calculator. This will be 256, and then what do we have? Oh guys, this is 1 minus, we started at 0. Let me fix this now, so that you guys can understand what's going on. We substituted 0, so let me write it in this way so that you don't make the same mistake that I made now by substituting my P value as 2. So I'm going to say for P it's equals to 0, this will give me term 1. So this is equals to 256 into 4 to the power 1 minus 0. And what is this giving us? We said 1024. And then for P, it's equals to, from 0 we go to 1. This will give me T2. So the mistake that I made is to substitute my P as 2 because I'm looking at this T2. In fact, we should substitute P is equals to 1 instead. Né? So this will be 256 inside the bracket 4 to the power 1 minus 1. So any number to the power 0 is 1. So this tells us that the sequence here is 2, 5, 6. You can verify by punching this on the calculator. Né? You can verify by punching this on the calculator. So for P is equal to 2, we get T3, which is equals to, what is T3? 256. Inside the bracket, we have 4, 1 minus 2. So 1 minus 2 is going to be 1 over negative 1, which is 1 over 4. So we take the 256, we divide it by 4, which gives us 64. So term number 3 is 64. So let's arrange the equation that we currently have. Né? So my equation, the first term is 1024. Then remember, this is the sum. We added this to 256. We added this to 64. Then and so on. Okay, so now what is the value of A? Here is the first term, which is 1024. And what is R? Okay, because why am I saying R? I can see that this pattern is decreasing with a ratio. So that's why I'm going to conclude and say this is a geometric. But we're going to verify that. Né? Don't worry, I got you guys. We're going to definitely verify that what I'm saying is true. So this is my T1, this is T2, and this will be my T3. So now R is equals to T2 over T1. The answer should be the same as T3 over T2. Please pause the lesson, verify this, and make sure that the value of R is 256, which we divide by 1024. The answer should be the same when we say T3 over T2, which is equal to 64 divided by 256. Therefore, what is the value of R? The value of R is just 1 over 4. That is my R. So I'm going to need this R. I'm going to explain why we are determining R and why we are determining A. I think you already know also on your site. Why do we need those guys? So now what I'm going to do now is to find the sum of 8 terms. So the sum of 8 terms, it's equals to A into 1 minus R to the power N, and this is divided by what? 1 minus R. So you can use R to the power, you can use R to the power N minus 1 over R minus 1. It's fine, you'll still get the same answer. So now let's fix something here. What about N? What about N? Remember N, the formula to find the number of terms when we're working with sigma notation, it's N, it's equal to the top number, you minus the bottom number. The answer that you get, you add 1. So the top number is 8. We're going to say the number of terms will be 8 minus the bottom, which is 0, plus 1. Therefore, what is the number of terms? It's 9. Ladies and gents, if you use the number 8, everything will be wrong. So now, this makes sense because our sequence starts at 0. So since it starts at 0, we're going to have 9 terms. So what they are looking for is the sum of 9 terms. It's equal to, where there's N, we need to substitute 9. The value of A, we already know that this is 1024. Then into 1 minus R, which is 1 over 4 to the power 9. Close the bracket, divide everything by 1 minus 1 over 4. You can just punch that on the calculator also on your site. 1024 into 1 minus 1 over 4 to the power 9. Everything divided by 1 minus 1 over 4. So the sum of this is, this gives me 1365. If we round this to 2 decimal place, is 33. And that's it for this problem. This is how you find the sum when you are given the sigma notation. Okay, now let's look at this guy, the 3.2. Let's look at what we have here. The first two terms of the geometric series are minus t squared minus 6t minus 9, and this is t to the power 3. Okay, this is my t1 and this is my t2. Right, they say that determine the value of t for which the sequence will converge. Oh, I like this problem. I really like this. So now I see what they are doing and I see why is this 5 marks. Because look at this. We need to find what? We need to determine the values of t for which the sequence will converge. And we said that the sequence converge if r is less than 1 and greater than minus 1. So this tells you that we need to find the value of r first, then substitute r in that formula. But look at this. What is r? R is t2 over t1. So what is your t2? Is t to the power 3 plus 9 t squared plus 27t plus 27. Everything is divided by 2. Then t1 is what? T1 is just minus t squared minus 6 t minus 9. So I think why this has a lot of marks is because of we have to solve for r. Can you see that this is much complicated because we have a cubic function? So we're going to work on this problem on the other side. Let's go to the other side. Let's work on it. I think the reason this is 5 marks is because of the cubic function, factorizing and stuff. So let's work on this. We're going to also have fun on this one. Let's look at this. Minus t squared minus 6t minus 9. So this is my term number 1. My t2 is t to the power 3, which we add 9t squared, and this is plus 27t, and this is plus 27 over, what is this? 2. So you know what I'm going to do. First thing first, we need to work out our terms. Let's work out our terms. So you see on this term, we can take out the negative as a common factor. We can take out the negative as a common factor, and this will give me t squared plus 6t plus 9. Then let's factorize this. What do you get when you factorize this term? So this will be minus, and then big brackets. Inside the bracket, we're just gonna open 2 brackets, and this is t on both sides. So the factors of 9 that when you add or subtract them, they give you 6 is 3 and 3. So since it's 3 and 3 and it's positive, both of the brackets should be positive. Right, so what is this telling you? This tells you that the t1, my t1 is equals to minus into 3 t plus 3 to the power 2. So this is my term 1. Right, hey, we need this. Let's quickly highlight that guy because we're going to need t1. Remember, to find r, we use the formula t1 t2 over t1. Okay, let's keep going. So now we need to do what? We need to work out on t3, term number 2. So term number 2 is given as t to the power 3. So can we remove the, remember everything here, it's multiplied by 1. Can we remove the 1 over 2 outside? Can we remove the 1 over 2 and write it down here and say this is 1 over 2, and then we need to work out the bracket. So this will be t to the power 3 plus 9t squared plus 27t plus 27. Okay, so now that let's say that you are going to write a final exam, because this is a final examination. This tells me that you know everything so far and you know how to factorize a cubic function. I'm not going to use the grade 11 method. I'm not going to use the grade 12 method. But if you are watching the lesson and you are preparing for math control test, please, I'll ask you to maybe go back to grade 10 and find out how to factorize a cubic function. But if you already did calculus, by now you know how to factorize a cubic function using inspection. So now what we are currently focusing on is to finding what? T to the power 3 plus 9t squared plus 27t plus 27. So now, by inspection, meaning that first thing first, we're going to substitute. You try t to be 0, and then you try t1, you try t2, you try t3, or you can also try t minus 1, and so on. So now, when you substitute all these values, where there's t you put minus 1, we need the one that will give all this equation to be 0. When you substitute this, you won't get 0. You won't get 0, you won't get 0, you won't get 0. But look at this. When you put where there's t, when you put what? Okay, even this one doesn't give us 0. So this tells me that we need to substitute t is equals to minus 3. Try and substitute this one. So this one gives us a 0, meaning that t, because if it's t minus 3, I have this as t is equals to negative 3. We bring the 3 this side, so t plus 3 will be a factor. So this is how you find a factor. T plus 3 will be a factor. So now that you have a factor, look at what we're going to do. Now that you have a factor, we're going to say this equation, we can write this as 1 over 2. We need to factorize this by inspection, okay? So the factor is t plus 3. Close the bracket. Then the other side, inside the bracket, I'm just going to open a big bracket, then I'll explain what's going on. So now, we inspect this we do this by inspection. We need a number that we can multiply with t to get that t to the power 3. And that number is t squared. Then, on the last one, we need a number that we can multiply with 3 to get 27. That number is 9. So the 27 is positive. We need to say plus 9. Then please leave the middle as, what can we use? Plus b, ne? Let's leave the middle as plus. Should we say b? What is this? Should we say bt? Let's leave it as bt, because now the aim is to find what? The aim is to find that value of b. Okay, so to find the value of b by inspection, we need to okay, so now we're going to work out on finding the value of b. Okay, let's quickly work on that. Let's find the value of b. So what I'm going to do, I'm not sure what's the issue with my SP pen. Okay, so to find the value of b, you know what you're going to do first. You take this t, you multiply that with bt, because I'm trying to create t squared. So I'm going to say, maybe we should just remove this so that this can make sense for everyone. So we're going to say t multiplied by bt, this will give us b t squared, right? Then we need to create another term that is t squared. So how can we do that? We can get it by multiplying these two, because this will be plus 3t squared. Right, so you're going to take this equation, you equate this to one term in the sequence, or the original sequence, that has what? T squared, which is 9 t squared. So we only create t squared. So this will be 9 t squared. I'm going to explain why we need to have the same variable that is raised to the same degree. The reason is that we are trying to get rid of that t. So if we take out the t squared here as a common factor, I'm left with b plus 3, close the bracket, this is equal to 9 t squared. Then divide both sides by t squared, divide both sides by t squared. So these two cancels, I'm left with b plus 3, it's equal to 9 because these two will also cancel. So if b is equal to b plus 3 is equal to 9, what will be the value of b? Because the 3 goes to the other side to be negative, this will give us 6. So the value of b is 6. So now I'm just going to rewrite my equation down here. So what I have so far, it's 1 over 2 into, we have t plus 3, which is the first bracket, and on the second bracket we have t squared, or t plus 3 into t squared. The value of b, we calculated it to be 6, so this will be plus 6t plus 9. Can you see that when it's like this, it's going to be easy for you to factorize that quadratic function. So this will be my 1 over 2 into t plus 3 into, look at this, we can factorize that. We can definitely factorize that. So we're going to put t on both sides. The factors of 9, when we add or subtract them, they give us the middle number of 6. It's just 3 and 3. And since 9 is positive, since 9 is positive, this will give, both of the brackets will be positive. So what do we note from this equation is that our second term, let's write it down and say our T2 it equals to, what is T2 equals to? Alright, so my T2 will be equals to 1 over 2 into, look at this, we only have t plus 3, and there's 3 of them. We can say this is raised to the power 3. So I have t1, I have t2. So the trick here was to simplifying your terms by factorizing. When you have t1 and t2, I think now it's easy to find the value of r, because remember, in order for us to prove that this is convergence, the value of r should be between 1 and minus 1. Right, so what is my T2? So look at this. We need to find R, and R is equals to T2 divided by T1. So T2, we said it's half of that T plus 3, and this is to the power 3. Divide everything by T1. So T1 is negative into T plus 3 squared. So let's substitute that. This is negative into t plus 3 squared. So if, let's say, I assume that t plus 3, if I let the t plus 3 to be x, so the equation will be x to the power 3 over x to the power 2. So I'm trying to work this thing out. Ne? So this will be, the base are the same, we subtract the exponent. So we take the one on top, the exponent of the one on top, you subtract the exponent of the one on bottom, which is just x. So what I'm trying to say is that this guy, if we work out with this, we know that x is t plus 3. So the squared here will cancel the 3 and will be left with 1. So this one is out. So the value of r is just negative 1 over 2 into t plus 3. That's the value of r. I think when it's like this, it's easy for us to work with. We can work with this problem. This will be very easy. Let's quickly work on that. So now this r, I can write it as, remember this is over 1, so we can write it as negative into t plus 3. Everything is divided by 2. That is r. And we are saying that r must be less than 1 and greater than minus 1. So where there's r, I'm going to put minus t plus 3, which is inside the bracket. Everything divided by 2, and this must be less than 1, and this must be greater than minus 1. Okay, so now I'm just going to multiply both sides by 2 to get rid of that 2, so that in the middle I will have minus t plus 3 less than 2 greater than negative 2. So what do you get when you work out this? So now let's multiply out the bracket with negative first. Let's write this as negative t minus 3 less than 2 greater than negative 2. So what is the next step? The next step is to take the 3. We add 3 on both sides. Né? So the 3 will come this side to be positive, so it will be 2 plus 3, which will give us 5. So this will be 5 less than, inside the bracket we still have negative t, and then the 3 will also come this side to be positive 3. So we're going to have minus 2 plus 3, which is going to give us positive 1. Right. So now we need to divide everything by negative, because remember in the middle we have negative t. So I'm going to teach you something when it comes to dividing. I'm going to teach you something when it comes to dividing. So what we are saying is that we have 1, which is minus t and 5. So when you divide everything by negative, remember the sign changes. So you don't have to stress about how are you going to change the sign, because remember you have the best tutor. So now I'm going to teach you what to do. We know that if we divide everything by negative, this will be minus 1 and this will be minus 5, but this one will be positive t. So what I need you to do to change the signs, this is how you change the sign. Please pay attention on this. This minus 1 comes this side, and this minus 5 will come this side. Then you change the sign. So your final solutions will be t less than minus 1 and greater than minus 5. So when you have it like this, you're going to get the full marks. I hope you enjoyed answering what was this question. The last question of question 3, which is 3.2. I hope that was helpful. So the trick was finding r. I think this is where they were trying to make your life difficult. So let's dive into question. Let's dive into questions. Functions. Okay, so on functions, this is what we are given. The graph of g at x is equals to a into 1 over 3 to the power x plus 7, and it passes through that point. Question 1, calculate the value of a. So to calculate the value of a, this is easy. We substitute the coordinates, the given coordinates. Now I'm just going to substitute my coordinate. I know this is x and this is y. So on the equation, on the original equation, you substitute those values. But now let's first rewrite this equation as y. It's equals to a into 1 over 3 to the power x plus 7. Where that's y, we put 10. 1 over 3, and where there's x, we're going to put negative 2 plus 7. Why? Because we are trying to solve the value of a. You just have to substitute this point. Okay, so now the 7 comes to the other side to be 10 minus 7. This 7 comes to the other side, and then it's going to change the sign. So this will be 10 minus 7, which is 3. It equals to a inside the bracket. This will give us what? I have this as 1 over 3 minus 2. Right, remember any number 1 to the power, what is this? 1 to the power minus 2. 1 to the power any number is 1. So if I have a over b and this is raised to n, this will be a to the n over b to the n. That's the law that I applied here. I just said 1 to the power minus 1 over 2, which is just 1. Then I say 3 to the power negative 2. So I know that if I remind you another law of exponent, if I have 1 over 3, okay, let's say 1 over x. Né? Let me remind you the laws of exponent. X to the power minus n. This is going to be equals to everything on your denominator without the negative of the exponent. So this guy, we can write this inside the bracket here as 3 squared. So we can definitely write this as 3. It's equals to a into 3 squared. And we know that 3 squared is 9. So 3 is equals to a into 9. Divide both sides by 9. Divide by 9. The value of a is what? The value of a is just 1 over 3. I'm very sorry for making this long. I just want to make sure that you get all the information. Right, let's work on the next question. The next question has to do with what? Calculating the coordinates of the y-intercept of G. How do we calculate the coordinates of the y-intercept? If you still remember, we find the y-intercept if x is equal to 0, meaning that on the equation, let's rewrite G. So G is y is equals to, whereas a now we can substitute the value of a as 1 over 3. So this will be 1 over 3 into 1 over 3 to the power x plus 7. So to find the y-intercept where there's x, you need to put your 0. So this will be 1 over 3 into 1 over 3 to the power 0 plus 7. Therefore, when you punch this on the calculator, you will get your y. Remember, 1 to the power 1 over 3 to the power 0 is 1. So this will be 1 over 3 plus 7, which gives us 22 over 3. They set the y-intercept. Please don't leave your answer like this. You need to write the final answer and say we already know that x is 0 and the corresponding y value is that 22 over 3. So when you have it like this, you're going to get all the marks. That's it. Let's dive into 4.3.1. Describe the translation from G to H. So consider that H at x is equal to 1 over 3 to the power x. So now let's write G at x down. Then let's write also H at x down. So G at x is equals to, so this is this was 4.2. This was 4.1, and then this is 4.3.1. Okay, so this is 4.3.1. Right, so, come on. On this one, I'm going to say G at x, it's equals to, remember, it's 1 over 3 into 1 over 3 to the power x plus 7. So let's look at how f at h was formed. How did we form h at x? So look at h at x. H at x, it's 1 over 3 to the power x. This is what we have. So this one, to explain this, the transformation is that this part here, it's gone, and that part is gone. So let's start with the 7. The 7 is positive, and now to remove that 7 to form h at x, we need to subtract the 7. So we can see that to find that 0, we need to move 7 units down. Then we're going to conclude and say that therefore G at x moved 7 units down. Remember this, the value of q. Remember, what is this? Exponential equation is in the form of a b to the power x plus q. So the value of q tells us the vertical shift, if we're going up or down. If it's negative, we go up. If it's positive, we go down. But now, what I need you to focus on is that minus 7, the one that we are subtracting. So this tells us that g at x moves 7 units down. So this one, it's 1 over 3. Remember the 1 over 3, the value of a tells us about the stretch of the graph. If the graph is compressed, the compression, it tells us about the compression. So what you can say about the compression is that when we remove the 1 over 3, the compression increased by what? The factor 3. So the compression, or you can say that the compression changed by, look at that denominator, factor 3. Then you answered this question, they will definitely give you your 2 marks. Okay. So now the last question of question 4 on this one, they want us to find the equation of the inverse of h in terms of, in the form y. So this is 4.3.2. We are given h at x, which is equals to 1 over 3 to the power x. So this is y, it's equals to 1 over 3 to the power x. Remember, when we find the inverse, we interchange x and y. So I'll bring the x this side, and this will be 1 over 3 to the power y. So now, what happens next is that, remember, if I have y to be equals to a to the power x, so we use a to the power x. Okay, it's fine. Then now we interchange x and what? And y. Then we make y subject of the formula. Y will be the log of this x here becomes that number there, and then a, since it's the base, you're going to write it down here. Let's apply this to write the inverse. Remember, y subject of the formula, the log, this guy, you're going to write it somewhere inside the bracket here. The 1 over 3 is your base, it comes down there. Right, I think this is the best way to explain this. So when you have it like this, this will be your inverse function. So now, that's it for this question. That's it for this question. I think here we can also say h inverse is equals to that. Let's write it down here. Or h inverse is equals to that. That's it for this question 4. Let's move to question 5. Okay, let's analyze what we are given on question 5. We have, consider the following g at x, and we can see that we are given the information. The domain, x must be an element of real numbers, but x must not be equals to minus 2. So this tells me that the minus 2 is the axis, or what is this? The minus 2 is the vertical asymptote. Is the vertical asymptote. So what I'm trying to say is that if this is my graph like this, somewhere at minus 2, we're going to have the asymptote like that. So this is x, it's minus 2. Okay? The x-intercept at k, which is 1 and 0, and the y-intercept. So this is the only information that we are given, and we need to answer 5.1. 5.1 says, show that the equation g is given by minus 3 over x plus 2 plus 1 for 6 marks. Wow, 6 marks. Are we going to have any problems on this one? Why is it 6 marks? Let's work on this one. 5.1, we know that g at x is equals to negative 3 over x plus 2. Then this is plus 1. So now, what we're going to do is that when I have it like this, I'm going to check my first given value, which is the x-intercept. I can definitely substitute that. The x-intercept, which is 1, I can sub in I can substitute the 1 and 0. So when I substitute the 1 and 0 on that equation, I am sorry, we are lying. This is not given. We need to prove this. Né? This is not given. Let us prove that it's in that form. So this will be A on top, x plus p, and then plus q. Right. So if we do the substitution, remember that I know what is my x and what is my y. So meaning on the equation where there's y, remember this is just y. Where there's y, I need to put 0. Where there's x, I need to put y. So this will be 0. It equals to a over 0 plus p. 0. But now we know what is the value of p. Remember when we calculate the axis of symmetry, what do? We take the denominator, the x plus p, we equate that to 0. So x will be equal to minus p. So now, if I have x to, we were given x to not be equal to minus 2. So this tells me that since this is the axis of symmetry, we can write it and say x minus 2 is equal to 0. Therefore, x is equal to 2, negative 2. So that's how we got that asymptote. So now I can take this guy, substitute it back on my equation. So this will be, when I substitute it back, when we substitute it back on the equation, let's start by rewriting our equation first. So this will be, this equation will be y is equals to a over x plus 2 and then plus q. So now that is the equation. Let's keep that in a block so that no one gets confused. Right. So now when we do the substitution, now it's going to be easy because where there's y, we said we put 0, and where there's x, we put 1. So this will be 1 plus 2 plus q, which gives us 3. Né? So if this gives us 3, the denominator is 3. We can say this is 0 is equals to a over 3 plus q. Let's multiply everything here by 3. So 0 into 3 is equals to 3 into a over 3 plus 3 into q. So this will be 0 is equals to, the 3 cancel, this is a plus 3q. So now I can definitely say, therefore, the value of a is negative 3q. Let me call this equation 1. Right. To find the second equation, we can substitute another point, and to find the second equation, we can substitute another point. So now my question is that which point are we going to use? Which point are we going to use? I think now we can use this y-intercept. Né? So we're going to sub in that 0 and minus 2. So where there's y, we put negative 1 over 2. And this is equals to a over, where there's x, what do we do? We put 0. So this will be 0 plus 2, then plus q. Let's quickly work on that. Né? So we know that we're going to have this as minus 1 over 2. It's equals to a over 2 plus q. So multiply everything by 2. So this will be negative 1. It's equal to a plus 2q. I'm very sorry for jumping that step because I see that we don't have much space. Né? But now, ladies and gents, we know what is q. Né? We know what is the value of q. We said the value of q is minus 3q. The value of a, we know what is the value of a. So meaning that on that equation where there's a, we can substitute that minus 3q. So I'm just going to work this thing and say this is minus 1. It's equals to, where there's a, I can put minus 3q plus 2q. So when you add the 3q and the 2q, what do you get? You just get q. So q is equal to minus 1. Oh, that's nice. We have the value of q, which is minus 1. Wait, is this making sense when we say q is minus 1? Nope, it's not making sense, because look at this. This is plus 1. Let's quickly go back and see what the mistake that we did. I think the mistake that I've made, you see now I'm including you in my mistake. The mistake that we did. Okay, so now my mistake here was to say minus 3q plus 2q. It's minus 1. Okay, so this is negative q. When you add this 2, you get negative q. And this is minus 1. Divide both sides by negative 1. Divide both sides by negative 1. Therefore, the value of q is 1. So if the value of q is 1, we can find what? We can definitely find the value of a. Remember, we know what is a. A is minus 3q. So we can say that the value of a is equal to negative 3. Where there's q, what do we do? Where there's q, we substitute 1. And now the value of a will be negative 3. So if we substitute this, g at x, it's equal to, where there's a, we're going to substitute minus 3, and where there's q, we put 1. So you can see that we definitely solved this. So we can substitute on this equation. Where there's the value of a, you put 3, and where there's q, you put 1. So this will be 3, and this will be 1. And that's it for this question. I just want us to move to the next question. Let's see. Okay, so write down the range of g. Guys, remember, this is an hyperbola. So since it's an hyperbola, the range is always the same. Oh no, not always the same. I'm gonna say the range is always y must be an element of real numbers. Y must be an element of real numbers. But there's that y value your graph must not touch, which is the value of q. Your graph must not touch q. Therefore, y must not be equals to 1. I hope this makes sense. I hope you are happy about that. So 5.3, on 5.3, they want us to determine the equation of h, the axis of symmetry of g, in the form of y is equal to mx plus c, where m is greater than 0. How do we do that? The equation of h, which is what? The axis of symmetry. The axis of symmetry of g, in the form y is equal to mx plus c. So now what I'm going to do, they said the gradient is positive. So the equation of axis of symmetry with a positive gradient is x plus c. So the aim now is to only calculate, the aim is to only calculate that value of what? The value of c. So we substitute your horizontal and vertical asymptote. So look at this. From the equation, we need to substitute p is to q. Remember, the value of p is the horizontal asymptote, which was given as negative 2. So it's going to be, this coordinate will be negative 2 and 1. Those are the coordinates that we need to substitute. So I have y, it's equals to x plus c. So where there's x, I put minus 2. Where there's y, I put 1. So this will be 1 into x. Okay, let's substitute that x. So the x will be negative 2 plus c. So the negative 2 comes this side, we're going to have c as 3. So to answer their question, the coordinates of the axis of symmetry is just y is equal to x plus 3. And that's it for that question. Easy, easy, easy. But let's assume that instead of m greater than 0, they said m must be less than 0. So if m is less than 0, the axis of symmetry for the negative gradient is y is equals to minus x plus c. Then you do the same, you substitute that minus 2 and 1. Okay, write down the coordinates of k prime, the image of k reflected over h. So I'm just gonna write it down and remind you that h at x is x plus 3. And let's go and write down the coordinates of k. What is the coordinates of k? Okay, so the coordinates of k is given as, the coordinates of k is given as 1 and 0. Let's write the coordinates of k down here. So k is 1 and 0. So this is your x, this is your y. Okay. So now what I'm going to do when I'm given this type of a problem, so please pay attention on this one. We need the point k over that equation. So we need k over this. So there's a reflection. This will be what? This we're going to call it the reflection. This will be the reflection over the y is equals to x plus 3. So we're going to say, we're going to use the reflection of y is equals to x plus c rule. I'm just going to give you the rule now, the rule that you need to understand to answer this question. Because remember the axis of symmetry, that h at x, we got it from that formula. So the rule says that if I have the coordinates x and y, this guy will change into what? This guy will change into, we take the y coordinates, we minus the value of c to get the x, and then we take the x coordinate, we add the value of c to get the y coordinate. So I know that already you guys have a lot of questions. Please make sure that you leave your questions on the comment section, and I'll definitely go through them and answer you. So when it's like this, we know that to find the y, look at this. The y here is 0. So this will be 0 minus the value of c. And if you still remember, we said c is 3. So we're going to minus that 3. So this will be 0 minus 3. Then this is x, which is 1. We're going to say 1 plus the value of c, which is 3. So the coordinates of k, it equals to negative 3 and positive 4. And that's it for this question, ladies and gents. That's it for the question. This is how you answer the question, and you'll definitely collect all the marks. Right. So we still have functions here. This is functions on question 6. We still have functions. And on the function, they say that the sketch below shows the graph of f at x is equal to minus x squared minus 6x plus 7. We are given c as the y-intercept. So I don't want to waste time. I'm a man of, I always like to take action. Let me just put it like that. So since they say c is the y-intercept, I already know what will be the coordinates of that point, because remember we have the equation of f at x. C, remember the x-intercept is the value of c. So it's going to be, already we know the x is 0 and that one will be 7, the value of c. So the y-intercept is always 0 and the value of c. A and B are the x-intercept. We can see that, and then we are given the point on f, which is D. Answer the following questions. They want you to calculate the coordinates of the turning point of f, the coordinates of E. I think everyone still understands now that to find the turning point, we need to find the equation of the derivative. Né? Equate the derivative to 0 and solve for x. That's how we find the turning point. So what you did in calculus, please also apply it here. So my f at x, so I need to find f prime of x, which will be negative 3x squared minus 6. Why are we bringing the x squared? It's minus 3x minus 6. So this is what we have, minus 3x minus 6. So, come on guys, come on. I know it's been long that we are working on this video. I just paused the lesson, I went to sleep, then I come back in the morning, this is me again. So, just give me a second guys. Okay. So, let's find the derivative now. Let's find the derivative. So, this will be f prime of x is equals to negative 2x minus 6. Then we take the derivative, we equate it to 0. So when we take the derivative, we equate it to 0, what do we get? We're going to say this will give us negative 2x minus 6, it equals to 0. Then negative 2x, it's equals to 6. Divide both sides by negative 2. The value of x is negative 3. We have the x coordinates of E so far, which is negative 3. How do we find the corresponding y value? To find the corresponding y value, we just have to substitute that minus 3 in the original equation. We need to find f at negative 3. So you punch this on the calculator. Please work on it on your side. So it's negative into negative 3. And this is squared minus 6 into negative 3 and plus 7. When you punch this on the calculator, the answer that you get is the corresponding y value of E, which is minus into minus 3 squared minus 6 into minus 3 plus 7. This gives us 16. So the coordinates of E is just minus 3 and 16. I hope you guys are enjoying this. So now write down the value of K. Where is K? Okay, it's easy this one guys to find the value of K because you already have the X, what? The X-intercept. Nah? We already have the X-intercept and we are looking for the value of K. So we just have to find, and this is 1 mark. Now we just have to find f at minus 5. So f at minus 5. So on the original equation, where there's x, we put minus 5 to find the corresponding value. Minus 5 plus 7. Then you punch this on the calculator. We find that k is equals to 12, which makes sense because if this is 16, we should get a number less than 16. So k is 12. Okay, so now the next question says determine the equation of the straight line passing through C and D. Okay, so I'm just gonna create that straight line that pass through these two guys. So if this is my line, so the line passes through what? These 2 points. Nah? We need the equation of that line. So to find the equation of that line, this is 6.3. To find the equation of that line, what I need you to do is to first find the gradient. We said this is 6.3, nah? Is to first find the gradient. So we need to look for the gradient of CD. which we're going to use the formula y2 minus y1 all over x2 minus x1. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say c comes first. This will be my x1, this will be my y1, then d, this will be my x2, this will be my y2. So that it becomes more easy for me to substitute. I don't want to make any mistakes. Né? So y2 is 12 minus y1, which is, we said y1 is 0, so this will be 12. Wait, y1 is 7. Divide by x2, it's minus 5. And then x1 is 0, so this will be minus 5 minus 0. Therefore, the gradient of CD is equals to, you punch that on the calculator. On top we have 12 minus 7, which is 5 over minus 5, so the gradient is negative 1. So now that you have the gradient, what's next? We have to take this gradient, substitute it on the straight line equation. Right, so I'm just gonna keep on working on that and say this is y is equal to mx plus c. Already we know the gradient, so y will be negative x plus c. We can substitute any point, so I'm just gonna choose the c because of that 0. Né? So the equation of this, I can choose that c. Where there's y, I need to put 7. It's equals to, where there's x, I put 0 plus c. Therefore, what is the value of c? Is just 7. So we go back and substitute c on that part. So this will be y is equal to minus x plus 7. This is the equation of CD. That is the equation of CD. I'm just gonna try to highlight that because I know that on the next question we might need to use that equation. And that's it for this problem. Let's see what we have next. A tangent parallel to CD touches F at P. Determine the coordinates of P for 4 marks. So remember, the tangent will only touch the graph at one point only, and it should be parallel to C. So maybe I can put, I don't know where to put this. Let me just put it here. I'm not sure, guys, it won't be drawn to scale, but remember it must only touch at that P. Please, it must only touch at this point, only at that point, like this. Only at that point. Né? So these two lines are parallel. So what do we know about the parallel lines? They have equal gradient. So the gradient of that line will be what? Will be the gradient of that CD, which is minus 1. So far we know the gradient. So the gradient of the tangent, I'm just going to write it down there. I'm not sure where we're going to work this out. What is this? 6.4. So for 6.4, we're going to say, for this 6.4, the gradient of the tangent is equals to minus 1 because the two lines are parallel. So we need this coordinate of P. So now what I need you to understand is that P is in the form of x and y. So remember, this x, it equals to the gradient of the tangent. It's equals to the gradient of the tangent. So they are equal. So they are equal. So to find that gradient, we need to derive the equation of your graph, your f. So we need to find f prime at x. The answer that we get, we can equate that to the gradient. Then solve for x to find that x value. I think when we say they are equal, this is not true. I was trying to say that the derivative to find that x value, to find the x value of the tangent at a point, you find the derivative of f at x, then you equate that to the gradient of what? You can equate to the gradient of that tangent. So let's find f prime. We know that f at x was given as minus, we already have the f prime is this one, so I'm just going to substitute it here and say this is minus 2x minus 6. This is equal to minus 1. So let's solve for x. So when we solve for x, the x that we get is the x value of p. The x value of a point P. So now this will be, the 6 comes on the other side, this will be 5. So this will be minus 2x is equal to 5. Divide by minus 2x is just negative 5 over 2. We need to find the corresponding y value. How do we do that? We find f at minus 5 over 2. Meaning that on the original f at x, where there's x, we're going to substitute what? That minus 5 over 2. So this will be minus 5 over 2 squared minus 6 into minus 5 over 2 plus 7. That was the equation of f at x. So the corresponding y value, we get this to be, so when I put this on the calculator, I get 63 over 4. So I can conclude and say, therefore, the point P, the x value of the point P is minus 5 over 2, and the corresponding y value is 63 over 4. Ladies and gents, please make sure that you follow the instructions. The equation of a straight line passing through D, we did that, and then they want us to find the tangent parallel to CD. It touches F at P. So to find this x coordinate, we need to find the derivative of f at x, and then equate that to what? Equate that to the gradient and solve for x. The answer that you get is the x coordinate of P. To find the corresponding y value, you substitute back on the original equation. Guys, I think we are having so much fun because I'm really enjoying this. I hope you are also enjoying on your side. So now, 6.5, for which values of x will f at x minus 12 greater equals to 0? You know what I do now? I don't like to stress myself with this type of equation. I know that you can just answer this question by looking at the point by symmetry, but I am just going to go with the easiest way to do this. Look at this. I know what is f at x equals to. Let's write it down. F at x, we know that it's negative x squared minus 6x plus 7, and we minus what? We are minusing 12. We minus 12, and this must be greater than 0. So meaning that these two guys are the like terms, this will be minus x squared minus 6x plus 7 minus 12 is minus 5. Right? This is greater than 0. But now there's nothing we can do. First, we need to divide everything by negative. So this will be x squared plus 6x plus 5. What happens when we divide by negative? The sign changes. Right, so now we have an inequality, a quadratic inequality that we can factorize. I know this is too much for 2 marks, but you know what? Because that I need these 2 marks, I'm just going to do it now. Because I understand how the inequalities work. Even if you write everything, we need that 2 marks. It doesn't matter if the solution is low, don't be lazy. Work for those marks, né? Right. So now the factors of 5, when we add or subtract them, they give us 6. It's just 5 and 1, but since it's positive, both of them will be positive. So what are my critical values? CV, critical values, it's minus 1. Let's start with the small one, minus 5 and minus 1. So you're going to draw a number line. You see, this is an inequality. So they're asking inequality on function. You draw a number line, you start with the small number, then the bigger number. This is my number line. Then I'm just going to put this here, and let's put that there. Okay, so we know that this will be concave up because I'm only referring to this partner. So I need to choose any number between -5 and -1. We can choose -2. So this will be -2 squared. So we substitute on that equation. Where there's x, we put -2. 6 into -2 plus 5. So this is 4 minus 12 plus 5. Right. So if you apply the BODMAS, if you do the BODMAS, you're going to get that the solution between this gives us a negative answer. Eh? This gives us a negative. So this tells you that the solution between it's what? The solution between is negative and the other side will be positive. But on the question, if you go back to this part here, we are looking for where the solution is negative. So it's negative in between. So since we're saying it's negative in between, it's going to be from this point going in that direction and from that point going in that direction. So therefore, x must be less than -1 and greater than -5. So this is your final answer. And that's it for this question 6. That's it for question 6. So next question, this is finance. So we need to work on finance. Then there's question 8 where we have to do the derivatives and stuff. And then there's question 9, cubic functions. Then there's probability. So let's keep on rolling. So on finance, I'm not sure how are we going to answer this, but we can try and squeeze all the questions here on the question paper. Okay, so now let's work on finance. Let's see what we have on the finance questions. So the first one, what we have is that the question is asking how many years will it take for an investment to double in value. So when they say double in value, this tells you that the final amount A is doubled, so A will be 2. If it earns an interest rate of what? 8.5% per annum compounded quarterly. So now what will be my interest rate? I will be equals to, we need to take that 8.5% divided by 100. So this is the same as saying 8.5. Divide that by 100. This gives us 0.085. Right. So now remember, they say this is compounded quarterly. I'm going to divide that 0.085. Let's divide that guy. Compounded quarterly, it's 4. So we divide that by 4. If it's compounded monthly, you divide by 12. Okay. Right. So we have the interest rate. We can just write down the formula. Remember, this is compound interest, and the formula for compound interest is A. Okay, this is 7.1. The formula for compound interest is A. It's equals to P into 1 plus I, everything to the power n. Then the value of A we said is 2. Now let's talk about the principal amount. So if it doubled, the final amount is doubled. If the final amount is 2, what will be the value of P? It's just 1, because we start with 1, then we double 1 to be 2. So where there's P, I'm going to substitute 1. So this will be 1 plus the interest rate of that 0.085. So this will be 0.085 divided by what? Let's divide this by 4. We forgot to talk about n. How many years? So since this thing is compounded quarterly, the number of years will be 4 times n, which is 4n. So n will be 4n. So now to work this thing out, I think the best way is to use logs. Né? So I'm just going to quickly remind you. I don't think this will work, guys. The space is not enough. Né? I'm just going to quickly remind you how the logs works. Let's write this. Let's write this on top. Remember, if I have y, if I have this, first thing first, we interchange, and this will be a to the y. So to make y subject of the formula, the y is the one that is the exponent. So y here, it will be the 4n. So we're going to say y is equals to, then this will be 4n, it's equals to, then we say the log, then this a, okay, put this x inside the bracket, and then we're going to put what? This 2 inside the brackets, and then the base, which is a. Now here the base, it's whatever that you have inside the bracket. The base, which is a, comes here. So whatever that is inside the bracket will come down here. So this will be 1 plus 0.085 divided by 4. Therefore, you just have to work this thing out. Né? Let's divide both sides by 4 to make n. Divide everything there by 4. I hope this makes sense. Therefore, what is the value of n? What is the number of yes? So when I punch this on the calculator, let me see what I get, guys. I'm very sorry about the background noise. Né? Let me quickly pause the lesson so that the noise can go down. Okay. Thank you to the noise. I got some time to eat some snack. Just 1 minute. So now look at what we have. Remember, we said we divide both sides by 4. So just punch that correctly on the calculator. So now n is equals to the log of what? The log of 1 plus 0.085 over 4, close the bracket. This is 2. Please learn how to punch that. Now, unfortunately, I can't share the screen and show you guys how you can punch this. Just fight with it until you get the right answer. This is divided by 4, and the value of n that I got on my side is 8.24 years. 8.24 years. Right, so we can write this down and say, therefore n is equals to 8 years. Or maybe 8 years and 2 months or something. I don't know. It's fine. Just write it like this, collect the marks. Né? Let's see what we have on the next question. 7.2.1. They say that a company purchased machine for 500,000. So if the company purchased a machine for 500,000, what is that telling you? This is my value of P. This is P. And then for what? After 5 years, N, the machinery was sold for, this is the accumulated amount, the final amount, and a new machinery was bought. Calculate the rate of depreciation. They want us to find the rate of depreciation of the old machine over 5 years using the reducing balance method. When they say the reducing, they are asking you to use the formula A. It equals to P into 1 minus I to the power n. So that's the formula that we're going to use to answer 7.2.1. Let's quickly work on that, né? Because we don't have much time. So if we work on that, what do we have? This will be A. It equals to P into 1 minus I to the power n. So remember A, we know that this is 180,000. It's equals to the value of P, what we start with, which is 500,000. Guys, I think for now you've already realized that when I teach, I don't like to tell more stories. I don't like to go into too much details. I just focus on what the question has, because I think too much details can confuse you. So P will be 500,000 rand. Not 500, 500, oh yes, 500,000 into 1 minus I to the power n. Okay, we know that n is 5 to the power 5. So let's try to work out on this problem. I'm just going to divide both sides by the 500,000 because I'm trying to isolate the rate. So this will be the 500,000. And then when we divide this gives us 9 over 25, which is equals to 1 minus I to the power n. Guys, you can use the logs or you can just continue working on this. So this is to the power 5. So what I can do, I can find how can I remove that 5 on top. Remember, when we have a square, we square both sides. That's exactly what we're going to do in this problem. We're going to do, in this problem, we're going to say to remove the 5, we square, look at this, we square both sides. But what I need you to understand is that since this is 5, we need to put 5 there, and we need to put 5 there. Please make sure that you calculated that on your calculator. Put it on your calculator. Say log, then oh, not log, shift what you'll see the symbol there, guys. I think looking at that, you guys are doing grade 12. These are some of the things that you already understand. So now I have this as 5 of 9 over 25. It equals to this cancels 1 minus the rate. Then you know what I'm going to do to make my life simple. I'm just going to take the rate this side to be positive, and I'll say I is equals to, then take this side to be negative. So this will be 1 minus 5 the root of 9 over 25. Punch that on the calculator. We get that the rate is 1 minus 5 root 9 over 5 over 25. This gives us 0.1848 and so on. So I'm just going to multiply answer to find R. I'm just going to multiply answer. Remember, we're looking for the rate, so we need to multiply this by 100. So this will give me 18.48%. 18.48%. And that's it for this question. And yes, everything is good. Right. 7.2.2. They say the rate of the inflation for the cost of the new machine is 6.3. Guys, what is the rate of inflation? Please think about that question. The rate of the inflation is how items increase prices every year, per year. So now they say the rate is 6.3% over 5 years. What will the new machinery cost at the end of 5 years? So now the new machinery, this is compound interest. So A is equal to P. A is equal to P into 1 plus I to the power n. So since this is there, compound interest, this will be A is equals to, so this is 7.2.2. Can you see, guys, we are fighting to put everything on this page. So now this is equals to P. What is the value of P? Remember, this, we trying to calculate the inflation rate. It start with 500,000 rand, and then 1 plus the interest rate is 6.3, which will be 6.3 divided by 100. This gives us 0.0 0.063. So we're going to add 0.063. When you calculate the inflation rate, we use the compound formula. And this is to the power n. They said what will be the cost of the new machinery after 5 years. So now when we punch this on the calculator, we should get the value of A. Okay, 500,000 Rand into 1 plus 0.063 to the power 5. I think compound finance is easy enough. So on my side, I got 678,635. Okay, 678,635 and 1 cent. If we round it off to 2 decimal places, and that's the answer for that one. Okay, let's keep going. They say that they want us to find. Okay, the company set up a sinking fund. Right. The sinking fund and made the first payment into this fund on the day the old machinery was bought. The last payment was made 3 months before. Look at this. 3 months before the new machinery was purchased. So they make the last payment and they're going to leave the whole amount for 3 months before they purchase the machine. Okay, and this is 5 years. The interest earned on the sinking fund was 10.5. So my interest is equal to 10.5 25, ne? 10.25 divided by 100. So therefore the interest is the interest will be 0.1025. That's my interest. So now compounded monthly we divide by 12, and then we need to take this interest, we divide it by 12. The money from the sinking fund and the 180,000 from the sale of the old machinery was used to pay for the new machinery. Oh, this is good. Look at what is going on here now. We know that the cost of the new machinery is this price. So from this price already we have what? Already we have 180,000 from what? From when we sell the old one to buy the new one. We already have this amount, and now they say calculate the monthly payment into the sinking fund. So we need to know how much is the sinking fund, how much is required if we already have 180,000. We're trying to save for what? 678,000, but we already have 180. So first thing first, we need to find the sinking fund amount. Sinking F is equals to, we know that the new machine will cost 678,635, right? Then we going to say this is 0.11. We subtract what we already have, which is 180,000. Right, so since we have this, what will be the sinking fund? What do you guys get on your side? What will be the sinking fund? So I'm gonna subtract this 2, and what I get is 498,635.11. So this is the amount of the sinking fund, and they want us to calculate the monthly payment that was made into the sinking fund. So are we making monthly payments? Yes, this is the future value, and the formula for future value that we're going to use is F. F is equals to X into 1 plus I to the power n minus 1. Everything divided by 1. Everything is divided by I. Right, but now I need to explain something. Né? I need to explain something. Look at what is this statement saying. The statement says that the last payment was made 3 months before. So if the last payment was made 3 months before, what is this telling you? That this tells you that we're going to leave whatever money that we get for 3 months. So that money will have what we call another interest. So we're going to multiply this by the compound interest, which is 1 plus I to the power n. Right, and that's it, ladies and gents. So now let's work on this formula. Let's just do the substitution. Eh? So the final amount is 498. That's what we are trying to save for. So we are trying to save for 498 635.11, and this is equals to x. It's what we are looking for. I'm just gonna leave the x outside the bracket. Then this will be 1 plus the interest rate of, we said our R is 0.1025 over 12. This is inside the bracket to the power n, guys, to the power n. So now this is for how many months? This is 5 years. But since this is 5 years, n times 5 is 60. But remember, we need to find the number of payments that we're going to make. How many payments are we going to make if the last payment was made 3 months before the new machinery was purchased? So this tells you that this will be, if n, what is n? N is equals to 5 times 12, which is 60. So we're not going to make 60 payments because we're going to stop 3 months before the new machinery was purchased. At the end of what? The last payment was made 3 months before the new machinery was purchased, at the end of the 5 years. So now the most mistake that learners make is to subtract 3 from that 60. That's not true. Remember how the months works, right? So the months work like this. If you start paying, you're not going to start paying at the first day of the month. You pay the last day of the month. So 3 months is 2 months. I hope you guys understand. So now what I'm trying to say is that if we stop 3 months before, so 3 months before, the last month is where we're going to take out our sinking fund investment. I'm not going to count that one. So this will be 60 minus 2. So this will be to the power 58. Right. So now we said this is minus 1 inside the bracket. Everything is divided by what? Everything is divided by, what is this? The 0.1025 over 12. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I'm not having fun. I just don't like finance, né? Because of this too much isolating x, what I don't like x. Let's multiply this by the interest component. So we're going to multiply this by 1 plus the interest rate is still 0.1025 to the power over 12. Now, what about the number of months? We said we're going to leave this for 3 months, so this will be to the power 3, the interest component for that 3 months. So now the difference is that here we don't include 3 months, but for the interest component, we include the 3 months. So I'm just gonna take this thing to the other side. Let's try to work on it step by step. Né? Okay, we said we have 498 635.11, which is equated to x into 1 plus 0.1025 over 12 minus 1. Right. And now this is over 0.1025 divided by 12 multiplied by the interest component of 1 plus 0.1025 divided by 12 to the power 3. So now when it's like this, remember this is the same as over 1. Let's try to isolate this now. First thing first, I'm going to take the 498,635.11, multiply that by the 0.1025 over 12. Let's equate this to x into what? 1 plus 0.1025 over 12. Close the bracket. Then big brackets into 1 plus 0.0, okay, not 0. This will be 1025, ne? So this is 1025 over 12. Then this is to the power 3. So to isolate x, we need to divide both sides by that 1 plus 0.01025 over 12. Yo guys, you see why I don't like finance. 1 plus 0.1025. This is to the power 58, ne? You see? And it's easy to make mistakes on finance. That's why I don't like this one. Over 12. But remember, you don't have a choice when you're on your side, ne? You need to like it to master it, ne? Then this will be 1 plus 0.1025 over 12. That is to the power, okay, into, what's going on here, guys? What did I do? Oh, this one is the one that is to the power 58. And where's the minus 1? Oh, guys, I think you can see what's going on here, ne? Hey, finance man, this topic. Okay, this is minus 1 into 1 plus 0.1025 over 12 to the power 3. So this is minus 1, and then inside the bracket we have 1 plus 0. Please take time now, sit down, work this thing out so that these two cancelled, then x is equal to, guys, I can't write this thing again, you just have to put it on your calculator, né? Put it correctly on your calculator, and I'm also working on it. I'm just gonna put this on the calculator. So this will be 58, né? So let me put this on the calculator. Let's see what I get on my side. And I'm very happy that this is the last question on finance. Okay, so on top, this is what we have. So I'm just gonna put this on the calculator. This is multiplied by 0.1025 over 12, and everything is divided. So now this is 3. Everything is divided by this, and the value of x is 6,510.36. So this will be their monthly payment. Guys, I can't wait to move to the next question. Please make sure that you understand all the steps that we did. I think the most important thing that you need to understand here is the compound interest part. Why are we multiplying by 1 plus I to the power n? Because the money was left in the account for 3 months. Right, I'm just gonna pause the lesson here, take a quick break, then we're going to start with question 8 because I can feel that now I need some petrol, né? And Then when we come back, we'll continue with question 8. Okay, so now let's continue with question 8. Let's see what we have on this question 8. They say that determine f prime from the first principle. I know that you guys know what you need to do here. This is an easy 5 marks, but my tip that I'm going to give you guys, the tip that I'm going to give you is that first thing first, try to derive that without using the first principle, and we find this is as negative 2x. So when we don't find negative 2x as our answer, this tells us that Ujila Porsche, you did something wrong somewhere. Right, so now let's write down the f prime. We know that the f prime, I think it's best if we work this on the board now. So we're going to say f at x is minus x squared. So let's quickly write this on the board. We have f at x, which is equals to negative x squared, and we need to determine f prime of x from first principle. Right, when we determine f at x from first principle, we're going to say this is equals to the limit as h approaches 0. Then I have f at x plus h, we minus f at x. Then everything is divided by h. So now, first thing first, we need to find f at x plus h. What is that equals to? Where there's x on the original equation, we put x plus h, and this is squared. So let's quickly work on that. This is negative, big brackets. The x plus h, we expanded the brackets so that we can multiply the brackets. So this will be negative into x times x, that's x squared. X times h, that's xh. Then, so what I'm trying to say here, I'm using the FOIL method. These two guys gives me x, then multiply that by x also, then this times this times that. So if we skip maybe something there, this will be x squared then plus 2xh plus h squared. So what is this equal to? This is, if you multiply out the bracket by negative, this will be negative x squared minus 2xh minus h squared. So f prime of x, it's equal to the limit as h approaches 0. Where there's f at x plus h, we know what we need to substitute. Minus x squared minus 2xh minus h squared minus f at x, I'm going to put it inside the bracket, negative x squared, then divide everything by that h. So let's work on the top part. So what is the limit as h approaches 0? This is minus x squared minus 2xh minus h squared. These two guys, they will be positive. This is positive x squared divided by h. Now I check if I have any like terms. Né? This, which is that one, and this one, they cancel because they are like terms with different signs. So when they cancel, what do we have so far? This is the limit as h approaches 0. So now this is minus 2xh minus h squared over h, because the reason we are doing the limit is to get rid of that h on the denominator. So I can take my common factor on top, which is h, inside the bracket. I'm left with negative 2x minus h, divide that by h. So the h cancels, I'm left with the limit as h approaches 0 of negative 2x minus h. So when it's like this, after removing that one on the denominator, you can substitute. When you substitute, you drop the limit as h approaches 0. It's very important to know that, because if you don't drop it, everything is wrong. Drop this. Drop the lim as h approaches 0 when you start the substitution. So this will be negative 2x minus into 0. The answer is just negative 2x. Exactly what we got when we did the derivative. So please make sure that you show all the steps on your answer. On your answer. Let's look at what we have on the next one. Okay, the next one, I think it can fit here, 8.2.2. Let's work on that. So on this one, we need to find dx. Right, we need to find dx, and it's what? We need to first work out what we have inside the bracket. Let's remove the starts first. So remember, if I have the root of x, this is the same as x, 1 over 3, 1 over 2. And if I have n, the root of x to the power m, this is equal to x, then what you have outside the bracket becomes your denominator. The exponent inside the square root, the exponent inside the square root becomes your numerator, and what you have outside becomes your denominator. So we're going to apply that to change the 3 root of x. So remember, the x is to the power 1, so we can write this as what? X, what we have inside the square root, the exponent inside the square root becomes on top, and the one outside becomes on bottom. So we can write that as negative 6 times x to the power 1 over 3. Then this is plus 2. Everything is divided by x to the power 4. Right, I think everyone can agree with me when I say we can write this equation as minus 6x to the power 1 over 3 over x to the power 4 plus 2 over x to the power 4. Because if I have a plus b over c, I can write this as a over c plus b over c. Right, so now let's get rid of that. Someone can say we are dividing the same base. Look at this. We are still simplifying that. The base are the same. What do we do to the exponent? We subtract them. So we're going to take the 1 on top. So this will be dx. We're going to take the 1 on top. We subtract the 1 on bottom. So this will be dx inside the bracket minus 6x. We take that 1 over 3 on top. We subtract the 4 on bottom. Then we do the same this side. This side will be 2. Then the x becomes negative x to the power minus 4. Because if I have 1 over x to the n, I can change this and write it as x to the power minus n. So this is what I did. So now when you have it like this, we can just simplify that. Minus 6x, 1 over 3 minus 4, that's negative. Negative 11 over 3. Then we add 2 x to the minus 4. So everything is simplified. We drop what? We're going to drop the dx, because now we start finding the derivative. You drop the dx. After simplifying, you are more than welcome to drop the dx when you start simplifying. So this will be the x, we drop it, so this will be minus 6. We're going to multiply that by minus 11 over 3. So we bring the minus 11 over 3 down, and then now we're going to say x to the power minus 11 over 3 minus 1 plus 2, which will be multiplied by minus 4, x to the power minus 4 minus 1. So let me quickly explain what is going on here. Remember, if I have x n to the power, how can I put this? Let's say I have x to the power n. What is the derivative of that? Then n comes down to multiply with that one. So this will be n x to the power n minus 1. So this is the derivative. So now what I did, I bring the exponent down, you multiply the exponent with the coefficient of that x, which is minus 6. Then you subtract 1 on top. You do the same this side, the exponent comes down, you multiply the exponent with that 2, then you subtract 1. So let's quickly add and simplify this thing. So this will be minus 6 times 4, 11 over 3, that's positive 22. Then we have x to the power minus 11 over 3 minus 1. That's equals to minus 14 over 3. So this will be negative 14 over 3. Then this side, this will be negative 2 times negative 4, it's negative 8. So this will be negative 8 x to the power minus 5. You can leave your answer like this, or you can continue to work out and write your answer as a positive exponent form. So maybe you can write this as 22 over x to the power 14 over 3 minus 8 over x to the power 5. And that's it for this problem. Right. So we're going to check. Okay, so now let's do this. Let's work on the next question. Let's see what we have on the next question. So this is question 9. Sketch below is the graph of f at x is equal to x to the power 3 plus ax squared plus bx. So the x-intercept of f are at 3 and 0 and m. So these are my x-intercept. I can see that. These are my x-intercept. So where m lies on the negative axis, x-axis, we can see that we are given k as the y-intercept and m and n are the turning points. Let's answer the following questions. Show that the equation of f is given by f at x is equal to x to the power 3 minus x squared minus 5x minus 3. So you know what I'm going to do. I know that my coordinates here is 3 and 0. And my coordinates here, let's call this, what can we call this? X of m, or which letter can we use? Let's use k and 0. So we know that the y coordinates already, we know the y, which is 0, and we're just going to let this one to be k. So now this guy, remember, if your x-intercept is also your turning point, to find the equation of the graph, if the x-intercept is also the turning point, the graph that we use, the equation that we use is going to be, let's not say f. So to answer this 9.1, this is how we're going to do the 9.1. So 9.1, we're going to say y is equal to, the formula will be a into x minus x1, close the bracket, squared. Why is it squared? Because the x-intercept is also the turning point. Remember, the cubic function has 3 x-intercepts. So now then we're going to say x minus x2. Let's substitute. Look at the given equation. We know that this is ax to the power 3. We know the value of a, it's already given as 1. So I'm just going to substitute that and say y is equals to 1 into, right, let's talk about the value of k. We know that k is negative. Let's fix that. The value of k is negative because they also told us that m lies on the negative x-axis. So the value of k is negative. This will be x minus into minus k, and this is squared into x minus x2. So this is my x1, this is my x2, y2, and this is my x1, y1. So this will be x minus 3, close the bracket. Therefore, y is equals to x plus k squared into x minus 3. I hope you guys understand what we did there. Right. I hope you guys understand what we did then. So now what I'm going to do here, is to substitute any point on that graph. I can substitute my y-intercept, which is this one. I can sub in, okay, I can sub in k, which is 0 and minus 3, and this is my x. Let me indicate that which one is my x. This is my x, this is my y. I always like to indicate which one is x, which one is y, so that I don't make mistakes. Let's substitute on that equation. Let's see what we get. So where there's y, I put minus 3. It's equals to, where there's x, I'm going to put 0 plus k squared into 0 minus 3. So now this gives me minus 3 is equals to k squared into negative 3. Let's divide both sides by that negative 3 to make k subject of the formula. K squared is equals to 1. Let's square both sides. When you square both sides, what is the value of k? K is plus or minus 1. The square root of any number is plus or minus. Therefore, we know that k is in quadrant, it's in the negative x-axis. That will make the value of k to be minus 1. So now that you have the value of k, you just have to go back on that equation and substitute in the value of k. So what I'm trying to say, we put back the value of k on that equation. So let's do it like this. Remember we said y is equals to x plus k, and this is squared into x minus 3. So we know what is k, so this will be y is equals to, right, there's something that we need to fix. We know that if this is k is minus 1, so the k comes to the other side to be positive, so k plus 1 is 0, so it's a factor. So this tells us that this bracket is k plus 1, so this will be k plus 1 squared into x minus 1. So I'm sorry guys, what I'm trying to do, I just substituted this here, so it's minus into minus 1, because the aim was to first find the x coordinate of k, which is minus 1, but when we put it there, it's minus into minus. That's why it's going to be x plus 1. Is everybody happy about that? So if that's the case, then let's continue working. Okay, so now what I'm going to do now, I'm going to say for this guy here, I need to say y is equals to, expand the bracket, x plus 1 into x plus 1, then this is x minus 1. So let's use the FOIL method to find this, the first one. So this will be x times x is x squared, and then we have x times 1 is x, x times 1 is x, which will give us plus 2x plus 1. So this guy, we need to still multiply that by x minus 1. Right, so this will be y is equals to, we multiply everything inside the bracket by x first, which will give us x squared plus 2x squared plus x. Then now we multiply everything by minus 1, because we started with this x to multiply everything inside that trinomial by x. Then we multiply everything by minus 1. This will give us minus x squared minus 2x and minus 1. Let's add the like terms. This will be okay, let's fix this first. It's x times x squared, which is x to the power 3, so this will be to the power 3. Let's group the like terms. I have x squared plus, guys, what's going on here? Please just give me a second. Okay, let's continue. We said that this is x squared plus 2x, so we first multiplied everything by the bracket. I'm just gonna erase this. Let's rewrite this. Can you see, guys? It's normal to make mistakes. You just have to go through your solution again, just to make sure that everything is good. So what do we have here? This will be y is equals to x squared times x, it's x to the power 3, and then x squared times 2x is give us positive 2x squared. Then x times 1 is just x. Then multiply everything by negative, so this will be negative x squared minus 2x minus 1. So the like terms here it's minus 2x and x squared, so this will give me y is equals to, okay, let's not put the brackets this time. So this will be y is equal to x to the power 3. Then I need to say 2x squared minus x squared. What is that equals to? So when I say 2x squared minus x squared, this gives me, I have 2x squared minus x squared. I'm not sure, guys, there's something here because I'm trying to make this to make sense, but it's not working. So now I see my mistake. I'm very sorry, guys. I'm very sorry. I don't think this thing of making, okay, let's go back and fix that mistake. So this tells us that we are wasting time. Yeah? I'm very sorry. I know that even on your site you are not happy about the mistakes that you are currently making, but will improve as times goes. So this tells you that you are noting down the mistakes and make sure that you don't repeat the same mistake. So this is minus 3. So this will be y is equals to 2x squared. You see, another mistake. X squared plus 2x plus 1. Then we multiply everything by the x minus 3. Right, so y is equals to x times x squared, it's x to the power 3, then plus 2x squared, because we are multiplying everything inside the bracket by x, then plus x. Then now let's multiply by minus 3. This will give us everything that side by minus 3. What do we get when we multiply everything by minus 3? So we said this is x squared plus 2x plus 1. We multiply this by x minus 3. So now this will give us negative what? 3x squared. Né? Negative 3x squared. Then we're going to have negative 6x, then negative 3. Let's look at the like terms. Let's look and see if we have any like terms. Do we have the like terms? Yes. These two guys, it's 2x squared minus 3x squared. I think you can see that now. I'm trying to move slowly so that we don't repeat the mistake. So this will be y is equals to x to the power 3. So 2x squared and minus 3x squared will give us negative x squared. X minus 6, it's minus 5x. Then I have minus 3. So each and every time you make mistakes, guys, please don't get angry at yourself, né? But just go back and see, because now when I was solving this, I was looking at if I'm getting that. Then when I see that no, I'm not getting what they are looking for, this tells me that I have made a mistake somewhere. Then I need to fix that mistake. Okay, So let's look at what we have on the next question. They want us to calculate the value of n, the coordinates of n. Let's look at what is the coordinates of n. This is my n here, which is my turning point. How do we find the turning point? We find the derivative, equate that derivative to 0 and solve for x. Then you're going to get your coordinates of the TP. So let's quickly work on that, ladies and gents. So this will be my f at x. It's equals to x to the power 3 minus x squared minus 5x minus 3. So if I find the derivative of this, I need to equate the derivative to 0, which is 3x squared minus 2x minus 5, equate that to 0. So after equating to 0, we can factorize this. This is 0. I'm going to have 3x this side. Then, can we... Okay, 3x this side, then I'm going to have x this side. The factors of 5 is just 5 and 1. So it's 5 and 1. Let me teach you how to choose where is the 5 going and where is the 1 going next. Or I'll give you another way to factorize, don't worry. So now if I put the 1 this side, okay, let's start with 5. Let's say I put 5. What is 3 times 5? It's 15. 3 times 5 is 15. Is 15 close to 2? Nope, that won't work. So then the 5 will never go that side. You see? Simple. Let me put 1 this side. What is 3 times 1? Is 3. Is 3 close to 2? Yes. Then the 1 will go that side. The 5 goes this side. So now remember we need to get what? Remember we need to get, so this will be 3x, which should be what? The 3x should be positive, so that when we minus that 5x, we get minus 2x. So if you solve for x, 3x is equals to 5, or x is equals to minus 1. Therefore, this side x is equals to 5 over 3. Okay, so now we know that the x is equal to minus 1 is the coordinate of that turning point. Already we know this one is the coordinate of that m. So this is for m and this will be for n. So now we have the n, we need to find the corresponding y value. How do we find the corresponding y value? We need to find f at 5 over 3, which will be, on the original equation, it's x 5 over 3, this is to the power 3, minus, where there's x, I put 5 over 3, squared, minus 5 into 5 over 3, minus 3. So when you punch this on the calculator, what do you get? Already I have this as 5 over 3. What is the corresponding value of n? Let me quickly put this on the calculator. Okay, so when I put this on the calculator, I get my answer as this is negative, which makes sense, negative 256 over 27. You know that when you are in an exam and you write a question, you answer a question and you get this kind of values, you feel like whatever that you are doing is wrong. Then you start to panic. No, just go back, verify your steps, then you'll see that everything is good. Nah? Okay. So now they are asking for which values of x will f at x be less than 0. We're going to continue and work on that. Okay, so let's work on the next question. They are asking for which values of x will f at x less than 0. So I'm going to explain what they need from you. So they are asking, I'm sorry guys, they are asking where is this the graph of f at x below the x-axis. This means that where is this graph below x-axis? Okay, let's quickly work on that. I'm just going to highlight where the graph is below the x-axis. Look at this. This point, the graph is below, and the graph is still below the x-axis all up until that point. So you know what you can, you know how you can answer, how you can write your answer. This is what you can say. You can say that x must be, we know that x must be less than 3, and maybe you can give them from this point going that side to this point going that side. You can say x must be less than 3 and x must be greater than that x value we set. What is k? Let's quickly go and remind ourselves what was the value of k. The value of k was -1. So the x coordinates here, it's -1 and 0. Or x must be greater than -1. You can give them like that, or you can give them from this point going in that direction. So, or this is, please make sure that you write both of these answers. So x must be less than 3 and greater than -1, or x must be, it takes from this point going in that side. X must be less than -1. So, or x must be less than -1. And that's it for this question. This is how you answer your question. Right. So, for which values of x is the graph of x be concave up? For where is this graph concave up? Remember the concavity. To find the point of the concavity, if we say concave up, your second derivative must be greater than 0. This is for concave up. If they say concave down, your second derivative must be less than 0. So let's quickly work on this one. For concave up, what is there? I'm just going to go and remind myself of what was the first derivative. So the first derivative was x squared minus f at x, or f squared, 3x squared minus 2x minus 5. So this will be f prime. We know that f prime of x was equals to, what was this? 3x squared minus 2x minus 5. So this is what we have. Then we need to find the second derivative. Let's derive this. The second derivative must be what? Must be greater than 0. So if we derive this, will be 6x minus 2. This guy must be greater than 0. This is an inequality. Let's solve the inequality. 6x minus 2 must be greater than 0. Therefore 6x, the 2 comes this side to be positive. Divide both sides by that 6. Divide both sides by 6. Therefore, x must be greater than 1 over 3. X must be greater than 1 over 3. Then this equation will be concave up. Right. So, hey, look at this. I thought we are done with 9.4. Then finally, we're going to do the last question. But when I look at this, 6 marks tells us that there's too much work that needs to be done. So I'm just going to try and squeeze this problem right here on the space that we have. This is 9.4. Determine the maximum vertical distance. So vertical is very important. Maximum means you're going to find the f prime. You're going to find the derivative. I'm going to explain how this works. Let's not say the derivative of x, but we need to derive. When we see the maximum, we need to derive. But first thing first, look at this. They want us to find the vertical distance between the graph of f and f at x in the interval. We are coming back to the interval. We'll talk about this. For now, let's talk about the vertical distance. So now, if they say the vertical distance between the graph of f and f prime. So you know what I'm going to do? I'll assume that f is on top because they started writing f. So if this is a point that is on f, there is going to be the top one, and then this is a point that will be on f prime, which is going to be the bottom point. Remember, we focus on the y. So this is for f, this is for f prime, and they want us to find the vertical distance. So since they're talking about the vertical distance, our d for distance will be the graph that is on top, which is f at x. So I'm just going to write the equation of f at x, which is x squared minus x squared, x to the power 3 minus x squared minus 5x minus 3. Then we minus the one that is on bottom. And the one that is on bottom is the derivative. Remember, the derivative was 3x squared minus 2x minus 5. So I'm going to minus my derivative, which is 3x squared. I'm just going to remove this here. Okay, we're going to minus 3x squared into minus 2x minus 5. Close the bracket. So what is this? What is the distance? The distance is x to the power 3 minus x squared minus 5x minus 3. Multiply out the bracket with the negative of minus 3x squared plus 2x plus 5. Do we have the like terms? Let's quickly check on that. Do we have the like terms? Yes. The minus x squared and the minus 3x squared will give us minus 4x squared. And then the minus 5x and the positive 2x will give us the minus 3x. And then we have the minus 3 that we need to add with 5, which will give us positive 2. Let's quickly write the final distance. So the distance is equals to x to the power 3 minus x squared, then minus 5x and plus 2x. We set this. Hey, we are making another mistake. Let's quickly fix that now. So it's minus x squared and minus 3x. We said this will be minus 4x squared, then minus 5x and positive 2x. That gives us negative 3x. Then we have minus 3 plus 5, which gives us positive 2. So this is my distance. So once you get the vertical distance, to find the maximum, you find the derivative of that distance and solve for x. So we need to find we need to derive. So we need to derive, I'm just going to call this d prime at x, because we need to derive in terms of x. The distance in terms of x will be 3x squared minus 8x minus 3. That's the derivative. Then you take your derivative, you equate it to 0. When you see the weight maximum, just know that find the derivative, equate that derivative to 0. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to factorize this. So I'm going to factorize this. This is 3x, then the other side is x. Okay, then this is 3x, I have the other side as x, and then the factors of 3 is just 3 and 1. But now I need to put, remember it's 3 and 1. So if I put the 1 this side, this will be 3 times 1, which is 3. 3 is not close to 8. So I need to consider putting the 3 this side, because 3 times 3 will give me 6, and 6 is close to 8. So the 3 will go to the other side. So if you are happy with that, let's continue working on this one. This one will be positive 1. Then now what happens is that we need to choose which one will be positive, which one will be negative. So now this is, what was this? This was minus 3. So this tells me that since this is negative, 1 should be positive, 1 should be negative. So now 3 times 3, guys, 3 times 3 is 9. So this tells us that we need to put the 9 to be negative so that when we add that 1, we get minus 8x. So if we have it like this, please, you can pause the lesson and try to factorize this using your own method. So x is equal to 3, or the value of x is equal to negative 1 over 3. Okay, everything is good now. So now that we have the value of x, we need to find the maximum vertical distance. Now we can use this interval. The set x must be less than 0 and greater than minus 1. So we can see that this 3 is not in that interval. The one that we need to use is this one, minus 3 minus 1 over 3. So if you put that on the calculator, the minus 1 over 3, you'll see that is between 0 and minus 1 over 3. So that's what we're going to use. To find the maximum distance, this is what you're going to do. You're going to substitute that value in the original equation of one of these two equations. So I'm just going to choose my f at x now. So the maximum distance, I'll choose f at x. So this will be f at minus 1 over 3. It's equals to, so on this f at x, where there's x, I'll put negative 1 over 3. So this is to the power 3 minus 1 over 3. This is squared minus 5 into minus 1 over 3 minus 3. Did we do it right? No, we did not do it right, because remember, this is the maximum distance. We can't use f at x, but the formula of the maximum distance. This is not making sense, but when we substitute, because now we are looking for what? We are looking for the maximum distance, so we need to substitute this using that equation, not the f at x, but we know what is d. So to find the maximum distance on that equation, we substitute that, which will be minus 1 over 3 to the power 3 minus 4 into minus 1 over 3 squared minus 3 into minus 1 over 3 plus 2. You just have to punch that on the calculator to get your maximum distance. So what I got on my side, let me quickly put this, minus into minus 1 over 3 into to the power 3 minus 4 into minus 1 over 3 squared minus 3 into minus 1 over 3 plus 2. So this gives me 68 over 27, but when I write it in decimal form is 2.52 units. So that's the maximum distance. I'm so happy that we finally doing the final question of the paper, because it's been a very long 3 hours. Now we are about to do this paper for 4 hours, but remember, in an exam you only have 3 hours. So on my side I'm explaining, so I can't complete this in 3 hours. So let's try to analyze what is going on this question, what we are given. So this is probability, and on the probability they say that the flags from 4 African countries, so we have 4 African countries and 3 European countries, were displayed in a row during what? 2021 Olympics. Determine the total number of possible ways in which all the 7 flags from these countries could be displayed. All the 7 flags. So this one, I think, is an easy one, because we are looking for what? 7 factorial. Okay, so this is just 7 factorial. Please don't get confused on this one. How can this be displaced? If you still remember that, to answer this one, let us not stress about this one. You just take that 7 and you say factorial, you punch that on the calculator. So 7 factorial is equals to, this gives us 5040. Right, the next question, maybe this is where we're going to do the work. Calculate the probability that the flags from the African countries were displaced next to each other. Let me try to explain what is going on here. Né? So, first thing first that we're going to discuss on this one, the first thing that we need to focus, to put our focus on, is to identify the arranging the group. So now, look at this. Remember, we have 4 African countries. So, we're going to have the 4 factorial. So, this 4 factorial is the one that we're going to use to arrange what? The groups. Oh, now I have so much energy because we are doing the last question. So, we're going to use this to arrange what? The groups, because there are 4 African countries. Okay, so from there we treat the 4 African as one block. I hope you guys understand. This 4 African here, the 4 African countries, we're going to treat them as one block. Right. So now, why? Because we need to displace them next to each other. So we're just going to treat them as one block. So if we treat this as one block, what do we have now? We have one African block, and then we still have 3 European flags. European flags. So now we have 1 and 3, which gives us what? A total of 4. So I think you guys understand where is the 4 factorial coming from. So these are the arranging group. That's the first factorial. So now let's talk about that arranging inside the block, inside that one block. Né? So inside the African block, the flags can still move around. The flag can still move around. Remember, let's say I have A, B, C, D. These are my flags. The second, maybe we can say this is B, A, D, C. Or you can have D, C, B, A, and so on. So this tells you that these are what? These are the number of ways. Number of ways. So the number of ways, also we have what? We have it as 4 factorial. That's how we can arrange the flags inside the block. So now you can know that to find the probability that the flags from the African countries were displaced next to each other is going to be, first thing first, this will be 4 factorial multiplied by that 4 factorial. So because you know where is this 4 factorial coming from, we treated African block as one block and the European as 3. So now this other 4 is the number of ways. So when we punch this on the calculator, what do we get? 4 factorial multiplied by 4 factorial. So this is 576. So therefore, to find the probability that we have the African flag AF together is equals to, we need to take that 576 divided by the number of ways that all the 7 flags from these countries could be displaced. So we're going to divide this by 540, 5040. Then you punch this on the calculator and get your probability. So this is 0.11. And that's it for that question. Okay, so now let's work on the next one. The next question says that, I'm not sure if we'll be, I think we can work it down here. So let's look at what we are given. A and B are 2 independent events. So when we say events are independent, what I need you to remember is that the probability of A and B, it's equals to the probability of the product of these two events. You just have to multiply them. If they say two events are independent, you just, to find the probability of the intersection, you multiply what? You multiply the two probabilities. You'll see when we start working on example, why do you need to know that? Okay, so calculate, or the probability of A is 0.4 and the probability of A or B is 0.88. They want us to find the probability of B, but my question is that what is the formula for the probability of A or B? And I think it's also there on the formula sheet. Do we have the formula sheet here? Yes, let's quickly verify that. Do you have the probability? Do they give you the formula for probability? Yes, they do. Look at this. The probability of A or B, it's equals to the probability of A plus the probability of B minus the intersection. So I'm just going to write it down, that formula. So this will be the probability of A. We add the probability of B, you minus the intersection. The probability of A times B. The probability of A and B. That's what the formula is saying. Let's substitute. We know what is the probability of A or B. It's 0.8. Why don't we leave this space for the last question? But it's fine. Let's work. So this will be 0.88. It's equal to the probability of A also. We know that the probability of A is 0.4. So I'm just going to substitute this as 0.4. And we are looking for the probability of B. But now, what is the probability of A and B? Remember they said that this is an independent event. So the probability of A and B is just the probability of A multiplied by the probability of B, which is 0.4B. So where does this? I can substitute this as 0.4 times the probability of B. So now we only have the probability of B. We can work this thing out. Né? So now what I'm going to do now, what can we do next? Take the 0.4 to the other side, which gives us 0.88 minus 0.4. It's equals to, this is 1 minus 0.4, because remember we have 1 on front of that. It's 1 minus 0.4, which is 0.6. So this will be 0.6, the probability of B, and this gives us 0.48. Equate this to that 0.6. Let's divide both sides by 0.6. I think that was easy, né? Therefore, what is the probability of B? What do you get on your calculator? So when I put this on the calculator, I get my answer as 0.8. Right, I hope you are happy about that. Now, we close to completing this question. Please just stay more last 10 minutes, né? And we'll be done with the problem. Okay, there are 20 passengers on board on an aeroplane. Passengers have a choice to choose between meat sandwich, okay, all right, so now we said that passengers have a choice between meat sandwich or a cheese sandwich, but more passengers will choose a meat sandwich. Please keep that in mind. Let's quickly highlight that part because it's very important. They said that but more passengers will choose a meat sandwich. So I'm just gonna highlight that. Okay, so now they say there are only 120 sandwiches available to choose from. The probability that the first passenger choose a meat sandwich and the second passenger choose a cheese one, it's 18/5. Calculate the probability that the first passenger will choose a cheese sandwich. You know what I'm going to do? Let's calculate this using a tree method, a tree diagram method. Né? So on the tree diagram method, we need to understand the probability that the first person choose a meat or a cheese. Né? Let's write this down. So this will be first passenger right, and we're going to have the second passenger. Let's do this on the tree diagram. So it's either the first one will take meat or, okay, let me, guys, this is injury time. This is the last question. This is the last question. Eh? So this is, it's either the first one will choose meat or cheese. Then the second passenger, it's either they will choose meat or cheese. This one, it's either they will choose meat or cheese. So it's like saying, if the first one take meat, what is the probability of the second one getting meat or cheese? If the first one choose cheese, what is the probability of the second one taking meat or cheese? Let's work on that. So now, what we know is that there are 120 passengers. So what will be the probability of that the first one choose cheese? We don't know. We're just going to let that to be x over 120. Right. So now, remember that this is done without replacement because they said that they are only 120 sandwiches. So you can't just go back and repeat. Everyone has to get a sandwich. So since there are only 120, this tells you that if the first person took a meat sandwich, this tells us that the second one, the probability of the second one will be that 120. We minus that x, and this is over 20. So now we're only interested in what? We're only interested in the probability that the first passenger will choose a cheese sandwich. The first passenger will choose a cheese sandwich. But now this becomes more complicated because I'm given the probability that the probability that the first passenger choose meat and the second passenger choose cheese. So I'm going to go like this because I need to use that probability. I need to use this. So I'll go like this. The first passenger choose meat sandwich is going to be this part. And then the second passenger choose a cheese one is going to be this part because this is for the second one. Remember? So what will be the probability that the second one choose what? The second one choose the cheese one. Remember that if the first one already take meat, the second one, the probability of the second one, it's 120. We minus what? We minus x over the total number of the sandwiches that are left. This guy already took one. Okay? So this tells you that we no longer have 120, but we have 119. This is without replacement. And they're saying that the probability of these two events, we know that we multiply them, they give us, they said it's 18 over what? 18 over 85. So let's write that down. We know that the probability that the first one choose the meat and the second one, I'm not sure how I can write this, the second one choose cheese, is given as what? 18 over 85. But we know that the probability, we just multiply those two, which is x over 120. We multiply that by 120 minus x over 119 and equate this to 118 over 85. We just have to work on that problem and find the answer. Okay, so now what we're going to do, let's quickly multiply everything on top by x there. This will give me 120x, then minus x squared. Then I know that I have the 120 and this, so I'm going to say 120 multiply that 120 by what? By 119. What do you get? So this gives us 120 multiplied by 119, which is 14,280, and this is equated to 18 over 85. Okay, so now I hope we are doing this right now. Let's cross multiply. I just hope that what we are doing here is right. Let's cross multiply. So we're going to take the 85 multiply the 120x minus x squared, equate these two. We take the 18, we need to multiply the 14,280. Right, so now I'm just going to divide both sides by 85, divide both sides by 85. So now I have 120x minus x squared, it equals to, so what is 18 times 14,280, and that divide by 85, this gives us 3,024. Okay, so when I have it like this, the 3,024, we can rewrite this as negative x squared minus 120x, then minus 3,024, this is equal to 0. Then if we divide everything by negative, we have x squared minus plus 120x plus 3,024 is equal to 0. So let's factorize this. Guys, this is a very big number. I don't know how to factorize this, but I'm just gonna use the quadratic equation. I'm just gonna put this on my quadratic equation. I'm going to teach you how to factorize this. Minus b plus or why are we going so far while we have the quadratic equation here on the formula sheet? I guess this is our lucky day. Look at this. I'm just gonna substitute. I know that the value of a there is 1, the value of b it's 120, and the value of c is 3,024. So x will be minus, where there's b, I need to put 120 plus or minus the root of b squared. Where there's b, we need to put what? 120 squared minus 4 into a and into c. Divide everything by 2 into 1. So look at this. When you punch this on the calculator, I get x is equals to, okay, let me quickly put this on the calculator. Okay, so this gives me 85, or x is equals to x is equals to 36. Right, so now look at this. If x is 85, this tells us that our factor is x minus 85, and if x is 36, our other factor is x minus 36. So please, you see this, don't put it on the calculator, on your answer sheet, because there's a mark for factors. Most of the time, sometimes they might give you the mark for the factors, but if there's no mark for the factors, then you can use the equation. So x is equal to 85 or x is equal to 36. So the question said, find the probability that the first passenger will choose a cheese sandwich. So now this one, we know that if they say the first passenger will choose a cheese, remember that the first passenger is this times that, ne? But if you go back to the statement that say, but more passengers will choose meat sandwich. More passengers will choose meat sandwich. So this tells us that this x here is the probability of those who choose meat, and this one, this 36, because it's legs, is the probability of those who choose cheese. So can you see, not the probability, the number of the learners that choose cheese, passengers. I always like to work with learners, that's why I'm saying learners. They said, but more passengers will choose a meat sandwich. So we look at this. So x is 85. This tells us that 85 passengers, they choose meat, and 36 they choose cheese. So to find the probability that the first person take cheese, it's equals to, we take the number of learners that take cheese divide by the total number of the passengers, which is 36 over 120. Put that on the calculator, I get 3 over 10. So 3 over 10, you can also put it as a decimal form. And that's it for this problem. This was the last problem of this question paper. I hope you guys enjoyed the lesson, even though we made a lot of mistakes, but luckily we were able to fix our mistake. Né? And that's it. This is how you collect all the marks. I know that we're going to make even mistake when we are in an exam, but please, let's try to make less mistakes. Please make sure that you relax when you write your exam. And that's it for this lesson. This is where we're going to stop the lesson. Please make sure that when you work through this lesson, try to go step by step. Thank you guys for watching the lesson. If you enjoyed the lesson and this is your first time watching the lesson, our lesson, make sure that you hit the subscription button and join the family. We'll make sure that you feel at home. So when you subscribe, you'll be able to see our next lesson. So on our next lesson, we're going to discuss paper 2. On the next lesson, we'll do the sub-exam for paper 2. Hi guys, as requested, we're going to do videos on past papers, but we'll focus on sub-exam papers. So this one is the one for 2018, February or March. This is a supplementary paper, February or March 2018. So it's very important that you read the instruction. Make sure that you read the instruction. They say read the following instruction carefully before answering the question. First thing first, this question paper consists of 11 questions. Answer all the questions and so on. It's fine, but the only instruction that I'm interested in is number 8. Not number 8, number 7. This one. So I'm interested in number 7. If necessary, round off answers to 2 decimal places unless stated otherwise. So it's fine. We can start with the first question. Question 1. So we're going to answer these questions. Right. Question 1. I need you to open this question paper. Then I'm just going to use the notebook to answer all the questions. Right. Let us quickly go on this other side. I'm just going to start with 1.1, solving for x. Right. So this is question 1. Okay. So on question 1, okay, this is for question 1. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so this is question 1. So question 1, we are given x squared This is 1.1.1 x squared minus 6x minus 16. They say this is equal to 0 and they want us to solve for x. So we can see that it will be easy for us to solve for x, and to solve for x we need the factors of 16. So I'm just going to list down the factors of 16. I'm not sure if I should go through how you find the factors, because I think so far everyone understands how to find the factors of 16. I can just go and list the factors of 16, or I can just factorize this, then it's fine. So I'll only explain things that I feel like, okay, this one I need to explain. Okay, right. So on this one, if we factorize this, we're going to have something like this. So this will be my x, this is my x. I know that the factors of 16, that when I add or subtract them, they give me 6. I know it's 8 and 2. So I'm just going to write 8 this side and 2 on the other side. So now, since 16 is negative, this tells me that the other one should be negative, the other one should be positive. But remember, the bigger number should take the sign of the middle number. So this will be negative and this will be positive. This is equal to 0. Therefore, we can say that x minus 8 is 0, or x plus 2 is equal to 0. Then we can solve for x. X is equal to 8, or x is equal to minus 2. This was easy. Now we can move to the next question. So before we move to the next question, it's very important that we discuss how they mark this question. So first thing first, you're going to get 1 mark. This is out of 3 marks. 1 mark for factors. 1 mark for factors. Then another mark for saying x is minus 2, and a mark for saying x is equal to 8. So it's very important to factorize. Make sure that your factors are right. Then you're going to collect all the 3 marks. Right. So now can we quickly move to the next question? So the next question, guys, we always talk about this. We always talk about this question where they say that correct to 2 decimal place. Wherever they say you must solve for x and they say correct to 2 decimal place, just know that the examiner is telling you to do what? He's telling you to use, the examiner is telling you to use the quadratic equation. So this is the given question on the question paper. So when they say correct to 2 decimal place, that statement tells you that use the formula for quadratic, the quadratic formula, where x is equal to minus b plus or minus the square root of b squared minus 4ac, everything divided by 2a. Right. Then from there, what we're going to do is that we just need to list down the values of a, the values of b, the values of c. Sometimes they can just give you maybe this equation, and let's say the equation is not in standard form. It's very important that you first try to put the equation in standard form. But already it is given in standard form. We can just do what? We can just list the value of a as 2, the value of b as 7, and the value of c as minus 1. Then we can use the formula to substitute all the values. Minus 7 plus or minus the square root of b, which is 7 squared, minus 4 into the value of a, 2, and the value of c is minus 1. So we can take this, divide by 2a, which is 2 into 2. So now I want you guys to write, don't miss this step. Please also include this step where you're going to say minus 7 plus or minus, then work whatever that is inside the bracket. 7 squared is 49, therefore minus is going to be 49. Negative and negative will cancel, so it's 49 times 4 times 2 is 8. 49 plus 8 is 57. So inside the square root we have 57. So it's very important to write this step. Don't just say x is equal to, you punch that on the calculator. No, also include the step. So this will be 0.14, or x is equal to negative 3.64. Remember they said we must do what? We need to factorize this in, the answer in 2 decimal form. Right, guys. I hope I'm not moving fast. The next one now, how do we mark this? So that is very important. When they want you, sometimes, guys, you must pay attention. Sometimes they can give you a mark for writing down the formula. So always write down the formula but for this one, they just gave 1 mark for the correct substitution, then 1 mark for writing this. That's why I say it's very important to include that step. Then another mark for these 2 values. So now this step, I'm going to highlight this one. Number 1, do not leave that step. Always write the quadratic formula. Then number 2, do not leave this step. Always include that step. So sometimes if they don't mark step 2, they're going to mark number 1 by writing down the formula. So now, if you manage to do this, then so far you have 4 plus 3. Now you have 7 marks. Right, 7 marks. Then we can say 143 marks to go. Right, now let's go to 1.2. So on 1.2, this one has to do with inequalities. Right, this one has to do with inequalities. Okay, so we're just going to say this has to do with inequalities. Let's quickly write down the question, which says x squared. I'm sorry. Okay, we're just going to move fast, guys. This is 1.2. 1.2, where I have x squared minus 25 less than 0. Therefore, this one we can just I know that you guys already know how to factorize this. The factors of 25, it's 5 and 5. The other one is negative, the other one is positive. This thing is less than 0. Therefore, we have CVs. The critical values will be minus 5 and 5. So the critical values is minus 5 and 5. Then we need to do what? We draw our number line. So now minus 5 comes this side, 5 on the other side. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to check. I'm going to take any number. You must take any number between minus 5 and 5 and substitute it on the original equation. It's fine. We can do that on this side, on the other side. We can quickly do that and say we choose 0. Let's choose 0. Where does x, put 0. If x is equal to 0, we're going to have 0 squared on the original equation minus 25. This will give us what? Will give us negative 25. So this tells us that the solution between these two numbers is negative. So if you choose any number from 5 going that side, you can choose what? You can choose 6. So it's going to be 6 squared minus 25. 6 squared is 36 minus 25. The answer is positive. So our solution from this point going that side is positive. This tells you that the other side will be positive. So they are looking for where this thing is less than 0. Where is your solution less than 0? Our solution is less than 0 between these two numbers. So x must be less than 5 and x must be greater than minus 5. This tells you that it's from, if this is minus 5 and this is 5, basically it's from this point, but it's not included. We can use an open circle to that point, which is also not included. Right, I think this one is easy. Right, this one is easy. But if we can go back to the question, let us quickly go back to the question. They say that list all the integers that are the solution to this, all the integers. When they say all the integers, basically they want you to give us all the numbers that when we substitute x, we'll get a negative answer. All those numbers, we need to list them down. So to do that, we can just say to list those all the possibilities. It's fine. We can do it this side, so that okay, it's fine. You need to check first. You need to check what do you get if you, let's say we substitute 0. So we're going to get our answers negative 25. So then x is equal to 0. I'm going to list them here. X is equal to 0. Then I move to the next number. If I substitute 1, also I'm going to get a negative because 1 minus 25 is negative. Then x is also a value. So 2 squared, until I get the number that will give us a positive, then I'm going to stop there. 3 squared is 9 minus, still we get the negative, so 3 it's also the value. Let's go to 4. So 4 squared is 16, still 16 minus 25 is negative, going to include 4. But now x is equal to 5. I can't include 5. Why? Because 5 squared minus 25 is 0, and 0 is not less than 0. Right? So no, 0 is not less than 0, but 0 is equal to 0. So now we are done. We're going to stop here. Let's try and find the negative side. So let's start with negative 1. X is minus 1. Where there's, remember, any number, remember, because of that to the power 2. Because of to the power 2, any number that we put there, it will be positive. So it will be same values but with negative signs. So also minus 2 will work because it will give us the same answer when x is equal to 2. And also minus 3 will work, and also minus 4 will work. So minus 4 will be the last one. So to write this, maybe you can write it like this and say, therefore, x must be an element of minus 4, minus 3, minus 2, minus 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Okay, 4, then you are done. Okay guys, on the next video we'll continue with 1.3 and 1.4. Okay, so now let's do 1.3. This is part 2 of question 1. So on 1.3, the first thing that I'm going to do is to name my equation as equation 1 and equation 2. So now the aim is to check which one is linear. We see that that will be equation 1. We need to take the linear and make one of the variable subject of the formula, and it will be easy for us to take equation 1. So we're going to say from equation 1, we're going to make x subject of the formula because it's the variable that has the coefficient of 1. So it will be easy to isolate x. So x is equals to the 2y will come this side to be positive. We still have minus 1. We can name this thing as equation 1a. Right. So from there, now we can sub in. That is the next step. We can just sub in equation 1a into we can sub in equation 1a into equation 2. Right. So when we say you sub in, I know that you already know this. You just have to, where there's x, you must put what? The 2y minus 1, which is squared. Then I still have minus 7 minus y squared is equal to minus y. Then from there, what I'm going to do, I have to expand the brackets first. So this is where you can make a mistake. And I know that you guys know how to solve simultaneous equation. But the issue, remember, the purpose of this video is to highlight things that you must pay attention on. When you are multiplying out the bracket, make sure that you check your signs and everything. Also, when you combine the like terms. So this will be 4y squared. 4y squared. Then we'll have minus 4y plus 1. I need you to verify that. Then minus y squared is equals to minus y. So now I just have to group the like terms, which is 4y squared. I'm going to group it with minus y squared. Then I have minus 4y. I can group this with positive y because the y will come this side to be positive. Therefore, I still have minus 1 minus 7 to be equal to 0. So adding the like terms, this will give me 3y squared. Then I have minus 3y. Then plus 6. No, not plus 6, but minus 6. Right. So let's quickly erase that. We can erase this and say this is 3y. Okay, we have this as 3y minus 6 is equal to 0. Yes, we can factorize this. I know it's easy, but now the best way to do this is to divide everything by 3 so that we can have the y squared minus y minus 6 is equal to 0. No, not minus 6, but minus 3 to be equal to 0. Right, now the factors of 3. Wait, guys, what is 6 divided by 2? 6 divided by 2, 6 divided by 3 is 2. So that will be 2. So we're going to minus 2. Now we can factorize this. So to factorize this, I have y. The factors of 2 is 2 and 1. But since the constant value is negative, this tells me that the other one will be negative, the other one will be positive. But this will take the number of the bigger number will take the sign of the middle number. And this will be positive, which is equal to 0. Therefore, y is equal to 2 or y is equal to minus 1. So now what we have to do is that we need to solve. We need to solve for what? We need to solve for x. We're going to start with, let's say for y is equal to 2. What is x equal to? Remember, x is equal to 2y minus 1. So where there's y, we can put 2 to find the corresponding value of x. The corresponding value of y, which is x, will be equal to 3. Therefore, we need to do the same for if y is equal to minus 1. Remember, x is equal to 2y minus 1. So where there's y, I need to sub in. We need to sub in what? Minus 1. So we're going to have this as x is equal to 2 into minus 1, which is x is equal to minus 3. I hope everyone is with me on that. So now let's discuss how they mark this. Remember, the purpose of this video is to make sure that you understand how also which steps are important when you are solving for this. So the first one, this is the starter. If you can't manage to do like this, then you won't manage to collect the marks, because this is the first thing that you must master in order for you to collect all these marks. Therefore, the correct substitution, you're going to get a mark for the correct substitution. Then the correct standard form. Make sure that when we say the correct standard form, the one that you're going to do what? The one that you're going to factor, right? Which is this one. You must have that. Then you're going to get 2 marks for, let's say 1 mark for factors. Then you're going to get another mark for the y values and another mark for the x values. So in total, that is 6 marks. Right, I hope you guys are happy with that. So in total, this question has 6 marks. Right, so now I want us to move to the next one. Remember, our video should be less than 15 minutes long. Okay, so now on this one, which is this is 1.4. So on 1.4, when you solve something like this, let's say you have 3 to the power 2018, where, okay, plus 3 to the power 2016, everything divided by 3 to the power 2017. You know, the best way to solve this one is to check your denominator. Check the exponent. So can you see everything is to the power? The base is 3. So we can just take out the common factor. So my aim is to make sure that on top I create the 3 to the power 2017, so that the top can cancel the bottom. So in order to do that, I can write this as, I can change the 2018 and write it as 2017, because I want 2017, then I add the 1, because I know that 2017 plus 1 will give me that 2018. Now my aim is to take out 2017 out as a common factor, 3 to the power 2017. So this side I also have to create the 2017, and to create 2017, I know that if to create 2017, I know that if I take that 2017, then I subtract 1, I'll get 2016. Then now I can write this one on top and say, this is what? This is 3 to the power 2017. So now on top, guys, remember that we can write the top part to be 3 to the power 2017 times 3 to the power 1 plus 3 to the power 2017 times 3 to the power minus 1. Everything is divided by 3 to the power 2017. So basically we are using the laws of exponent. Remember the law of exponent that says when the base are the same, you must add the exponent. It says that if you have a to the n times a to the m, you add the exponent. So basically we are revising this law, right? So from there, what we can do, guys, we don't even have a space, it's fine. can I just write the final steps here? So I'm just going to write them here. I know that on top I have a common factor of 3 to the power 2017. Let us use a different color so that you guys can see. So now I'm going to take out the 3 to the power 2017 out. That's a common factor. Can you see I'm left with 3 to the power 1? Therefore, plus this is our common factor. We're left with 3 to the power 3 to the minus 1. And everything is divided by 3 to the power 2017. Right, now we can celebrate the 3 to the power 17. We can eliminate that. Then we are left with 3 plus. I can change that and write it like this. So now my aim is to make sure that the denominators are the same. I can multiply top and bottom by 3. 3 times 3 is 9, plus 1 is 10. So the answer should be 10 all over 3. So this is your final answer. I'm sorry guys, let's use the last. Okay, 4 minutes. Remember the software that I'm using only allows me to have a 15 minutes video. Let's use the last. Let's wait for, what is this? Let's use the last 4 minutes to answer 1.5. I think this is the last question of question 1. Oh yes, we can finish this one. This one we're going to move very fast. So this is what we are given. We are given 3 to the x. The root of 3x. Okay, let me quickly write this down. T at x. They say you are given t at x to be equal to what? The root of 3 to the x minus 5. This is divided by what? Let's quickly check. This is divided by x minus 3. This is all over x minus 3. And this is what it's given, x minus 3. So the first question says that, for which values of x will this expression be real? Guys, remember when we say the expression is real, it's when, so now that we have what is this? We have the square root. Now that we have the square root, we can quickly say whatever that is inside the square root. So to answer 1.5.1, whatever that is inside the square root must not be less than 0. So whatever that is inside the square root, because if for this to be real, for this equation to be real, we don't need a negative. So this must be greater or equal to 0. Then we can solve, or whatever that is on the denominator must not be equal to what? Must not be equal to 0. Because if it is equal to 0, this equation will be undefined. So now we can solve x this side and say 3x will be greater or equal to 5. Divide both sides by 3. Divide by 3. Therefore, x must be greater than 5 all over 3. That is the first answer. On the other side, x must not be equal to 3. So this is how you answer this question, guys. I just want to use the last 3 minutes. I'm sorry, I know that I'm moving fast. On the next video, we're going to start by showing you how these questions are marked. Okay, so on this one, this is 1.5.2, and they say that if the root of what? 3x minus 5 divided by x minus 3 is equal to 1. We need to solve for x. Remember, this is same as 1 all over 1. We can cross multiply and say x minus 3 it's equal to what? It's equal to the root of 3x minus 5. Then we can solve for x by squaring both sides. So you square both sides. Therefore, we can expand the bracket this side, expand the bracket on this side. Therefore, the square root cancel that side. We are left with 3x minus 5. So now, if we multiply out the bracket this side, we'll have x squared minus 6x plus 9. It's equal to 3x minus 5. Therefore, we can add the like terms and put this thing in standard form. So we can say x squared minus 6x minus 3x plus 9 plus 5. This will give us x squared minus 9x, and 9 plus 5 is 14 plus 14. It's equal to 0. So we can solve for x, and it's easy for us to solve for x. So to solve for x, we can just find the factors of 14. that when we add or subtract, they give us 9. And the factors of 14 is 7 and 2. So we can have x, which is 7 and 2. Right. So now, since it's negative, both of them should be, since the velocity is positive, both of them should be negative. Therefore, x is equal to 7, or the value of x is equal to 2. Right. I'm sorry, guys. I know that I'm moving fast, but hopefully on the next video we can start by showing how these questions are marked. Right, so these are the easiest questions. From now we are done with question 1. We'll move to question 2. Okay, guys, before we do part 1 of question 2, I think it's best if we also check how this question is marked, the 1.4 question. So on this question, there are many ways that you can use to solve for this question, but the most important part is the taking out the common factor. So if you can manage to take out this common factor here, you're going to get a mark for that. Then how many marks? This was 2 marks, right? A mark for that and a mark for the final answer. Then you'll have 2 marks, right? So let's quickly check on these other ones. How are you going to get? Remember, okay, it's fine for this one. This one is for 3 marks. So if you can manage to take whatever that is inside the square root and tell the examiner that this must be greater or equal to 0, you'll get a mark for that. Right, remember, I'm going to post this also on the module, just in case you want to see all the solutions. So you're going to get a mark for that. I want us to use rate. Okay, this is greater than, okay, sorry, this is greater than 0. Then 1 mark for taking whatever that is inside the square root and it says greater than or equal to 0. 1 mark for that. Then you'll get a mark for solving for x. Then you'll get a mark for saying x must not be equal to 3. Then you have the 3 marks. Right, on this one, you are given that this equation, the given equation is equal to 1. So I think you guys know, first thing first, if you can manage to arrive to this step where you're going to say the x minus 3 is equal to the root of 3x minus 5, you're going to get a mark for that. Then you can get a mark for squaring both sides. So let's say 2 marks here. You're going to get a mark for squaring both sides. Then you can just make sure that you expand the brackets. On the other side, you remove the square. Then you put this thing in standard form so that you can get another mark for that. Therefore, factors. Then now, there's something that we didn't do here. Remember, when we work with SATs, we need to check. So when we check, remember now, we need to check, because now if we don't check, we're going to lose the mark, the final mark. And when we check, we're going to say, let's say that I have x minus 3 to be equal to the root of what? The root of 3x minus 5. So I need to check that left hand side is equal to right hand side. So remember, x is equal to 7. So for x is equal to 7, we check if left hand side is equal to right hand side. So if the value of x is 7 minus 3, which is equal to the root of 3 into 7 minus 5. Right, so 7 minus 3, I think that is 4. This side will be 3 times 7. What is 3 times 7? That is 21. Therefore, we're going to say 21 minus 5. Right, I'm not sure. Let me quickly check. What is 21 minus 5? 21 minus 5 should give us 16. So we're going to have this as the root of 16. So 4 is equal to 4. Therefore, x must be equal to 7. That one is correct. So now we can check for what? We can quickly check when x is equals to negative 2. So to check when x is equal to negative 2, we have x minus 3 is equal to the root of 3x minus 5. Where there's x, I put 2 minus 3 is equal to the root of 3 into 2 minus 5. Therefore, this is minus 1. It's equal to, this side will be the root of 3 times 2 is 6. So 3 times 2 is 6 minus 1. This will be root 1. So minus 1 is equal to 1. Therefore, left hand side is not equal to right hand side. Therefore, we can conclude and say, therefore, x must not be equal to 2. Then another mark for saying that. Okay, so now let's quickly go to question 2. Let's quickly go to question 2. Okay, on question 2, it's fine. We'll start question 2. Okay, guys, welcome to question 2 of this question paper. So on question 2, they say that this is question 2. Right. So on question 2, this is 2.1. We are given a geometric sequence. So I'm just going to call this thing GS, geometric sequence, and the sequence is 30, 10, 10 over 3, and so on. So now, the first question, which is 2.1.1, they want us to determine the nth term. When they say determine the nth term, basically they want you to find the general term. The general term. And remember, what is the formula for geometric sequence? We need to write this thing. We need to find the formula and write it in the form of Tn is equals to AR n to the power AR to the power n minus 1. So we need to calculate the value of A. We know that the value of A is the first term. We need to calculate R. This is simple. Then we can just quickly and say find the general term. Let us quickly go and confirm. They say this is what? Find the nth term of the sequence. Is equal to 10 all over 729. So determine n term if the n term of the sequence. Okay. So now what we're going to do, first thing first, it's best if it's best if we do it like this. Let us quickly go back to our notebook. So to solve this problem, we're going to say that let's find the value of A. We know that the value of A is equals to what? The value of A is 30, and the value of R is equal to T2 all over T1. So to find R, we can say T2, which is 10, divided by T1, which will be 3. So it's T2 divided by 30. Therefore, this is the same as 1 all over 3. Therefore, the value of R is equal to 1 over 3. So now that we have the value of R, we have the value of A, we can find Tn. So we have Tn to be equal to what? Tn to be, where there's A, I substitute 30. Then where there's R, I can put 1 over 3, everything to the power n minus 1. Then now remember, they say we must find what? If we can go back to the question says find, determine n, if the nth term, so we have to take the nth term equated to 10 all over 729. So where there's Tn, we can substitute that as 10 all over 729 and say this is equals to what? This is 30 into 1 all over 3 n minus 1. Now we just have to solve this and we need to isolate n. So if we are working with something like this, it's best if we start by dividing both sides by 30. Right, dividing both sides by 30. Let me quickly get my calculator and see what we have. So if I divide both sides by 30, this 30 will cancel. Therefore, I'm left with 10 all over 729 divided by 30. This gives me 1 all over 2187, which is equal to 1 over 3 to the power n minus 1. Right. So this is what I have so far. But now I'm not sure. Can we change to, if on the calculator, I think we can change 2187. Okay, let's check what is 2187 equals to as an exponent. So that will be 3 to the power 7. I can write this thing as 1 all over 3 to the power 7. It's equals to what? Can I just change? Because now I know that if I have something like this, my aim is to solve for n. I can make the base to be the same. So to make the base to be the same, I can use the loss of exponent. Do you still remember that if we have
x to the minus 1, I can write this as 1 all over x. So I'm going to apply that law. The reverse of that law says I can write this as 3 to the power minus 7. I can write that as 3 to the power minus 1 and minus 1. We still have to multiply out the bracket with what? With negative. So that is negative, the exponent I mean. So this will be negative n plus 1. So the base are the same. We can just go straight and equate the exponents. So we can just say minus 7. Okay, let me quickly. Okay, right, minus 7. We can just say minus 7 is equal to minus n plus 1 and solve for n. Therefore, minus n is equal to minus 7 minus 1. Therefore, n is equal to 8. So the value of n is 8. That is the final answer. Right. So now that we have the final answer, the next question says that the next question says that the next question, let me quickly. Okay. So they say determine, they want us to calculate 30. This is 2 point. Okay, so now they want us to calculate, this is 2.1.2, 2.1.2, they want us to calculate what? 30 plus 10 plus 10 all over 3. So basically they want us, when we see the positive sign, it's like we are adding these numbers, but we don't know how many numbers are we going to add. So we need the sum to infinity. We are definitely going to calculate sum to infinity using the formula 1 a all over 1 minus r. And already we know what is the value of a, we know what is the value of r. The value of a is 30 and the value of r is 1 all over 3. We can just go to the sum to infinity and equate the value of a as 30 all over 1 minus 1 all over 3. Therefore, this can be written as what? You can just punch that on the calculator and say this is equal to 45, and this is your final answer. Then you can collect the marks. Right, I'm not sure, guys, if I should continue showing you how this thing is marked. Right, I'm not going to do 2.2 because 2.2, I think this one you should do that on your own. This is a proof, and I think so far we did a proof. You just go, okay, it's fine. I'm not going to do 2.3. I just want us, what is this, 2.2? I just want us to quickly go to question 3. Right, let's see. I want us to go to quickly question 3. Right, so now we're going to move to question 3. Right, you'll tell me if you want me to explain 2.2. Right, you can test me and say, okay, on the video you didn't do 2.2. I don't know how to do 2.2. Please explain 2.2. Right, so they say that question 3, the first 3 terms of an arithmetic sequence. So we are given the arithmetic sequence. Let's call this AS, and the sequence is minus 1, 2, and 5. So these are the terms. So question 3.1, they want us to determine the nth term of the sequence, which is the general term. Remember, the general term, we must use the formula A plus into n minus 1 times d. Therefore, Tn is equal to, where there's A, I must put minus 1 plus n minus 1 times d. What about d? D is the difference. So d is T2 minus T1. This is equal to d. So this is 2 minus inside the bracket with minus 1 is equal to d. Therefore, d should give us 3. So the value of d is 3. What we have to do, we just have to calculate where there's d, we put 3 and do what? And multiply out the brackets and add the like term. So Tn will be equal to minus 1 plus this is 3. So if we multiply out the bracket with 3, we'll have positive 3 minus 3. Then adding the like term will leave us with something like 3n minus 4. That is the final answer. Right. So this is easy. Then if we can move to, let's quickly move to question 3.4. Oh, sorry, 3.2. So on 3.2 on the question paper, they say that, let's quickly go and check. Question 2. Calculate T43. So basically when they want you to calculate term number 43, they want T43. 3. Remember that we have Tn, right? What is T43? Remember that Tn is equals to 3n minus 4. Remember, if you didn't get this one right, then you won't manage to do 3.2. So now, when we say T43, where there's n, you just put 43 and punch that on the calculator. You just put 43, punch that on the calculator and see what you have. The answer that you get, it will be your term number 43. So term number 43, if we punch it on the calculator, we'll get an answer of 125. This is the final answer. Right. So now, we still have 5 minutes before we can start another video. I think it's best if we do 3.3. Let's go back to 3.3. Let's see what is going on 3.3. They want us to evaluate the sum to, I'm not sure, is that 11 terms? Let's quickly zoom in. Okay, the sum to n terms. So they want us to find sum to n terms in terms of n, where k is equal to 1 for tk. So guys, remember that when I have something like this, I'm sorry. Okay, and now I can see that I'm tired. Okay, I'm tired. Okay, so now in order for us to find, okay, they say the sum, they want us to find, this is 3 point. Okay, let's do question. Okay, it's fine, we'll do question 3. Let's do this question 4, ne? Let's do this question 4. I'm just gonna make sure you read the statement, you understand the statement. They say that below the graphs, we have the graph of f at x, which is x minus 4 squared minus 9. It's a straight line G. So A and B are the x-intercept of f, and E is the turning point of f. Then we are also given C as the y-intercept for both f and g. So the x-intercept of J is D, and D is parallel to the x-axis. So DE is, to the y-axis. So the first question, they want us to do what? I think this one is how many marks? 2 marks. Write down the coordinates of E. So this is question 4. So this is question 4. Let's start. Okay, this is question 4. Right. Question 4.1. They want us to write the coordinates of E. So I know that if we can go back to this, if we can go back to what? To the graph. Let's check E. According to the given equation, remember that the graph of f at x, it can be in this form. The standard formula for the graph, I'm not sure if you guys still remember this, but f at x, it can be written in the form of a into x plus or minus p squared plus q. So E is your turning point, and the coordinates of turning point is p is to q. So now we just have to check what is p. To find the value of p, we take whatever that is inside the bracket, we take the x minus 4 equated to 0. Therefore, the value of x is 4. So now we have the value of x, the value of E. They said write down. You don't have to show all the calculations. So the x coordinates of E is 4. Therefore, we need to find the y coordinate. Remember, the y coordinate is q. You just take the q with the sign. You take the q with the sign, the minus 9, you write it down. That's the value of, that's the y coordinates of E. Then we are done with that question. So these are the coordinates of E, which is 4 and minus 9. So moving to 4.2, on 4.2 they want us to find, let's see what we have on 4.2, the coordinates of A. They want you to calculate the coordinates of A. Guys, the coordinates of A, it's your x-intercept. So to find the coordinates of A, we need to find your x-intercept. And how do we find the x-intercept? Remember, if f at x, the f at x is given as what? It's given as x minus 4 squared minus 9. So we need to find the x-intercept. So the question is that how do we find the x-intercept? We find the x-intercept, okay, the x-intercept if y is equal to 0. Therefore, this tells you that we can write this equation in y is equal to x minus 4, which is squared minus 9, so that where there's y, we can put 0 and say this is x minus 4 squared minus 9. Therefore, we can do what? We can isolate this and say this is equal to 9. So we need to solve for what? We need to solve for x. To solve for x, we can square both sides. We can square both sides and say that x minus 4 is equals to the square root of 9 is plus or minus 3. Therefore, we're going to say the x minus 4 we equate it to 3, or we can take the x minus 4 and equate it to negative 3. Solving x this side, x is equals to the 4 comes this side to be positive. Therefore, this side also the 4 comes this side to be positive. So the value of x is what? The value of x is 7, or the value of x is 1. So if we go back on the equation, we can check if the value of x is 7 and 1. This tells us that this point here, this point is 1, and this point there is 7. So the value of b, it will be 7 and 0, and the value of a is 1 and 0. So now we have the value of a as 1 and 0. Then we answered the question. How many marks? 3 marks. Okay, nice. So now, if we move to m, listen to number m. Number m says that, not number m, 4.3, m is the reflection. Listen, m is the reflection in the x-axis of symmetry. Guys, you need to draw the line of the x-axis of symmetry. Né? So if we draw that line, remember the x-axis of symmetry is this line, the x coordinates of your turning point. Right, the x coordinates of your turning point, the x of e. Remember I said e is minus 4. 4 and minus 9. That's e. So this tells us that our x here, our x is equals to 4. So when they say m reflects around this, so m is the reflection of c. And remember the coordinates of c, we need to find the coordinates of c first. Right. The coordinates of c, we don't have to calculate the coordinates of c, because remember that if you have an equation like this and you want to find the coordinates of c, the coordinate of c is what? It's your y-intercept. And how do we find the y-intercept? Sorry guys, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what is the issue with this thing. Okay, I'm not sure about this. Okay guys, let me fix something here. I'm not sure. Okay, so right. So now when they want you to find the reflection of m, and m is the reflection of c, and it reflects around this point. So now we can say, we know that if it reflects, it will be around this point. So basically c and m will have the same y coordinates. So I can write this down and say, okay, it's fine. I don't know what is x, but I already have the y as what? We need to find the y coordinates of c. Right. To find the y coordinates of c, remember guys, let's go back to the equation. Let's work this thing down. This is 4.3. On 4.3, first thing first, this is 4.3. We need to find what? We need to find the coordinates of c first. We need to know what is the coordinates of c. Already we know c is 0 because this is the y-intercept. So to find this one, to find the corresponding y value, we find the y-intercept if x is 0. So this tells you that on that equation, remember on the equation of f at x, where there's x, we're going to put what? Where there's x, we're going to put 0. So this will be 0 minus 4 squared minus 9, and this will give you 16 minus 9 is 7. So the coordinates of c is 0 and 7. So when they say that this is the coordinate of C, M is the reflection of C. Remember that the M and the C and M, we said they will have what? The same Y coordinate. Y, let's go back to the diagram. They'll have the same Y coordinate. As you can see, they will have the same Y coordinate. Right. So if you can check from this point, they will have this same Y coordinate, Y and C. So to find the corresponding Y value, to find the corresponding X value, we can use this equation. I don't want you to even do a lot of calculations. You can just count. We know that if this is 4, if this line is 4, this tells you that from C to the axis of symmetry is 4 units. So if you moved 4 units, you need to move another 4 units this time. This side, 4 units, which will be 8. So it's 4 plus 4, it's 8. So this tells us that the X here is 8. The X is 8. So the X coordinate of M, it will be 8. The X coordinate of M is 8. Right. So now I just want us to go to 4 point. What is this? I want us to go to 4.4. Now they want us to find the equation of G in the form of Y is equal to mx. Let's see. So to find the equation of G, guys, what we're going to do is that we need the coordinates of C and the coordinates of D, then calculate the gradient. But we already know the X of G, which is 4, and we know the Y is 0 because this is the X-intercept of G. And then we have the equation of, the point for C. We said C, it will be what? It's 0 and 7. So we can use this information to calculate the gradient of this graph. Then we can substitute one of these points to find the value of C. Right. If we can quickly do that, I'm just going to write this down here and say, okay, I'm just going to say that this is 4.4. I know that I have C as what? As 0 and 7. Therefore, I have D as 4 and 0. So this tells me that this is my x1, y1. This is my x2, y2. Therefore, the gradient of CD is equal to what? Why are we looking for the gradient? Because we are using the equation y is equal to mx plus c. Right, we need to calculate the gradient of that line, which is CD. And to calculate the gradient, we're going to use the equation y2 minus y1 all over x2 minus x1, which will be equal to, we know that y2 is 0 minus y1, which is 7, everything divided by x2, which is 4 minus 0. The answer should give us what? Minus 7 all over 4. That is the answer. That is the gradient. So it's minus 7 over 4. Therefore, the gradient of CD is equal to minus 7 all over 4. We can just take this answer. Do what? We can just take this answer and substitute it back on the equation. Then we can solve for C. So Y will be in the form of, where there's Y, where there's M, I'm just going to put minus 7 over 4 X plus C. Then I can use one of this equation. I can substitute one of this equation. C or D is fine. We can use D. So if we sub in D, we know this is 4 and 0. Therefore, where there's Y, we put 0. It's equal to minus 7 over 4. Where there's X, we need to put 4 and solve this. Plus C. So the 4 will cancel. This tells us that I'm going to have 0. It's equal to what? It's equal to minus 7 plus C. Therefore, the value of C is what? The value of C is 7. Because the 7 will come this other side to be positive. So C is equal to 7. Without any wasting of time, Y is equal to what? Y will be minus 4 over 7. Nope. Y is minus 7 over 4 X plus 7. That is the final equation. Okay, guys. I think 4.5 and 4.6 we can do it on our next video. We'll just do part 2 of question 4. Okay, let's quickly go to question 5. So on question 5, let's see what we have. Question 5. For this question, they say that the graph of G at x is equal to a to the x. They say it is drawn in the sketch below. So the point S, which is 2 and 9, lies on the graph. T is the y-intercept. So the first question, they want you to find what? Write down the coordinates of T. They never said, okay, it's fine. We can work this one out, but already we know what is the coordinates of T, guys. So remember, G at X is given as what? We have G at X, which is given as, let me quickly write this down. We have G at X. Maybe we can do this side. Okay. This is question 5. Okay. So question 5.1. Remember, G at X is given as a to the x, and they want us to find the value of, let's go back, the value of T. T is the y-intercept. So how do we find the y-intercept? We find the y-intercept if x is 0. Therefore, we can write this thing as y is equal to a to the x. Y is equal to a. Where there's x, we put 0. Any number to the power 0, it's 1. Therefore, the value of y is 1. We know that the coordinates of T will be what? We already have 0 as our, if x is 0, therefore the y is 1. That is the coordinates of A. That's how you collect that 2 marks. Then on 5.2, if we can check, where's that 5.2? They want us to find the value of A. To find the value of A, we just substitute the value of A as 1. We need to find the value of A. We can use this point to find the value of A. Right. So now this is 5.2. Let's see what we have. We can say, we know that G at X is equal to A to the X. We need to find the value of A, and we can substitute the point what? We can substitute the point S. And S was given as what? S was given as 2:9. So this is your X, this is your Y. So where there's Y, you put 9, which is equal to where there's A, where there's X, you put 2. Then we solve for X. Therefore, A is equal to, you square both sides. You square both sides, then you can say the square root of A, the square root of that. Therefore, A is plus or minus 3. We can conclude and say the value of A is what? The value of A is 3. Why? Because A is greater than 0. How do we see that A is greater than 0? If the value of A is greater than 0, your graph will look like this. So if the value of A is greater than 0, your graph will look like this. This is how your graph will look like. That's why we are saying that the value of A is greater than 0. I'm only interested in question, what is this? Okay, it's fine. 5.3 says that 5.3, these are easy marks. You just have to complete this question very fast. Question 3, they say that the graph of H is obtained by reflecting G in what? In the y-axis. Reflecting G in the y-axis. Remember, if you are reflecting about the y-axis, the x change. The sign of the x change. If you reflect about the the x-axis, the sign of the y change. So in this case, when they say about the y-axis, you just go on the equation, you change the sign of the x. Simple as ABC. It's fine. We can say this is 5.3. So on 5.3, we know that G at X, it's equal to what? G at X is equal to A. We have the value of A. So this will be 3 to the X. So now, to find the H at X. Did they say H at X? H at X is obtained. So the graph of H will be what? So H at X is obtained when this reflect around the y-axis. You just change the sign and put it as negative. And this can also be written as 1 over 3 to the power x. It's fine. You can write it like that. But let me quickly explain why. Remember that if I have this, I can write this thing as what? As 1 over 3x. I can write it as positive, but it's fine. I can just put this thing as x and take out the common exponent and write this thing like that. Right. I know that some of the things you guys already know, so it's just a quick revision, but I'm only interested in 4.5. This one I'm not going to, and this is easy marks. For 5.4. 5.4, they say that write the values of x, for which, okay, the values of x, what are we given? Let's quickly do this one. This is 5.4. So we need to find the log. We need to solve this. This is the log 3 to base x. Let me quickly check. The log 3 to base x is less than 1 and greater than 0. How can we solve this? Less than what? 1 and greater than 0. Guys, this is easy. 2 marks. I'm just going to show you how you can work this thing out. First thing first, focus on this number. You see this base. The number that you have there, your base, make sure that everything is to the power. You make everything, okay, let's say I have a to the power x. Right. If I have this thing, the whole of this thing, we call it this a power. Right. Then we're going to call a the base. Then we said x is the what? The x is your exponent. Right. So now make sure that you write everything to base 3. Write everything on that equation to base 3. You start with 0. Put it to base 3. I'm going to explain why. This must be less than 3. You take this whole thing. You say the log to base 3 x. It must be less than 3 to base 1. You just have to put everything to base 3. So the reason for us to do that, the reason why we are making everything to base 3 is because our aim is to do what? Our aim is to apply. I'm not sure. I remember someone said, I don't need the logs, but it's very important for you to understand the logarithm properties. The logarithm properties. Right. So this is where you're going to use the logarithm properties, where it says that if you have a to the log a to x, just know that this is just x. So for us to remove that, you see this, the log of 3 base. So basically this cancels. So then you are left with x. So this will cancel. Then you are left with what? We are left with 3 to the power 0 to be less than x, which is less than 3 to the power 1. So basically 3 to the power 0 is what? Any number to the power 0 is 1, greater than x, greater than 3. That is your solution. So x must be less than 3 and x must be greater than 1. Then you are done. You collected all the marks on question 5. Okay. Right, so we're going to work on this mathematics paper 1, June 2024. This is the one from the Northwest. Right, so let's see what we have on question 1. This is what we see on question 1. And I need someone to tell me what is the difference between 1.1.1 and 1.1.2. What is the difference, guys? Because we can see that both of these questions, we have the common factor. What do you guys think? What is the difference? Anyone? Come on, guys. Please don't raise your hand because I can't see you guys on the other side. Just unmute yourself and tell me what is the difference. Yuhen, what do you think is the difference between these two questions?
1.1 this is solved for x only, and 1.2 this is solved for x and y simultaneously.
No, all 1.1.1 and 1.1.2, guys. What is the difference?
I think 1.1.1, it's already factorized. So what you have to do is to solve for x. As you can see, the marks are 2 marks. And then 1.1.2, it's a quadratic equation. So basically, when it says correct to 2 decimal places, you know that you are going to have to, multiply the coefficient, which is x, and then with the inside number, and then get a quadratic equation. And then from there, you're going to use a quadratic, quadratic equation, and then you solve for x, you get your x values. I think so.
Okay, thank you very much. I can't see your names, guys, because I'm on the screen sharing side. What's your name?
Oh, Mpho.
Mpo. Thank you very much. You mentioned something very important. The first one you said it's equated to 0 and it's already factorized. And you mentioned something very, very important, the mark allocation. So the mark allocation tells you that for the first question, this is just straightforward. It's equated to 0 and already it is factorized. So if you want to answer 1.1.1, you just have to take the first term of the bracket, which is 2x, equate that to 0 and solve for x. So you just have to divide both sides by 2. This will give us x to be 0. Right. Then or we can take whatever that we have inside the bracket, which is the 4 minus x. We can equate that to 0. Then solve for x. The x will come this side to be positive. Therefore, x is just 4. Then you're going to get 1 mark for x is equals to 0. 1 mark for x is equal to 4. That's it. So now the second one, the difference between this one, we cannot use the zero product factor. We cannot use the method that we used on 1.1 because this one is equated to 4, not 0. We can only use the zero product property if your factors are equated to 0. Even the mark allocation shows that there should be something very easy. Are you all with me on that?
Yes, sir.
So now to solve the second question, guys, I need you to give me a second. Let me open the other board so that we can work on 1.1.2. I'm just going to look at what I'm given here. I'm given 1.1.2 x into 3x minus 7. Let's go and work on that problem. So this is what we have. 1.1.2. We have x into 3x minus 7. This is equated to 4. And they say correct to 2 decimal place. So Mpo said that if you see the statement correct to 2 decimal place, the statement basically is telling you that you need to use the quadratic equation. You see this statement, correct to 2 decimal place. They want you to use x is equal to minus b plus or minus the root of b squared minus 4ac, and you divide everything by 2a. So that is what we're going to use. Let's first arrange this equation because I'll be very happy if we can put this equation in the correct form. First thing first, I'm just going to multiply out the bracket. This is 3x squared, then minus 7x. Then we bring the 4 this side to be negative, equate everything to 0. So if you use the quadratic formula, this is minus b plus or minus the root of b squared minus 4ac, and everything is divided by 2a. So now we're just going to do the substitution. Remember, this equation, if you look at the equation, it is in the form of ax squared plus bx plus c. Therefore, the value of a is 3, the value of b, that's minus 7, and the value of c, that's minus 4. The reason I need you to write all these values down is that there is a mark for the substitution. In most cases, they'll give you a mark for the correct substitution. So x will be minus into b, which is minus 7, plus or minus the root of b. What is b? So b is minus 7. This is squared. And then we minus 4 into the value of a times the value of c. This is where you come with your calculator. Make sure that you punch everything correctly on your calculator, and we need to find the value of x. So this is 7 plus or minus. What do you get inside that square root? and we're gonna divide this by 8. What do you guys get inside the square root?
97.
97. Okay, so this tells us that x is equal to 7 plus the root of 97 over 8, or x it's equals to 7 minus the root of 97
So,
over 8. I'm listening.
so isn't 2 times 3 6?
Yes, 2 times 3 is 6. Thank you very much, Nat.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So 2 times 3 is 6. You see, this is 6, this is 6, this is 6. Thank you very much. Therefore, when you punch that, what do you get as a decimal form?
2,81 for the positive square root, and for the negative square root, you get negative 0,47.
Negative
0,47.
0,47. Thank you very much. Can we now move to the next question? Okay, so when you look on 1.1.3, 1.1.3, this has to do with sets. Okay, so this has to do with sets, and what should we do from this one? Can someone please tell me what is the first thing that you do? Anyone?
We transpose x to the other side.
We transpose x to
So-
the other side.
Yes.
Okay, so when you transpose x to the other side, what happens to the sign of that x?
It changes and becomes negative.
Exactly, the sign changes to negative. Let's go and work on that. So we have this as x plus root x minus 3. So this will be 1.1.3 x plus the root of x minus 3, it's equals to 15. So this is what is given, and we need to work on that first. So this will be, we're just gonna isolate the square root and write this as the root of x minus 3 is equals to 15 minus x. So square both sides. Therefore, the square root will cancel. This side I'm left with x minus 3. I'm going to equate this to 15 minus x into 15 minus x. Now I need to use the FOIL method to multiply that guy. So when I use the FOIL method, I need to take the 15 minus x, multiply that by 15 minus x. So this will be 15 times 15. What is 15 times 15 when you punch that on the calculator?
225.
So this will be 225. Then I'm going to say it's 15 times 15, then 15 times minus x. We multiply everything inside the second bracket by 15. This will give us minus 15x. Now we do the same with minus x. This will be also be minus 15x plus x squared. So when you add the like terms, this is just 225 minus 30x plus x squared. So when we do the FOIL method, this leaves us with something like 225 minus 30x plus x squared, and this is x minus 3. So I need to arrange the equation, and let's put everything on one side. I have x squared, I have minus 30x, I bring the x this side to be minus x. Okay, then I still have positive 225. I bring that minus 3 this side to be plus 3, and then we equate this to 0. So the only thing that you need to do is to add the like terms. So this will be x squared minus 31x when you add the like terms. So this is x squared minus 31x, and then 225 plus 3, that's 28. So this will be 228. Equate this to 0. So now I'm going to teach you guys how to factorize this. I know that this is a very big number, né? Right, so since this is a very big number, I need you, whatever that I'm going to show you now on the board, please don't include that on your answer sheet. Né? You're going to first write 2 brackets, right? And then x on both sides. So to know what are the factors of 228 that will give you 31 when you add or subtract them. You see, I'm going to use this step for rate. And do not write this on your paper. Né? I'll explain why. X is equals to minus b plus or minus the root of b squared minus 4ac, everything divided by 2a. And then let's do the substitution, okay? So x is equals to minus, where there's b, I'm going to put minus 31 because that's the value of b, plus or minus the root of, where there's b, I'm going to put minus 31 squared minus 4 into a, which is 1c 228. Right, and then let's divide everything by that 2 into a, which is 1. So now I need someone to help us with the calculator. What is x if it's positive, and what is x if it's negative?
X when it's positive, it's 19.
It's 19.
Yes. And then when x is and then when x is negative, it's 12.
It's 12. Ladies and gents, don't write this on the paper. Then when you are done, you're gonna take this 19. Since 19 is positive, to get positive, we need to subtract 19. So since it's positive 12, to get positive 12, we need to subtract positive 12. That's how you factorize. Because now, when this is equal to 0, we use the zero product property, say x minus 12, it's equal to 0, or the x minus 19, that's equal to 0. Then transpose x to the other side. This is x is equal to 12, which is what you got on your quadratic equation. X is equal to 19, which is what you got on your quadratic equation. Guys, the reason I'm saying that don't show this on your calculator is because in most cases, there's a mark for these factors. So do not show the quadratic formula, but use that quadratic formula to find your factors. There's a mark for factorizing this problem, okay? So you don't have to waste time looking for the factors of 228 that when you add or subtract them, they give you the middle term of 31. No need for you to stress about that. Just follow these steps. I think you guys are happy now. But now, since this is a SAT, we need to do what we call check. Because when you check, there's a mark for the rejection. So we need to check if x is 12. We need to check if x is 19. So what you're going to do, where there's x on the original equation, you need to substitute 12. Okay, to check, remember we have x plus the root of x minus 3, it's equals to 15. Where there's x, we substitute 19, and where there's x, we put 12. So we need to check if the left-hand side is equals to the right-hand side. Guys, I need you to be my calculator on your side. Né? So to check this, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say if x is equals to 19, this will be 19 plus the root of 19 minus 3, it's equals to 15. Then 19 plus this will be the root of 15. Remember when I already, you know what is this thing? Because you have the calculator with you now. So this will be 19 plus root 15. Guys, what is the root 15? Is root 15 an perfect square? Can someone please assist?
It's not a perfect square.
Yeah. So what is 19 plus root 15? What do you get?
23.
You get 23.
Yes.
Okay, so this tells us that when you add the 2, you get 23. It's equal to 15. Look at this. Is left-hand side equal to right-hand side? They are not equal. Therefore, left-hand side is not equal to right-hand side. This tells us that x must not be equal to 19. There's a mark for that rejection. Then you can also check for if x is equals to 12. So where there's x, you need to substitute 12 and see what you get. So this will be 12 minus 3. And then let's equate this to 15. This is 12 plus the root. We know that 12 minus 3, that's 9. It's equal to 15. So this will be 12 plus the root 9 is 3, which is 15. Therefore, 15 is equal to 15. Therefore, left-hand side and right-hand side are equal. So x must be equal to 12. So for rejection, there's a 1 mark. So if you don't say x must not be equal to 19, you'll definitely lose that mark, okay? Do you guys have any questions on this one? Just say yes or no, please. Don't react.
No,
I
sir.
need to hear your voices, guys.
No, sir, you're fine. Saying you're fine, sir.
Since most learners did not join the lesson, this gives you like the chance, guys, to participate in the lesson. So the next one on 1.1.4, it has to do with inequalities. So this one, they say x squared plus x minus 12 is greater than 0. Let's go and work on that. Guys, please only unmute yourself if you want to say something. Because I can hear some noise at the back. Who's this? Okay, so now on this one, 1.1.2, or this is 1.1.4, they said that we need to have x squared plus x minus 12. And they say this is greater than 0. So I'm not going to waste time on this question. First thing first, I'll just open my brackets. And this is greater than 0. I need to say this is x on both sides. The factors of 12 that when I add or subtract them, they give me the middle term of 1 is 3 and 4, because 3 times 4 is 12. So you take the sign of the middle number, you give it the bigger number, then this will be negative, because minus 12 is negative. This tells you that one bracket should be positive, the other bracket should be negative. Therefore, when you do this, in most cases, I know that they like to treat this thing as an inequality. I mean, as an equation. So I'm going to advise you to just do not treat it like this. Now, don't say x minus 3 is equal to 0 or x plus 4 is equal to 0. Therefore, x is equal to 3 or x is equal to minus 4. Then, you see, when you put it like this, this gives the marker that idea that this learner is not sure which one is the correct answer. This learner is just trying, like your luck or something. Don't include this. Now, instead, what you can do, you can take the x is equal to 3 and the x is equal to minus 4. Write them like this and say, these are my critical values. Then you're going to write them inside the bracket with the small one first and then the 3. Then you're going to draw your number line there. Write the small one first and the 3. They need to see this graph. So since A is positive, your graph will be concave up. Right. this is your graph. Then you're gonna take any number between -4 and 3. Any number. So if it's a negative and a positive, always take 0. On the original equation, where there's x, you substitute that 0, tell us what is the answer you get. So this will be 0 squared plus 0 minus 12. So when you put any number between those numbers, we get -12. How is the sign of that? Negative. This tells you that the solution between is negative, which makes the other side to be positive. Even if you use 1, you'll still get a negative answer. Even if you use 2, even if you use -3, as long as the number is between those 2 points. Then now, the question is asking, where is the solution greater than 0? Where is the solution greater than 0? It means, where is the solution positive? It's positive from this point going in that direction. So I'm going to write this like this. I'm going to say x, that arrow, it says greater than that number. Then it's also positive from this point going in that direction. It means that x, that arrow, you write it down there, and that number. Simple. Then you are done. Give them x is that or x is that. Then you are done. You'll definitely collect all the numbers, all the marks. So now this is how they're going to mark you. You'll definitely get 1 mark for the vectors, and they'll give you 1 mark for finding the critical values, and then 2 marks for the final answer. 1 mark for that, 1 mark for that, and that's 4 marks in total. So please don't write this on your question paper. Do not write it as an equation. Don't treat this as an equation. Let's scratch that. You can just go straight and say critical values. So the most important thing is for you to understand where is the 3 and the -4 are coming from. I hope you guys are hit with that. Né? Guys, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we do.
Question 1. Let's keep moving. Né? So I'm back. And now look at this. 1.2, simultaneous equation. So when you work with simultaneous equation, you see now, this is something you've been doing from grade 10. And now you are in grade 12. How do you get this 6 marks wrong? I'm going to explain how you miss the 6 marks, how you donate the 6 marks. Let's try to work on those common mistakes that I'll be explaining when I solve this. Now, first thing, you're going to have equation 1 and you're going to have equation 2. So when you have this equation, you're going to take them, rewrite those equations the way they are on the answer sheet. Right. So I'm saying that take the equation that it was given. So this is 1.2. You're going to take that 3x minus y equals to 1. Say this is my equation 1. Then you take your equation 2, which is x squared plus 2xy. It's equals to 3y squared. We minus 7. We call this equation 2. So when it's like this, now you need to choose between these two equations. You need to choose the equation that is more simple or the equation that is linear, which is equation 1. From that equation 1, you form equation 3. So from this equation, I can bring the y this side so that it can be positive. Why am I choosing the y? Because it has the coefficient 1. Now, if I choose to make x the subject of the formula, I'm forced to divide everything by 3 so that x can be the subject of the formula. I don't want to work with fractions. I don't like working with fractions. So now I'm choosing to say this will be y is equal to the 3x. The 1 comes this side to be negative. The 1 will come this side to be negative. So this will be 3x minus 1. And then this will be my equation 3. So now that you know what is your y, on equation 2, you're going to sub in equation 3 into equation 2. So on this equation where there's y, you need to put 3x minus 1. Let's quickly work on that. Then we'll definitely talk about those common mistakes. So x squared plus 2x. Inside the bracket where there's y, I'm going to put the 3x. What is this? 3x minus 1. And then this is equal to 3 where there's y. 3x minus 1 squared minus 7. So the first common mistake that you guys make is that when you do the substitution, you forget the y squared, that the y is squared. You just write this bracket without including the squared on top. Then now you start losing marks. Everything that you are doing now is wrong. That's the first common mistake that you guys make. And then now, the other common mistake that you guys make when you have this product like this, let me show you what you guys do. In most cases, it will be like this, 2yx. So when it's like this, most of the learners say this is 2 into, then they will say 3x minus y, then they put the x on the other side. But when they multiply out the bracket, they forget that you need to first multiply out the bracket by 2. Then when you are done, multiply the bracket again by x. That's what you guys forget to do. So the best thing that you need to do when you do the substitution, instead of working with something like this, try to arrange this so that the x can be next to 2, so that you can just multiply the bracket by what? The bracket by that 2x. Instead of first multiplying by 2, then you forget to multiply again by x. So make sure that you write it in that form. I hope you guys are still with me. We'll definitely talk about another common mistake that you guys make that makes you to lose marks. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to rewrite the bracket now. Leave this one for now because I'm not multiplying out my brackets yet, because I need to expand the brackets first. 3x minus 1 into 3x minus 1. This is minus 7. So another common mistake is that you guys first start doing this, which is definitely going to make you lose marks. You start multiplying the bracket by that 3x. Then now you don't do that. First expand the bracket, multiply out the bracket. Then when you are done with the brackets, that's when you're going to multiply everything by 3. So look at what I'm going to do. I need to find, I'm just going to work this thing this side. I need to find 3x minus 1 into 3x minus 1 first. So 3 times 3, that's 9. So this will give me 9x squared. And then I'll have 3x times minus 1, that's minus 3x minus 3x plus 1. The like terms, this is 9x squared. And then minus 9x plus 1. So look at what we have here. Not minus x, but they should be minus 6. Okay, so this will be minus 6x plus 1. So when you look at this, you need to take all this information, multiply it by 3. So this will be 3 into 9x squared minus 6x plus 1. Then you minus 7. Okay, so on the other side, we still have x squared. I need to multiply everything by that 2x, which will give me 6x squared. Then we still have 2x times minus 1. So this will be minus 2x, which is equated to that. So now, multiplying out the bracket by the 3, this gives us 27x squared. 3 times 6, that's minus 18x. 3 times 1, that's positive 3, minus 7, and this is still equal to x squared plus 6x squared minus 2x. Now, move everything to one side. So another this is also the mistake that you guys make. You see this 27x squared, it's positive. This x squared is positive also. So you need to choose which side are we moving, which side should we move things. Look at this, the 27 already is greater than x squared and it's already positive. I'm just gonna leave it on this side and say this is my 27x squared because I need the value of a to be positive. So the x squared is the one that should come, wait, the x squared is the one that should come to the other side so that it can be minus, this will be minus what? This will be minus x squared with minus 6x squared. You see, I'm trying to also group all the numbers that have x squared. So this is the number has x squared, this number has x squared, but the 27 is greater than 6 and x, which has the coefficient of 1. So I'm just going to leave it to the other side and move these two guys to that side. Then the next one is the one that has the coefficient of x. That's what I need to focus on. So this will be minus 18x. I bring that minus 2x to the other side, it becomes positive 2x. Then I still have plus 3 minus 7. Everything is 0. So now this equation can be written as 27x squared minus x squared, that's 26, minus 6x squared, that's 20. So this will leave me with 20x squared, then minus 18 plus 2x, that's minus what? That's minus 16, okay? And then I'm going to write this down, minus 16x. Then I have 3 minus 7. What is 3? It's minus 3. Okay, 3 minus 7 gives me minus 5. Not minus 5, minus 4. And this is equals to 0. So now, can we divide everything by that 4? Yes, we can divide everything by 4. This will give us 5x squared minus 16 divided by 4, that's 4x, minus 1, it's equals to 0. Then it's easy for you to factorize something like this. Remember, if you don't know how to factorize, use that method. Do not write this on the paper. You're going to say x, it's equals to minus b plus or minus the root of b squared minus 4ac. Everything is divided by 2a. Therefore, x is minus b, which is 4, minus 4 minus, okay, plus or minus the root of b squared minus 4 into a, which is 5, times c, which is minus 1, and then close the bracket, divide everything by 2 into a, which is 5. Can someone please assist? I know that someone is already, someone is ready waiting with the answer. What is the answer, guys?
X equals to 1.
Okay, or?
X equals to negative 1 over 5.
Negative
1 over 5.
Okay, so now you know what you're going to do. To find your factors, né? Because there's a mark for those factors. You take this x, you bring it this side. Therefore, x minus 1, you left with 0. So x minus 1 is your factor. So when I open the bracket, I know that the x minus 1 will come this side. And then this side, look at this. Look at what I'm going to do. First thing first, I need to remove the fraction. This is over 1, right? So I cross multiply, I'll have 5x, it's equals to minus 1. Then I need to bring the minus 1 to the other side to be positive. This is 0. So this tells me that this side I'll have the 5x plus 1. So if I solve for x, x will be that minus 1 over 5, or x will be that 1. I hope you guys now understand how this works. So now that you have the value of x, remember this is simultaneous. We need to go back and find y using equation 3. Okay, so from equation 3, we set y is equal to 3x minus 1. So if x is equal to minus 1 over 5, therefore y will be 3 into, where there's x, I substitute minus 1 over 5 to find the corresponding y value. Then you need to punch that. Tell me what is the answer. Please have your answer ready. And if x is equals to 1, therefore the value of y will be 3 into 1 minus 2. Therefore y is equal to 3 times 1, that's 2 minus 2, that's 1. So y is equals to, is 3 minus 1, not 2, which gives us an answer of 2. Y is 2, or what is this one? What do you get on your calculator? What do you guys get?
Negative over 5.
Negative?
8 over 5.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate you, man. Much appreciated. Right, and that's it for simultaneous. Guys, do you have any question on this simultaneous equation? Because we're about to hit the last question. So I think everyone is happy now. So the last question, guys, when you look at it, it looks like it's difficult, you know? And then, but now, you know, this type of questions, you see, they change every year. And you know what? I'm just going to advise you, leave this question for when you are done with all the questions, né? Because now that you'll be playing around this type of questions, make sure that you use the time to collect all the marks on those easy questions. So when I look at this, they say that if a root 2 is equal to 3, and the root b of 3, I'm not sure how I can call this, but it's fine. I'll definitely explain how this works now. First thing first, in order for you to master this, you need to understand the rule says that if I have the root n of a to the power m, I can write this as a, whatever that is inside, the exponent that is inside the square root, that's my numerator. This will be divided by what? By the exponent that is outside the root, which is n. So what I'm trying to say is that we can write this as 2 to the power. Remember, this 2 is to the power 1. So this will be 1 over that a. It's equal to 3. So this is where we're going to start this thing. This is where we're going to start this thing. So they want us to find a times b times c. So this is a, B, C. Okay, so I know that the first step, I have 2 to the power 1 over a, and this is equals to 3. Okay, look at this. Okay, look at this. We know that this will be 3 to the power 1 over b, which is 5. Okay, so I'm just gonna rewrite this question down and say, from this question, I'll use this question because now I know what is 3 equals to. So what I'm trying to say, if I start solving this, this is how I'm going to write it down. I'm gonna say, I know that 3 to the power 1 over b, it's equals to 5. But we know what is 3. 3 is 2, 1 over a. So I just have to substitute that and say this is 2, 1 over a. Then this will be to the power 1 over b. And this is equals to 5. But now look at this one. This one will be 5 to the power 1 over c. So I'm just going to write it down and say this is 5 to the power 1 over c. They say it's equals to what? 8. But we know what is 5. Look at this 5. 5 is equal to that term. So where there's 5, I'm going to put 2 to the power 1 over a, everything to the power 1 over b. Then everything to the power 1 over c. So where there's 5, I just substitute that term, and this is equal to 8. So now you can just multiply all those exponents. It's like saying 1 over a times 1 over b times 1 over c, which is just 1 over a, b, c, which is what we are looking for. So this is just 2 to the power 1 over a, b, c. It's equal to 8. We can change that into 2 to the power 3. The base are the same. I can equate the exponents. I can say 1 over a, b, c, it's equal to 3. So I know that the 3 is just over 1. Then I can cross multiply and say a, b, c times 3, it's equal to 1. But look at this. We are looking for what? We are looking for a, b, c. I'm just going to divide both sides by 3 to find a, b, c as 1 over 3. Guys, I'm not sure if this method is wrong. What do you guys think?
It's confusing.
It's confusing. Which part?
Yes. Basically, for me, it's confusing everywhere. But I understand the substitution. I just wanted to know if maybe there is like another method that we can use besides this one.
I don't think there's another method, because this is just a straight thing. I'm not sure. So maybe what is confusing you, maybe the part where we change where we remove the square root.
Yes.
Okay, look at this now. Look at this. That's why I start with explaining how to remove the square root. Let me start with that part now. So look at this. I'm just gonna try and take this step by step so that everyone can be happy. Okay? Look at this. The first one, we are given a, the root 2, and they say this is equals to 3. Okay? So now, if I have n root a to the power m, when I remove the square root, this will be a, the exponent that is inside the square root, which is m. It becomes your denominator, and then the n, it's your, the m becomes numerator, the n denominator. So this tells you that the 2 is to the power 1, right? We can write this as 2, the 1 comes on top, and the a comes on bottom. That's how you remove the square root. Do you understand?
So basically, it's taking us to loss of exponents.
Yes, the loss of exponents. So this will be my equation 1. Okay? Then, on the next one, you are given that b, the root 3, this is equals to 5. So now when I use that loss of exponent, this is 3 to the power 1. So this tells you that the 3 is to the power 1 over b, which is equals to 5. Are you still with me on that?
Yes.
But now we know what is 3 is. We know that 3 is 2 to the power 1 over 2. So where there's 3, I can write 2 to the power 1 over 2, everything to the power 1 over b. And this is equal to 5. You understand?
Yes.
Nice. Then the next one is c root 5. We know that the root 5 is to the 5 is to the power 1, and this is equals to 8. So we can write this as 5. The 1 comes on top, the c on bottom. This is equal to 8. But we know what is 5 equals to. So where there's 5, I'm just going to substitute that 2 to the power 1 over 2, close the bracket, then to the power 1 over b, and then everything is to the power that 1 over c. This is equal to 8. Do you understand?
Yes.
So now I see that if I multiply the exponents, I'll get what I'm looking for, which is 1. If we multiply the exponent, we have 2, which is 1 over a times 1 over b times 1 over c. It's equal to, change the 8 so that the base can be the same. So this gives me 2 to the power 1 over a, b, c, because it's 1 times 1 times 1, that's 1. A times b times c, that's a, b, c. this is equal to 2 to the power 3. And the question said, find the product of A times B times C. So now I have 1 over ABC, which is the exponents. The exponents are equal because the base are equal. Okay, so from there, if you have something like 1 over ABC, which is equal to 3, the 3 I can say this is over 1 because I need to solve for ABC. So I'm going to cross multiply. So this will be ABC, which is multiplied by 3. It's equal to 1, which is multiplied by 1. Divide both sides by 3. This gives me the product ABC to be what? To be 1 over 3. That's the answer. Because the question said they want you to find what? The product of ABC. You understand now?
Yes.
You know one thing about this type of questions, né? These questions, guys, changes every time. Every year, 1.3, you'll get a different 1.3. Are you guys ready for question 2?
Yes.
Yuhen, you still with us?
Yes, sir.
Amy Shane, you in the lesson?
Yes,
Mpo, Katleo.
Yes.
Okay, so guys, look at this. 2.1, you are given a quadratic pattern. So I'll just take my quadratic pattern and write it on the other side. Then we'll answer all this question. Let's try to be fast on this one. Because I know that quadratic equation can totally now. So I don't think you guys have any issues with this type of questions, so especially the quadratic one. So you are given a quadratic pattern. They say that you have 19, 8, minus 1, minus 8, right? So when I have this, let me do this now. I'm not gonna answer the question yet. Let's first find the first difference. What is 8 minus 19? Minus 11, right? Then what is 1 minus 8? Minus 9. Then what is minus 8 minus into minus 1? It's like saying minus 8 minus into minus 1. So it's minus 8 plus 1, which is minus 7. Then I have minus 9 minus into minus 11, which is minus 9 plus 11, which gives us 2. So if this 2, this is also 2, because these are constant difference, second constant difference. So now, what we're going to do is that we're going to answer the following questions using this quadratic pattern. And already I know that in most cases, they'll need you to find the first maybe 3 terms of the pattern and so on. But in this one, they just only want the next term, which is term number 5. So to find term number 5, what I'm going to do to find term number 5, look at what I'm going to do here. I know that whatever number that I get here, when I find the difference of these two numbers, they should give me 2. So this tells me that to find that, it's like saying to find that number, since we find the difference by subtracting, we need to add. So this will be minus 7, we add 2. So if you say minus 7, you add 2, what do you get? This is just equals to minus 5. So the minus 5 will be here. And I know that whatever number that I get there, when I find the difference between those two 5, I should get minus 5. So this tells you that you need to take minus 8, you add minus 5. So it's the same as saying minus 8 minus 5. This is just minus 8 minus 5, that's minus 30. So the next term is minus 30. So this tells you that to answer 2.1.1, T5 is just minus 30. Right, let me show you this algebraically. I'm saying that I have minus 7. Let's say this is x, which is unknown. I know that if I take x, then I subtract, right, minus 7. I need to get an answer of 2. So let's solve for x. So this is x plus 7, it's equal to 2. The 7 goes to the other side. So this is x is 2 minus 7. Therefore, x is minus 5. So now you understand where is that minus 5 coming from. Right. So let's say this is y. I know that when I subtract y with that minus 8, I should get an answer of minus 5. So this will be y plus 8. It's equal to minus 5. Therefore, y is equal to minus 5. The 8 goes to the other side to be negative. Therefore, y is minus 13. So now you understand where is that minus 13 coming from. Right. Next question. Determine the general term of the quadratic pattern. So to find the general term, you know what you're going to do. First thing first, 2.1.2. I'm going to say, first thing first, find the value of a. 2a, you equate it to the second difference, which is 2. Divide both sides by that 2 will give us a to be 1. That's the first thing you do. Number 2, find the value of b. Use the following formula. 3a plus b, it's equals to the first term of the first difference. This is minus 11. But already you know what is a. Substitute that and solve for b. Right, so this will be 3 plus b, it's a minus 11. B will be minus 11 minus, what is this? Minus 11 minus 3. So the value of b is minus 40. That's the value of b. To find the value of c, you add a with b with c. You equate that to the first term of the sequence, which is 19. So basically, this is 2a, and this is 3a plus b, and this is a plus b plus c. Right. So now we're going to equate that to 19 and solve. So a, it's 1, b, it's minus 14, plus c, it's 19. So 1 minus 14, that's negative 13. The negative 13 goes to the other side to be positive. When you add the 2, it's like saying 19 plus 13. So the 1 goes there, that's 20. 20 plus 12, that's 32. And that's it. So remember, the general term is in the form of Tn, it's equals to an squared plus bn plus c. Therefore, where there's a, it's 1, so this is just n squared. And then where there's b, minus 14n plus 32. That's your Tn. You are done. You'll definitely get the marks. Né? So how many marks is this question? 4 marks. Né? So you'll get 1 mark for the value of a, 1 mark for the value of b, 1 mark for c, and 1 mark for the substitution. But now, this one, very important for the next questions. So if you get that wrong, you are in trouble. You're going to donate the marks. Are you all happy with that?
Yes, sir.
Guys, I'm
Yes,
trying
sir.
to move fast. 2.1.3. Determine the difference between the 25 term and the 26 term of the quadratic pattern. Before we do that, there's something that I want to explain to you, because now even if I tell you that, even if I do it like this, you guys won't understand. I want to explain the easiest way to find that. To find that. I know that, guys. You see this T25. I know that term number 25. Right. You see this term number 25 is the difference between 25 and 26, which lies on the first difference. So if we can find the formula of the first difference, look at this. The formula of the first difference. Look at it. The first difference is this one. Now I'll explain this. Just give me a second. So this is minus 11, minus 9, minus 7, minus 5. So on 2.1.3, this is minus 11, which is the first difference, minus 9, minus 7, and so on. So now the difference between this is 2. So what is the general term? What is Tn? So it's a plus into n minus 1 times d, which gives us the general term a, that's 11, n minus 1 times d. And when you solve this, you need to get minus 11 plus 2n minus 2. So Tn is just 2n. We said is 2n what? 2n minus 13. This is the general term. So when they want the second difference, the difference between T26 and T25, I can just say this is equal to T25. So T25 is equal to 2 into 25 minus 30. Then punch that on the calculator. Tell me what you get.
We get 307.
307. How is that? You got 307. 307.
Yes.
307. Okay. So T25, that's 307. That's T25, nah?
Yes.
Okay. So guys, now when I look at this, the difference between, let me look at the original quadratic form. This is not making any sense, nah? Can someone please tell me?
Sir, I got 37.
Sir, wait. I want to ask you something. I get they wanted the difference, and we already have the equation for the quadratic formula. So aren't we supposed to substitute the 25th? I mean, T25, I get equals to n, so our n is 25. Don't we substitute it into the quadratic thing that we got, and then as well as the Tn, which equals to 26, and we know that our n is 26. We substitute it into the quadratic equation we got, and then we'll get 307 and 344. So we know that T25 minus T26 will be 307 minus 344, and it will give us negative 37 as the difference. I'm not sure, but I'm just asking.
Okay, so what you are saying is that if I have n squared minus 14 and then plus 32 net. Okay, I'm coming to, I'll definitely answer you on that one. You are saying we should find T26, subtract T25. That's very correct. We'll definitely do that method. Now, please guys, give me a chance to explain where is this one coming from. So, when I look at this, I'm going to explain. If you don't understand what we are doing this, just give me a second, then we'll go to that method. So now, guys, you say this is 37,
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Because 2 times 25, that's 50. When you say 307, I was surprised. So now, this 37, guys, this 37, it's equal to T26 minus T25. So what I'm saying is that the difference between 26 and T25 is 37. Let me explain why. Look at this. Look at this. Guys, please pay attention. You don't sleep. Look at this. This is my T1. This is T2. This is T3. This is T4. This is T5. So when I say T2 minus T1, what do I get? I get 11, which is T1 of your first difference. When I say T3 minus T2, I get what? 9, minus 9, which is your T2 of your first difference. Look at this. It's your what? T2. That was T1 of your first difference. T2 of your first difference. Look at this. T4 minus T3. This gives me what? T4 minus T3. This gives me T3 of your first difference. Look at this. T3. So therefore, we can conclude and say that if we say T26 minus T25, this gives us what? This will give us T25 of our first difference. So you just have to find T number 25 on your first difference. And to do that, we can use the general term to find T25. Do you guys understand why I use this method?
Yes, sir.
Are you all happy with that method?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Guys,
Yes.
we can see that T1 is what? T1 of the first difference. T2 is what? T2 of the first difference. T3. So this also tells you that that 25 there, it will be T25 of the first difference. So now the question set they want us to find from the quadratic equation. They want us to find the difference between those two. Now let's go to that method you wanted us to use. Now, I think that method will also be correct because it will give us the same answer. Let's find T26. This is equals to 26 squared minus 14 into 26 plus 32. The answer that you get, what is that? You said
I got 344.
344.
Yes.
Right. Then we need to find T what? 25, né?
Yes.
What do you get?
307.
Then they want the difference. Therefore, T26 minus T25, which is 344 minus 307. That will
Yes.
give you 25. Then 37,
37.
which is the same. It's fine. It's up to you which method you prefer, né?
Yes.
All right, so now the next one, calculate the value of the smallest term in the quadratic, né? So on this one, I need your attention on this one. Emile, please pay attention. When they say the smallest value in the quadratic pattern, always when we find the smallest value, né? Always we use the formula and it's equals to minus b over 2a. So always it gives that. So I think always when we find the smallest value, we use that. So I can, you know what I can do now? I want to teach you guys something. I can change the question and say the minimum value. And when I see the word minimum, it tells me that I must take the original equation. Let me try and see if this will work. The original equation was n squared minus 14n then plus 32. So this is my what? This is my Tn. Okay? So now, when they say the smallest, what comes in my mind is minimum. And when I see the word minimum from calculus, this tells you that find the derivative. Derive whatever that you are working on. You see, many ways to kill a cat. So this will be Tn prime, okay, T prime at n. The derivative of this is just 2n minus 14. But you equate the derivative to 0. So 2n minus 14, I equate this to 0. So 2n is equal to 14. Divide both sides by 2. Therefore, n is 7. So n, they said, calculate the value of the smallest term in the quadratic pattern. To find that smallest value, you need to take that and find your t number 7. So t number 7 is the smallest value. So therefore, we need to find t7, which is equals to, where there's n on that quadratic pattern, we put 7. So this will be 7 squared minus 14 into 7 plus 32. What do you get when you find that? What is term number 7?
Minus 70. Negative 70.
You got negative 17, né?
Mm.
And that's correct. So we can also use the other method, this one. So guys, this is, I use the calculus one. This is when I say the weight minimum, it means that I need to derive. But now, the value of the smallest in a quadratic pattern, it's always this formula. So this tells you that n will be, the value of b is minus 14. So this will be minus into minus 14, divide everything by 2 into a, which is 1. So therefore, n is 7. Then you go to your quadratic formula, you substitute 7, you'll find that t7 is minus 17. Is everybody happy about that? You guys
Yes, sir.
understand? Are you all happy?
Yes.
100%. The next question, 2.2.1, write down the values of b, and they say that this is an arithmetic sequence. Write down the value of b. If this is t1, t2, t3, let's write that sequence down, then solve for value of b. So for 2.3 or 2.2, we are given the sequence 3, b, 13 and 18. So now, if you still remember, to find if this is a quadrat, it's arithmetic. Arithmetic has a constant difference, meaning that t2 minus t1, it will be equal to t3 minus t2. Therefore, what is your t2? b minus t1, which is 3. Equate this to t3, which is 13 minus t2, which is b. So group the like terms, this will be b plus b. Because the b comes this side, this will be 13 plus 3. This is 2b, it's equal to 16. Divide both sides by 2. Therefore, this gives me b to be 8. Then let's go, this was 2.2.1. Let's go and answer the next one. Determine the nth term of the sequence. The nth term, they are looking for Tn. Tn is equals to a plus into n minus 1 times d. Therefore, Tn is equal to a, which is the first term of the sequence. That's 3 plus n minus 1 and d. The constant difference, guys, I'm not sure what is the constant difference. I'll say this is 3b, it's 8, 13, 18. So the difference here is 5. So the difference is 5. Therefore, find Tn, multiply the brackets. This will be 3n minus 5 at the like terms. So the Tn is 3n, 3 minus 5, that equals to negative 2. So that is your general term. The next question says, calculate the sum of the first 30 terms in the sequence for 2 marks. So when they want the sum for 2.2.3, that's an easy one, because you just go at the back of your question paper, you find the sum for what? I think it's n over 2 into 2a, n minus 1 times d, close the bracket. So this is the formula for sum of the arithmetic. So if this is arithmetic, that is the sum to use.
Sir,
I'm listening.
I think there's something wrong with your TN.
With my TN, which one?
That one of the arithmetic. I think it's supposed to be 5n minus 2.
Because I multiply out the bracket by 3 instead of 5.
Yeah.
This is 5 times n, right? So this will be 5n. So Tn, it's 5n. What's your name?
It's me, Amy Flesa.
It's Emiche. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Emiche, thank you very much. You know, this is one of the common mistakes that you guys can make in an exam, because now, let's say the next question, they want you to find t at 10. So if they want you to find t10, you'll be saying 3 into 10 minus 2, which is wrong. It should be 5 into 10 minus 2. This will be right. Thank you very much for that. Okay, then when we keep moving, it says that Sn, it's equals to the set for the first 30 terms. So where there's n, I'm going to substitute 30. So this will be 30 over 2 into the first term of the sequence. This is 2 into a. The first term of the sequence, that's 3. So where there's a, I'm going to substitute 3. Plus n, which is 30 minus 1 times d. And we set it d is 5. I need you guys to punch that on the calculator. Tell me what you get. Wait, did we even, the question says calculate the sum of the first 30 terms in the sequence, okay? What do you guys get when you put that on the calculator? How, guys? You no longer have a calculator now.
2,265.
Thank you very much. 2,265. That's the sum. Right. And then we move to the next question, guys. We are moving, and please make sure that you move with us. Move with the movers. 2.3. I know that when you look at 2.3, maybe someone might think, this one is going to give us tough times, but no. I'll just try. Let me just have my light on, then we'll try to work on this. Okay, so now in order for you guys to master the math question, you need to be able to say something about whatever that they're asking you about. So now, when I look at this sequence, what can you say about the sequence?
Say there is a constant difference. There is a constant difference, which is 2x.
You can't say constant difference, but a common term, the sequence has a common term of 2x. Thank you very much. Instead of saying difference, let's fix that part. All the terms, 2x. You see, for the fact that you've realized the 2 to the x, what can you do about that information?
Isn't it a geometric sequence because we have exponents?
We can't conclude that. You understand? Unless if we have a common ratio, then that's when we can conclude. But now, let's not run away from the 2x. Someone is saying that it has a common 2x. All the terms have 2 to the x. So now, if all the terms have 2 to the x, what can you say? What can we do with that information? Come on, guys.
Can't we factor it out?
Exactly. 2 to the x, then will be left. The sequence now becomes 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus all the way to 15. You see? So now, this is how you can write your sequence. So we don't know what is the question yet. The question says, find the values. And look at this. They say that the sum of those 15 terms is k times 2 to the power x plus p. Find the values of p and k, where p is an element of integers and k, determine the values of k and p, for which k and p are element of integers and k is an odd number. You know what I'm going to do from this? Now I'm gonna find, you know what? I don't know how they're going to mark this, but I'm gonna try and make this very, very short. I know that this 2 to the x I'm going to multiply that with whatever I get when I add all these numbers. So I'm going to say on my calculator, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8 plus 9. Tell me, what do you get when you add all those numbers, all up to 15? All up to 15.
One twenty.
Okay, thank you very much. So this will be times 120. Né? So guys, on your calculator, can someone tell me what do you get when you say, when you write 120 as the prime of its factors, on like saying, you're going to say 120 equals sign shift fact. What do you get?
2 to the power of 3 times 3 times 5.
120 is equal to 2 to the power of 3 times 3
Times
5.
3 times 5.
Now look at this. Look at this. I need to make sure that whatever that I get, it's in that form. So this will be 2 to the power 3. I need it since I have this 2. I'm just gonna say this will be 2 to the x times, I need that 2 to the power 3. And then 3 times 5, I need to combine those to get 15. So now the base are the same. I can add the exponent. So this will be 2 to the power x plus 3. So this tells you that k, this is in the form of k times 2 to the x plus p. So what is k? K is equal to 15. And what is p? P equal to 3. I'm not sure if I write it like this, I'll get all the marks. I'm not sure, but I think this is how you should do the question. Né? But now, let's do this. Let's use, I'm not sure if I say common sense. Are we offending our mind or what? But if we use common sense, will this, if I write my solution like this, will this be right? Will I get all the marks?
Sir, can you please explain how you got k equals to 15, p equals to 3? Like as in like the standard. I don't know if you divided or you've multiplied to get.
How I got what?
How you got k equals to 15 and p equals to 3. Like as in like.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. We have a k where they say k is an odd number. Is 15 not an odd number? That's an odd number. Multiplied by 2 to the power x plus p. So you can see that this equation is the same as that equation. They are in the same form. This tells you that k is just 15 and p is just 3.
Got it. Thank you.
But my question is that, will I be correct to substitute my method like this? To give the marker like this, will I be correct? Guys, I'm asking, Emishe, Yuhen, what do you think? Will I be correct to substitute, to submit my answer like this? Will I get all the marks?
No, sir.
Because this is a shortcut.
Yes, sir. It's not explain how you actually got to the answer.
Right. So now, if you look at the question, if you look at the question, I'm gonna check and say, what is this? I'm adding numbers, and we are talking about a sequence. When you add numbers, what comes into your mind? Sum. Okay, but we know that we have this for 15 terms, which is n, the number of terms, 15. Okay, and this is the sum. Do we know the last term? Yes. Remember, this is the last term. It will be, the last term is going to be 15 times 2x. So the last term is 2x times 15. That's the last term. I'll go to my formula sheet. Let me quickly move to my formula sheet and see what I have. I'm not sure if there's a formula sheet here. There it is. So now I'm going to choose either this formula or the one that has the last term. Because look at this. I'm not sure if this is arithmetic or if this is geometric, but we'll definitely confirm that. Okay, but now I don't think we have all the sum of where you have the last term. Guys, I think this one will make everything to be more complicated. But now, if I say sum of terms, it's n over 2 into a plus the last term. Do you guys know this formula?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I think this is the formula that I'm going to give them now, because this one is going to make my life more complicated. Now, the reason I think this can be geometric because we don't have a common ratio. By looking at the sequence, let's go back to that now. By looking at the sequence, this is not geometric, it's arithmetic. Let's test what type of sequence are we working with here. So this is my T1, this is my T2, this is my T3. So I can see that when I say T2 over T1, this gives me 2 to the power x plus 1 over 2 to the x. The base are the same, we subtract the exponent. So this is 2 to the power x plus 1, we subtract x, the x cancel, which is just 2 to the power 1. So that's r. So this should be equals to what? This should be equal to T3 over T2. This will be T3 over T2, which is T3 is 3 times 2 to the x over 2. You see, already by looking at this, you can see that there's no way we get 2. So this is 3 times 2, which is not the same. I hope you guys understand. Not exactly that. Yes, because it's 2 minus 1, which is just 3 over 2. I think so. X minus into, so this is 3 over 2, which is not equals to that. So this is not geometric. So the last option, this is arithmetic, will definitely prove that. Now, let's go and work on this on the other side. Now, even if we just do it here. So now, let's find D. We know that D is equals to T2, which is 2 to the x plus 1, we minus T1, which is 2 to the x. That's what you get. Therefore, D is equals to, if we factorize this, this is 2 to the x into 2 minus 1, which is just 2 to the x. Do you guys understand my algebra here?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Or you want me to explain what happened?
No, sir, we are fine.
You see this term here is 2 to the x times 2 to the 1 minus 2 to the x. We take 2 to the x out as a common factor. I'm left with 2 minus 1, which is just 2 to the x, because 2 minus 1 is 1. So this is my D. So I need to get the same answer. I need to get the same answer when I need to get the same answer when I say D, it's T3 minus T2. So this will be T3, it's 3.2 to the x. I need to minus 2 to the power x plus 1, which is T2. So this is 2 to the x out as a common factor. I'm left with 3 minus 2, which is just 2 to the x. So now we confirm and say, therefore, this is arithmetic. Since this is arithmetic, the sum of terms, we use n over 2 into a plus the last term. Okay, so I think I can just work this thing this side. So we are saying that Sn is equals to n over 2 into a plus the last term, and now the sum of 15 terms. So this is the sum of 15 terms. This is 15 over 2 into a, which is 2 to the x. That's the first term. plus the last term, which is 2 to the x times 15. So I think you guys still remember where is that coming from. 2 to the x was the first term of the sequence. That's 2 to the x. And then we have 15 terms, and we said that the last term will be what? Will be 2 to the x times 15. Then we just have to solve and put this in the form of k times 2 to the x plus p. When we solve this, we need to put it in the form of k times 2 to the x plus p. Let's try and solve this thing. So now, what I need you to do, let's work this thing out. I still have 15 over 2. And then this side, I'm going to take 2 to the x out as a common factor. I'm left with 1 plus 15. Then this will be 15 over 2 into 2 to the x times 16. And then I know that if I multiply out the bracket, the 2 cancels with the 16. This is 8, because it's like saying 2, it's like 8 divided by 2. So this will be 15 times 2 to the x times 8. Let me group this, because I know that the 15, I need to leave it like that. Don't multiply the 2, because they said k is an odd number. They said this k is an odd number. So already we have that odd number. We just have to write the 2 and 8 as base 2. But we know that this will be 15 times 2 to the x. 8 is 2 to the power 3. The base are the same. You add the exponent, which gives you 15 times 2 to the power x plus 3. You see, k is 15 and p is 3. The same answer that we got when we were doing the speculation, whatever that we were doing that. So k is 15. We said k is 15, p is 3. So now I use this to know what I need to do, to know my answer, but I know that they won't accept this. I need to give them what we are working with. This is a sequence. What comes in your mind when we work with sequence? Sums. Because this plus sign there, we are adding these terms, we are adding 15 terms, and we know what is the last term. What is the formula for sum if you know the last term? It's n over 2 into a plus n. You guys you guys understand what is going on here?
Sam, can you please go back to the semi-last yeah. I wanted you to please explain again how we do the multiplication and stuff until we get the answer. I'm a bit
How
lost.
we do what?
How we got k equals to 15, p equals to 3 via like the substitution, cancellation, or whatever.
Okay, how
So
we
that's
got
the-
k is 15, p is 3.
Yeah, while doing the second.
Okay, look
I
at
mean,
this. They say the sum of those is k times 2 to the x plus p. We need to take this sum, write it in that form. And we definitely did that. We find that our answer is 15 times 2 to the x plus 3. So look at this. Where there's 15, there's k. Where there's p, there's 3. So k is 15, p is 3. Are you happy with that?
no, say not that one.
Which one?
Ne? Like I can wonder what like when you are given like an equation, or when you're substituting like numbers into an equation, like the Sn equals to n over
Okay.
2a plus n. So nna ke nyako tseba gore like ke nyako gore like le nthusheng mo e leng gore like ra substitute ra because ke bona di cancellation, which is 15 over 2 into 2x. It's like from there to the final answer, how did you do that?
Oh, okay. The substitution, the simplification, and all that.
Yeah, basically simplification, yes.
Oh, okay. Let's start with this one. You understand why we're saying n is 15? Why we substituted n as 15?
Yes.
Okay. What about this one? Do you understand why we say a is 2 to the x?
Yes.
You understand why the last term is 2 to the x times 15?
No, more 15. I thought we were more last term. I thought we were gonna put 15 only. So I was confused. Or why did we add 2x as well? Because yeah.
Okay, let's go back to the sequence. Look at this now. When I have something like this, I think let me just write this like this. Let's go back to this. Look at this. Alright, come on. We said 2 to the x is a common number. Né? We have 2 to the x out as a common factor. So this tells you that all these terms, they will have 2 to the x. That's why we have the 2 to the x out as a common factor. So now, this 2 to the x, I can multiply that 2 to the x by 15 to know the last term. So the last term is 2 to the x times 15. Do you understand now?
Yes.
The last term is not 15 because remember, we had 2 to the x out as a common factor. So the last term is 2 to the x times 15.
Okay, I understand.
So now, do you want me to continue explaining the next step?
No, it's fine. The simplification, I don't want to waste your time. It's fine.
But okay, the simplification is easy. We just had 2 to the x out as a common factor. Where there's 2 to the x, you substitute 1. So this is like 1 times 15. Then now, you're going to add 1 and 15 to get that 16. Then now, it's like 2 to the x times the answer that you get inside the bracket, which is 16. So this will be 2 to the x times 16. But now, when I multiply out the bracket, I know that this will be 15 into 2 to the x times 16. So I know that if I multiply the bracket by that, the 2 will divide 16 because that's an even number, which gives us 8. So this is like saying 15 times 2 to the x times 8. You want to
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to the next question. Question 3. We are given the geometric series, and this is what we have on the geometric series. Let's see what we need to do on the first question. Write down the general term of this series. Remember, the general term of the geometric series in the form of a Rn minus 1. So we need to find the value of a. So this is my a, I need to find r. R is T2 over T1. T2 is 2 over T1 is minus 4. Therefore, what is r? R is just minus 1 over 2. So to find Tn is equal to where there's a, I put minus 4. Where there's r, I put minus 1 over 2 to the power n minus 1. Then you are done. Next one. Write the series in sigma notation. Remember, if we write the series in sigma notation, it will be in this form. I'm going to first write the general term to the power n minus 1. And then now on bottom, it's going to be n is equal to where the sequence starts. So, you can test this to see if it starts at T1. So, if it starts as T1 on the general term, where there's n, you substitute 1. So, this will be 1 minus 1. The answer that you get, it should be minus 4. If the answer is minus 4, then it definitely starts at 1. So, this will be any number to the power 0. We know that 1 minus 1 is 0. Any number to the power 0 is 1. For T1 is just minus 4. So it starts at 1. On top, to find n, you're going to work out some of the magic. Né? To find the last term, this is what you're going to do. To find the last term, you're going to say Tn is equals to minus 4. Okay? Minus 4 into minus 1 over 2 to the power n minus 1. So Tn, we know what is the last term. We can equate that to the last term and solve for n, because on top here, we need to put the number of terms. So this will be 1 over 32 into minus 4 into minus 1 over 2, n minus 1. So let's go and work on that and find n. Then the n that we get is the one that we're going to put it on top. Guys, If I'm moving fast, tell me now. So what was this question? Okay, we said this will be 1 over 32. It's equals to minus 4 into minus 1 over 2 to the power n minus 1. And let's do the magic and solve for that. The value of n. Okay, first thing first, I'm gonna get rid of that minus 4, divide that by minus 4. It's the same as saying I have 1 over 32, multiply that by minus 4 over 1. Nope, not minus 4 over 1. I don't think it will be minus 4 over 1, but this will be 1 over minus 4. 1 over minus 4. Can someone tell me what is that on your calculator? What do you get? What is 1 over 32 divided by minus 4? What do you get?
Negative 1 over 128.
Negative 1 over 128. Is that what you got?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so this will be negative 1 over 128. It's equals to minus 1 over 2 now. Everything to the power n minus 1. Can someone tell me what is 128 equals to as the base of maybe as base 2?
2 to the power 7.
2 to the power 7. I think everyone understands where is that coming from, because we say 128 shift fact. So this will be minus 1 over 2 to the power 7 is equals to minus 1 over 2 to the power n minus 1. So this tells me that I can definitely write this as minus 1 over 2, because I can put the 7 also this part, because this changes nothing. You see, I can say this is to the power 7, then I will take the 7 out as a common factor so that I can leave that minus 1 over 2 inside the bracket. So I take the 7 out as a common factor. Why? Because I'm trying to have the same base. Are you all happy with that?
Yes, sir.
So the base now are the same. I can equate the exponent, say n minus 1 is equal to 7. The n comes this side, therefore n is 8. So on top, on that sigma notation, we're going to put 8. So this will be 8. That's to collect that 2 marks, you should write it like that in sigma notation. Né? Guys, you still with me?
Yes, sir.
Find the sum to infinity. So you go to your formula sheet, you get that infinity formula. Let's see. Sum to infinity. Where's the formula for sum? So the sum to infinity, that's the formula a over 1 minus r. So I'll definitely go back and substitute everything from that formula. So to answer this 3.1.3, the sum to infinity is a over 1 minus r. Can someone do the substitution? So sum to infinity is a, which is the first term. We said it's minus 4 over 1 minus into r, which is minus 1 over 2. Can someone put that on the calculator? Tell us what you get.
Minus 8 over 3.
Okay, thank you very much. You got minus 8 over 3. Right. Right. Now, when I look at this, I'm just going to jump into the next one. The next one is asking for determine, okay, they say that you are given as n is equals to 32 minus 32 into 1 over 2. Right? So let's go and rewrite this equation down. Sn is equals to 32 minus 32 into 1 over 2 to the power n. And they ask you to find the sum of 5 terms. So this was 3.2.1. So meaning that on the equation where there's n, we put 5. That was an easy one. You punch that on the calculator. Oh guys, please help us with that calculators. We just gotta take, we don't take breaks, we push. We don't take break, we push. Because when I look at the time, there's only 1 hour left. Guys, punch your calculators, tell me the answer. Thank you. Okay, so now the next question says, oh, I never thought that I'll be teaching like for 3 hours, but this is me. Let's keep going. How many terms must be added for the sum to be equals to 225 over 8? How many sequences must be added? You see now, this question, it's really confusing, because when they say the sum, how do we know what type of sequence is this? How do we know what type of sequence is this? Is this arithmetic or is this geometric? How are we going to conclude that? How many terms must be added for the sum to be equal to that? Guys, please tell me, what type of sequence are we working on?
I think it's geometric, say.
It's geometric. Why do you think it's geometric?
Exponential, exponent, that's why.
Okay, nice. Thank you, I really don't believe that I'm the one asking that, but remember, guys, we don't know everything. It's not like when we teach, we know how to answer all these questions. You see now, because now like they never mention anything, but now that you mentioned the exponential, I'll just say this is geometric. Since it's geometric, the formula for sum, I'll write the formula down for sum. Let's quickly write that down. The formula for sum, maybe we should start this here. The formula Sn, it's equals to a into 1 minus r to the n, everything divided by 1 minus r. But now they said the sum is 255 over 8, which is equal to, I need us to do the substitution, but I'm also confused when it comes to finding the value of a, when it comes to finding r. But let's go back, maybe we'll find something to work on there. So I'm just going to look at this equation here. Let me look at this. When I look at this is in the form of this part here. It's in the form of, how can I say this? It's in the form of, come on guys, please. It's in the form of a r n minus 1. So I think we need to change this and put it in that form. Then we'll definitely know what type of sequence is this. What type of sequence is this? So now I need to know what is a. Someone is going to say a is 32. Yo, damn it. Please don't do that. Guys, can someone tell me why is it wrong to say the value of a is 32? Anyone? You hand. Are you still in the lesson?
Yes, sir.
Emiche, someone was saying something.
I was saying it's because of 32. It's the formula. Say it's not the first term.
It's because of what?
It's because of 32, it's the formula.
32 is the formula.
Yeah, it falls under the formula of Sn. It's not the first term.
It's not the first term. Guys, another thing that you need to note is that, okay, fine. Let me put this in simple terms. Now, guys, the reason this guy here, this A, this is not the same as A r to the n minus 1, because the reason I can say A is 32, we are missing minus 1 there. Let's go back and put our minus 1, then we'll definitely know what is 32. We are missing minus 1 there on top. You understand? So what I'm trying to say is that I'll take this sequence here now. I'll take the 32 ish. Okay, I'll take the 32 and say into 1 over 2 to the power n. Now, I need to see if I can write this in the form of a r to the power n minus 1. Let's try and see if we can write that in that form. Now. Then we'll definitely know what is the value of a. So now, can someone tell me what is 2 to what is 32? That is 2 to the power 5, ne?
Yes.
I'm not sure what I'm doing here will work. So this will be 2 to the power 5 times 2 to the power minus 1, and this is to the power n, and this will be, hey guys, will this work? Let's see. 2 to the power 5, that will be 5 times 2 to the power minus n. And then, okay, this is not working. I need to create minus 1. How can I create minus 1? When I add the like terms, this will be 2 to the power minus n plus 5. You see, this is not giving minus 1. What about this? What about this 32? You know, one thing is that the one thing that I'm doing wrong is that this is the sum. This is the sum. There's something that we are missing. We can't use the sum. This makes everything to be total wrong, guys. Just give me time to think about this. Nah? Is that what you guys want us to try? Let's give you guys the benefit of the doubt. Nah? We are given that Sn is 32 minus 32 into 1 over 2 to the power n. You guys say we should substitute this as what? As 5 over 8, nah? And then 32 minus 32 into 1 over 2. Then we solve for n. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
Okay. To solve for n, the first thing we need to take this 32 this side to be negative. So this will be 255 over 8 minus 32 net, which is minus 32 into 1 over 2 to the power n. And then now what do you get when you punch this on the calculator?
Minus 1 over 8.
Minus 1 over
8.
8.
Yes.
Then when you divide this side by negative 32, divide by negative 32, what do you get? What is 1 over 2 to the power n equals to? What is this on your calculator?
1 over 256.
1 over 256.
And then 1 over 256, what is that on your, what do you get on your calculator? What is that to base 2?
1 over 2 exponent 8.
Okay, then this will be 2 to the power minus n is equal to 2 to the power minus 8, ne? Then minus n is equal to minus 8. And guys, tell me, what was the issue on this one? Why is Takili? Eh?
I
Why
can
was
say
I
you said
struggling
now
to
you
solve
wanted
this?
to check if you can get that equation into n minus 1.
Yo, hi man, that was a, thank you very much. Kimar filling this method. What's your name?
Dim, it's Paul.
Paul again. Thank you very much. Ne? Guys,
Yeah.
this was just straightforward. Come on. I was supposed to look at the mark allocation, then just go straight to the answer. Guys, please don't send comments or raise hands. Just say something. I can't see you on that other side. Ne? You want to say something or you send something on comments, please just tell me now. Ne? Guys, look at this. If 2 to the n is equal to p, determine the value of this in terms of p. This is also another 3 marks, meaning that where there's, let's first find s of 5 minus n, meaning that on the equation, where there's n, we put 5 minus n. So this will be 32 minus 32 into 1 over 2 to the power 5 minus n. Then we need to take everything, we subtract this side where there's n, we put 5 plus n. So this will be 32 minus 32 into 1 over 2 to the power 5 plus n. What do we get when we substitute those two? Okay, I'm just going to rewrite the equation this side, then we'll take it step by step and solve that question. So they want us to find this in terms of p. We know that it is given that 2 to the power n, was it 2 to the power n? 2 to the power n is p. So 2 to the power n, that's equal to p. Okay, so let me quickly work on this. This will be 32 minus 32 into 1 over 2 to the power 5 minus n minus, guys, those other people who teach on YouTube, then they just make the question paper, the whole of the question paper with 2 hours. Guys, what are they saying? Like, come on, Bella, it's 2 hours and already we are on questions. What are they teaching? Because when you look at that, the whole question paper, that's 2 hours or 2 hours 30 minutes. But as we are on question 3 and we still have a lot of, or maybe it's because this is a live lesson. You guys are also saying something. I'm also giving you time to say something, maybe. But let's try and see when the 3 hour complete where we'll stop with this question paper. So now to solve this, I'm just gonna write this as everything to the power. Okay, so this is 32 minus this 32. I need to combine these two so that everything is to base 2. So this will be 2 to the minus 1. I change that, and this I write it as 2 to the power 5. But we know that this one is to the power 5 minus n. Everything we subtract. Okay, guys, are you still with me?
Yes, sir.
Why are you quiet? Come on with it. Naila, I think maybe I'm alone in this lesson. Because I think I did ask you, how does this other YouTube tutors, how do they manage to, maybe I thought you guys will give me a solution and say, sir, when you speak too much, maybe if you can Focus on the lesson and uskabulela tata. We can push. Okay, so this will be 32 minus the base are the same, but let's multiply out the exponents first. This will be 2 to the power 5 times 2 to the power minus 5 plus n. Then we still have to minus this by 32 minus 2 to the power 5 times 2 to the power minus 5 minus n. Then the base are the same. Let's add the exponent. 32 minus 2 to the power 5 plus 5, that's 0. 5 plus minus 5 is 0. Then we left with n. Then we need to minus inside the bracket. 32 minus, this is also 2 to the power minus n, because the 2, they just give us 0. Multiply out the bracket by that negative. So this is minus 32 plus 2 to the minus n. So the 32 cancels, we left with negative 2 to the n plus 2 to the minus n. So look at this. They said 2 to the n is p, and we need to write this in terms of p. So where there's n, we need to put p plus 2 to the power. This is 1 over 2 to the n. So we also have to substitute that p. This is minus p plus 1 over p. Then that's the answer. Okay, so let's quickly jump into question 4 now. Let's go to question 4. Question 4, they say write down the equation of the asymptote of h. Guys, please give me a second. I need to. Every day.
Yes.
Wow, that's nice. Okay, look at the question that we have now. So I want us to quickly push this question 7. First question, it says that determine first principle, the derivative from the first principle if f at x it's equals to x squared plus 4x plus 1. So I'm going to rewrite my equation this side. You can see my screen, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this will be they want us to find f at x. It's okay, f at x is equals to x squared with minus 4x plus 1. Right. So when they say f prime from the first principle, so I'm not sure, but if you still remember the first principle, it goes like f at prime is equals to the limit as h approaches 0. Then
Yes.
we say that we need to find f at x plus h. Okay, minus
Yes, sir.
f at x. Then we're gonna take everything there, divide everything by what? Divide everything by h.
H.
Right. So now you know what I'm going to do when I have this type of question. First thing first, I need to find f at x plus h. So meaning that on the equation where there's x, I'm going to substitute that x plus h and see what I get. Where there's x, I put x plus h plus 1. Right. So if I expanded the bracket here, this is x plus h into x plus h minus 4 into x plus h. Okay. Therefore, let's multiply out the bracket. But already, since we work with x plus h squared most of the time, already we know that when we multiply the bracket, this is x squared plus 2xh plus h squared. Then we minus 4x, then minus 4h, then we have plus 1. Are you with me on that?
Yes, sir.
Can I take this and substitute it on that limit?
Yes.
Okay, let's quickly do that. We know that the limit as h approaches 0, my f at x plus h, I'm going to sub in this, which is the x squared plus the 2xh plus h squared, and then I'm gonna rewrite that part there. let's subtract, okay, f at x. So please make sure that when you subtract f at x, you put it inside the bracket. This is one of the things most learners forget to do, so that they can multiply out the bracket with that negative, okay? Then this is over h. You still with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now, what do I get when I multiply out the brackets?
Let me just multiply it. The bracket is
Yes,
going to be negative x squared plus 4x minus 1
plus 4x minus
plus 4x. Yes.
then over h. Can you please
Yes.
give me a second? Continue with this one. So now I'm gonna look at the like terms. I'm going to cancel out those like terms. Now I'm going to look at the like terms and then we cancel those guys. So the x squared cancels with minus x squared. And then
Yes.
the 4x cancel with minus 4x. And then the
Yes.
minus 1 cancel with the plus 1. So a quick tip is that whatever that you have on f at x, it will be like everything will be cancelled inside that f at x. You understand?
Okay, sir.
Then after cancelling out of the terms, you need to rewrite your equation carefully. Make sure that you don't miss any term there. So this will be 2x h, then we have plus h squared, then we have minus 4h, and everything is divided by h. So when I look at the top part, I can take out h as the common factor because now we cannot do a direct substitution. If we do a direct substitution, everything will be a mess. We're going to get a 0, the denominator of 0, which is undefined.
Yes,
so from this part, I'm just going to take h out as a common factor. I'm left with 2x plus h minus 4. And when you divide this by h, the h cancels. I'm left with the limit as h approaches 0 of that 2x plus h minus 4.
Minus 4.
Let's do the substitution. Now, when you substitute, you drop the limit. Okay?
Sorry, sir, you can speak.
You say?
No, sir, can speak. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So this is 2x. Where there's h, we substitute 0. Then the final answer is just 2x minus 4. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Right. Look at this. Né? Another exam tip that I can give you is that when you apply the limit, the first thing you can just factorize. I'm sorry. You can differentiate this using the rules. So if you use the rules, this is 2x minus 4. So those tells you that after using the principle, your answer should be 2x minus 4. So if you work out this thing and you find 2x minus 4, then that's when you can start smiling when you're in an exam. Né?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, let's look at the next question. If f prime, they want us to find f prime. If we have, so this one we have to apply the rules, né? On 7.2, and we need to apply the rules. So we have f at x, which is equals to minus 3x to the power 4 plus 5x squared. Therefore, the f prime at x. So I think it's best if we just rewrite this equation this side, and then we'll work on it. So this is 7. Okay, so this is 7.2.1. Okay, so we are looking for f at x, which is equals to minus 3x to the power 4, then plus
Plus
5x
5x
squared. The most important rule of differentiating is that if I have f at x to be x to the n, the derivative of this, the f prime of x, will be the x comes down, no, the n comes down
n comes down.
to multiply the coefficient of that x. So this will be equals to n times x to the power n, then we subtract 1, right? So
Yes.
this will be, we need to find the derivative here. We're going to bring the 4 down, which is minus 3. We multiply that by 4. And then this will be x to the power 4. We subtract 1. Then plus 5, we bring the 2 down, multiply that 2 by 5. X to the power 2, we subtract 1. Therefore, what do we get there? What is your f at x? If I work out this, my f prime will be minus 12 x to the power 3 plus 10 x. That's the derivative, right?
Yes, sir.
This was an easy one, but when we look at the next one, this one, we need to first remove the sides. We need to remove that square root. We need to remove the fraction before you do anything. Né? So they say dy over the x, meaning that differentiate y in terms of x. So this will be 2.3. They want us to differentiate y in terms of x. So we are given y to be the root x minus 2 over x. We need to rewrite this equation. I'm not sure if you still remember the laws of exponent. If I have x to the n, the root m, so this can be written as x. The exponent inside the square root comes on top, divided by the one that is outside. So this is to the power 1 and this is 2 there. We can write this as x to the power, the 1 comes on top, then the 2 as your denominator. So this is the same as minus 2. Remember, 1 over x is just x to the power minus 1. We can write that as a negative exponent, okay?
Yes.
Now you can differentiate. So we can find the dy over dx. So when we differentiate, the 1 over 2 comes on in front, then x to the power, that 1 over 2 is subtract 1, minus 2, which will be multiplied by minus 1, and then we're gonna say x to the power minus 1 minus 1. Therefore, when we work this out, what is dy over dx? This is just 1 over 2. X to the power 1 over 2 minus 1 over 2 is just minus 1 over 2, right?
Yes.
Then we're gonna add 2, x to the power negative 2. Okay, so you can leave your answer like this, or you can just put your answer in a positive, or if you want to bring back the fraction, it's up to you. So you can simplify this better and say this is the same as 1 over 2. We know that this is 1 over 2 and is divided by x to the power 1 over 2, and then plus this is 2, which is divided by x squared. You can also put in the fraction and say this is 1 over 2 over the root x, then yeah, and so on. 2 over x squared. You understand?
Okay, sir.
So it's up to you what you want to do about that. Okay, let's look at what we have on the next question. What are we required to do? They say that determine the equation of the tangent. They want us to find the equation of the tangent to a curve of h at x. Okay, so this is our main graph, and then the tangent should touch that graph at one point at x is equals to minus 2. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So this tells us that if we can find h at minus 2, we can find the corresponding y value. Okay, so when you have the corresponding y value, we're going to know where it touches the graph. You understand? At which point, because already we have the x, and then we can find h at minus 2 to know where does this touch the graph. The point of contact.
Then after finding the point of contact, I'll explain why we need the point of contact, okay? So first thing first, I need you to use a calculator. Punch that on the calculator. Tell me what you get. What is h at minus 2? On the calculator, where there's x, you put minus 2. What do you get? So because this is h at minus 2, it's equals to minus into minus 2 to the power of 3, then plus 2. I'm listening.
What is age?
What is age?
Yes, where is it on the calculator? We didn't do it like this.
Please come again. What are you saying?
I don't know where age is on the calculator.
No, why do you want h on the calculator?
Can't you say put age?
Oh, no, I'm saying on h, where there's x, you put minus 2.
Oh.
Sorry, ne?
I was lost now, like where is age?
No, I'm sorry. On this will be h at minus 2, so meaning that where there's x, we put minus 2. Sorry, ne?
Okay, so then
Therefore, what is the corresponding y value? What do you get?
It's -1.
Okay, so if this is -1, therefore the point of contact, the x is minus 2, the y is -1. I'll explain why. Because remember, the standard form of a tangent line, it's a straight line, so it should be in the form of y is equal to mx plus c. We're going to use that point to find c. But now let's first find the gradient. We know that to find the gradient of a tangent at a point, we find the derivative and then we substitute that x value to find the gradient. Do you understand? So we need to find the derivative of that h. So I'm going to work on the derivative. I'm going to look at the derivative. Then after having my derivative, I'm going to substitute where there's x, I'm going to put minus 2. So the derivative h prime at x, this will be equal to -3x squared, then plus 2. So that is the derivative. Né? So now on the derivative, to find the gradient where there's x, we need to put in -2 plus 2. Therefore, the answer that you get is going to be your gradient. It will be the value of n. What is that? So this is 6 plus 2. Né? Eh? Is it? Oh, this is 2 squared.
Yes.
It's -3, which is 4, and then 4 times 3, that's -12, plus 2, that's -10. That is the gradient.
Yes.
Okay. So you see from this equation, I'm going to substitute in my gradient, y is equal to -10x plus c. Then use this point. So I think you understand why we had to calculate the point of contact. So now we need to use that point of contact to find the corresponding, the value of c. So where there's y, I put -1, and this is equal to -10. Where there's x, I put -2 plus c. Then you just have to take it from there and solve this guy. So this will give us -20 plus c, and then this is -1. Oh, this will be positive since it's a negative and a negative. Therefore, the 20 will go to the other side to be negative. So -21 is equal to c. So what is the equation of the tangent at that point? Therefore, the equation is y is equal to -10x minus 21. That's the equation of the tangent. Okay?
Yeah, this one is less complicated.
I'm listening.
I'm saying Sir's equation is less complicated than the one I was doing.
Okay, this, which one? You guys, when you calculate, you use this one, y minus y1, it's equal to m into x minus x1.
Yes.
I think even this one, man, it's good. It's just that you have to make y subject of the formula, multiply out the bracket by the gradient, which is where you can just make a lot of mistakes, ne?
Yes, I like this one. It's more straightforward.
Okay, I understand you, ne?
Okay, so
7.4. Look at 7.4. They say that they want you to find the graph G prime has a minimum turning point. Okay, at 1 and minus 4. Oh, determine the values of x. Okay, so this 7.4 is no longer part of 7.4 is on its own. Ne? This is a new question. Again.
okay, so
Okay, do you want me to give you a chance to try how to answer this 7.4?
no.
Okay,
No.
look at this. Now, they say that the graph y is equal to g prime at x. And then when you see the weight minimum, just know that we're talking about the first derivative. Né?
Okay.
Okay, we are referring at the first derivative. But now, it has the minimum, so they are talking about the turning point at that point. So it has the minimum turning point. So I'm not sure how can I show you this? If I have a graph like this and they say it has a minimum, so this is my minimum turning point, this is my minimum, and this is my max. You understand?
Okay.
And then they say determine the values of for which G is concave up. Ne? Concave up. So if we determine the concave up, we're going to find the second derivative, and then it must be greater than 0. You understand?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
So
it's
now,
concave up.
yeah. So now, when this graph has the minimum turning point, it tells me that I'm just gonna quickly give you an example. Né? So you see this point, this x value. Okay, so this x value, it becomes what we call since is the second derivative is it becomes what we call the point of inflection. You understand?
Okay.
The point of inflection is where the graph changes the concavity.
Okay.
So when they say it has the minimum turning point at that point, and they say for which values of x is the graph concave up, you need to take the x value, which is 1. So x must be greater than that 1. That's the answer. And when they say the graph is concave down, it will be x must be less than that 1. So this one is for concave down, and this one is for concave up. So you just have to understand that the second derivative should be greater than 0. And then for down, the second derivative, it should be less than 0.
Okay, sir.
Are you happy with that?
Yes, sir.
I'm moving to the next question. Question 8. What's wrong?
Let's move.
Yeah. So when I look at this question 8, they say you are given f at x is x to the power 3 minus 8x squared plus 5x plus 14. And the question says they want you to show that, write down the y-intercept of f. So you don't have to make any calculations. Just give us the answer and you will give you that 1 mark. So can you please tell me what will be the y-intercept here? What do you think will be the y-intercept?
-14, -14.
Let me remind you something. Let me just put something down here. The y-intercept, we find it if x is 0. And you don't have to do any calculation. Tell me the y-intercept. Already we know that the x coordinate is 0. What is the y?
3 Okay.
Come on, Emerson. If x is 0, look at the equation.
Yeah, man, give me 2 minutes.
No, you don't need 2 minutes. You need 10 seconds.
Yeah. Hi. It's 14.
It's 14. You don't have to do calculation. You
Yeah.
go to your graph. You look at the one that doesn't have x, which is 14. Then you write it down here. Okay?
Okay, Nene.
Don't waste time on that. And then the next one, they say that show that x minus 7 is a factor of f. So if x minus 7 is a factor of x, this tells you that if okay, so let me explain this like this. So if they want you to show that x minus 7 is a factor of x, remember that if something is a factor, when I say x minus 7, I equate that to 0. What do I get? I get x is equal to 7, right?
7. Yes.
So this tells me that when I find f at 7, the answer should be 0. So on the original equation, when I substitute 7 on that original equation, I should get an answer of 0. So from f at x, so I'm going to say this is 7 to the power 3, then minus 8 into 7 squared, then plus 5x. If you get 0 here, then x minus 7 is a factor.
Okay.
Okay, this is plus 14, therefore f at 7, this should give you 0. So since it's 0, then we can say it's a factor. You understand?
Okay, Nene.
Did you verify that using your calculator?
Yes, it is 0, so it is a factor.
Okay, no problem. All protocols are reserved. Let's go to the next question. Hence factorize. So hence means that use what you already have. Look at this. When you factorize, already we have x minus 7 as a factor. So I'm doing 8.3 now. So when I have that as a factor, I'm going to open 2 brackets. Look at what I'm doing. We take the x, you divide that x to the power 3. So it will be like x to the power 3 divided by x, which gives us x squared. The answer that you get, you write it down here, x squared. And then you take the minus 7. Don't say 7, but minus 7. You're going to take the positive 14. You see, I take this with the signs. Then you divide that by minus 7, which gives us minus 2. So this part here will be minus 2. You're still with me?
Yes.
The middle part, I'm going to say this is kx. Now, the aim is to find the value of k. And we're going to do this by inspection. So when I say we're going to do this by inspection, you're going to create maybe the coefficient of x. Let's create the coefficient of x. To create the coefficient of x, I can say this x times that minus 2 will give me the coefficient of x. And then another one that can give me the coefficient of x is this one and that one. Look at this. If I say minus 7 times x squared, that doesn't give me the coefficient of x. So you can choose if you want to create x or if you want to create x squared. So when I multiply the 2, I'm going to say this is x times minus 2, which is minus 2x. Then minus 7 times kx, which is minus 7 kx, then you're going to equate this to the term that has the coefficient of x in the equation, which is 5x. Okay. Then this side we have a common factor. Okay, this is minus 2x. We have a common factor of x. I'm gonna take that out. Then I'm left with minus 2. Then this will be minus 2 minus 7k, and then this is 5x. Divide both sides by that x, divide both sides by that x, so that we get rid of that x. The aim is to calculate x, k, remember? So this will be minus 2 minus 7k is just 5. Therefore, let's move the 2 to the other side. This will give us minus 7k to be 7. You understand? Because the 2 comes this side,
to be plus 2. Then if you divide both sides by that minus 7, this gives us k to be -1. Let me see. Look at this. What I'm saying is that we can, it's up to you which coefficient you want to use. Look at this. I can create, remember I have x minus 7. Then I open the brackets, and then now I know that x to the power 3 divided by x, this gives me x squared. Then f plus 14 divided by minus 7, this gives me minus 2. The middle term is plus kx. So I can also, on this one, I can also create that, the x squared. Look at this. I can say this times this will give me x squared. This times this will give me x squared. So this will be kx squared minus 7x squared. Then equated this to the term that has x squared, which is minus 8x squared.
Okay.
Right? So I can take x squared out as a common factor. I'm left with k minus 7. And then this is minus 8x. Minus 8.
The goal is to cancel out 8 all the time.
Yes. So this is x squared. This is x squared. Therefore, I'm left with k minus 7 is equal to minus 8. Therefore, k will be minus 8 plus 7, which is minus 1. So it's up to you what you need to work on.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so now to factorize this completely, we need to put that equation back there. So to put the equation back, this is what I'm going to have. I'll have x minus 7 into, this will be x squared minus k, which is minus 1. Then I have x minus 2. So can you see that it will be easy for us to factorize that other part?
Yes, sir, it will.
Okay, so when I factorize the other part, this will be x minus 7. This will be x. The factors of 2 is just 2 and 1. Then since it's negative, one should be negative, one should be positive. We'll give the bigger number negative sign, the sign of the middle one. Then this is fully factorized. Then you are done. This is factorized. Okay, so let's look at what they want us to do at the next point. Oh, determine the coordinates of the turning point A and B for 6 marks. You see, this is just easy marks. Now, how do we find the turning point? I'm just going to write f at x in the meantime this side. Do you know how we find the turning point?
No.
No. The turning point of a cubic function?
No, I don't know.
Ah, come on, Emily. Please don't do this to me. Are you sure you want to do this to me? Amy.
Sir?
You sure you want to do this to me? When you are writing, are you sure?
Oh, that's how many?
Ah, come on. Remember, when we find the turning point, we find the first derivative, we equate it to 0. Then solve for x. So the first derivative of that equation, it will be 3x squared minus 14x plus 5. Then equate that to 0 and solve for x. You understand? So no, this is not 14. This is 18. 16. It's 2 times 8.
8, which is 16. Yes.
16x. Then we add 5. This is equal to 0. Then now you factorize. This will be 3x. This will be x. Then we need to have
the factors of 5 that when we add or subtract them, they give us the, what is this? They give us the middle term of that 16. So this is 5 and 1. Look at this. If I put the 1 this side, 3 times 1, it's 3x. Is 3x close to 16?
Is 3x close to 16?
Yes, I'm asking. It's very far. It's far. But look at this. Then I changed, I put 5. What is 3 times 5? That's 15x. Is 15 close to 16?
Yes.
Then the 5 should be on that side. 1 should be this side. Then now, we need this 15 to be negative and also that one to be negative because of this is plus 5. Ne? Therefore, this is
So
0. I'm listening.
Can I just use that negative b plus minus square root b minus
Yes.
4ac for this,
Please,
right?
listen. There's a mark for factors. When you use it, don't write it on the question paper. What you can do, when you use it, this is how you should use it. Ne? You can use the quadratic formula, and then the answer that you get, you're going to get that your x is equal to 5, or the value of x is equals to 1 over 3, right? So we need to see the factors. You take the 5, you bring it this side. You write this as x minus 5 is 0. Then you write the x minus 5 as your factor. Then this side, this is over 1. You cross multiply x times 3. That's 3x, which is equal to 1. The 1 comes to the other side. 3x minus 1 is equal to 0. Then you write the 3x minus 1 on the bracket. So please, when you use the quadratic formula, don't write the quadratic formula because there's a mark for those factors. They need to see the factors.
Okay, sir.
Oh. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to solve this equation by saying that x is 5 or x is just 1 over 3. Right. So these are the x coordinates. We need to find the corresponding y value, which is f at 5. We also need to find x at 1 over 3 on the equation. So x at 5, that will be 5 to the power 3 minus 8 into 5 squared plus 5 into 3, not 5 into 5.
Into 5.
And then plus 40.
That's going to give you negative 36.
It gives you negative
36.
Okay, negative 36. So this tells you that the first point is 5 and negative 36. Then what is the next one? This is 1 over 3 plus 40. Therefore, what do you get?
So should I give it to you in fraction form or decimal form?
I think in fraction is fine.
Okay, so I get 400 over 27.
400 over 27. Then in decimal form, what do you get?
I get, okay, so I'm going to round it off, so it's 14.81.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so now that's how you find the turning point. Now, please don't disappoint me. Don't disappoint me. You know what? So now when I look at this question, I'm gonna say that okay, the answer this side will be 1 over 3 and that 400 over 27. That's the answer. So these are your turning points, né? So which one is A, which one is B? They say the coordinates of A and B. Look at where's A. So A, x value of A. If you look at this, the x value of A, or we can even look at the y values. This one has a positive y value, or this one has a negative y value, then A has a positive. y value. So A, this one will be
the-
point A, and this one will
And
be
B
point
will be
B.
that one.
Okay, let me look at the next one, number 8.5. So find the coordinates of the point where the concavity of the, you see, remember we just talked about this on the previous question. I said the concavity changes on the second derivative. So to find that point, you need to find the second derivative of x and equate that to 0. So if this is my f at x, so what will be the second derivative? So we need to derive that first derivative. So if you still remember, the first derivative was 3x squared. Then we said this is minus 16. This is where we made a mistake and said that was 14x. Then plus 5. So if I find the second derivative, what is the second derivative equals to? So this will be 6x minus 16, it's 0. Then you solve for x. So this will be 6x, it's equal to 16. Divide both sides by 6. Therefore, what is x equals to?
That is equal to 8 over 3.
Okay, so x is 8 over 3. The question said, find the point. We have the x, we need to find the corresponding y. We have to use the original equation to find the corresponding y value. So this will be x, which is 8 over 3 to the power 3. Then we're going to minus 8 x squared. Then we add 5 into 8 over 3. Then we add 40.
That's going to give us negative 286 over 27.
You see, when I'm in an exam and I find this type of answers, I feel like whatever that I'm doing is wrong.
Yes, sir. Negative 286.
286, ne?
Yes.
Right, and that's it for this one. Then the point will be, your point will just be those two. So your point will be, therefore, your point will be 8 over 3, and that negative 286 over 27. That's the point of, that's the concavity point. Are you happy with how we did question 8?
Yes, I am.
Right. You mind if we just skip this question 9 and then let's do the last question. I want us to do, let me check how much. Okay, we only have 8 minutes left. So this one, I'll teach you how to draw a graph if you are given what is this? This information. I'll do a recording and I'll send you the video for you to watch. So now I want us to use the remaining, the last minutes. Let me check how long we have. Okay, so now let's look at this question 10, and this will be the last question of this paper. And then I'll send the video on question 9, and I'll also send the video on, I think last time we were, okay, I think we did explain everything here, né? I think we did explain everything on this question paper. So I'm happy that we did everything on this paper. So let me just quickly explain question 10. So on question 10, it has to do with optimization, né? So this one is one of the easiest questions, and you don't have to lose marks here. A stone is thrown upward and its height after 2 seconds is given by the equation. Determine the height of the stone after 2 seconds. Look at the mark allocation, 2 marks. So this tells you that where there's t, you just substitute 2. So this will be h at 2, which is equals to 18 into 2 minus 4 into 2 squared. You punch that on the calculator, find the height of the stone after 2 seconds.
It's
Okay?
20.
You get?
Yeah, 20, sir.
20 meter, right? Because they said meters. Then the next question, determine when you see the weight velocity, né? When you see the weight velocity, you find the first derivative. So I'm just going to put that here as an exam tip. When you see the weight velocity, it means find ah prime at x. Then substitute that where to get the velocity. So we need to derive this guy. So we need, if h at x is equals to 18
t minus 4t squared. What is my f prime at x? So the x prime at x is just, this will be 18 minus 8t. And then we need to find h prime at half second. So it's like saying 1.5 seconds, it's 1.5. So we need to find 1.5. So this will be 18 minus 18 to 1.5. Easy. The most important thing, when you see the weight velocity, find the first derivative. Ne?
Okay, sir.
And then
that is 6.
I'm listening.
That is equal to 6.
Okay, 6. And this is velocity. It should be in meters per second. Since you're doing physics, you understand that part. Ne?
Yeah.
Okay, the last question. What is there? You see the weight maximum. When you see the weight maximum, what do we do? Remember, the weight maximum means that find the derivative, equate that to 0. So when you see the velocity, you find the derivative. Where there's t, you put the time. So now the maximum height that the stone will reach, you first find the first derivative, and then you solve for t. We're going to use that time to find the height. So this is going to be, we know that the derivative is 18 minus 8t, equate that to 0 and solve for t. So this is 18 is equal to 8t, divide both sides by 8. Therefore, what is t equals to?
T is equal to 9 over 4.
9 over 4 in decimal form?
Yes. Yes. In decimal form, it's 2.25.
2.25 seconds. Then you take this time, you're going to substitute on the original equation to find the height. So we have to find h at 2.25. These are one of the most important, not important, but easy question. I'll explain when they are easy and when are they hard.
Okay, so we're going to now substitute this 9 over 4.
And what is the height?
Minus 9 over 4 squared. The height is 81 over 4.
You got?
In decimal form, it's 20.25.
20.25 meters. That's the height. So, you know, when these questions are hard, they are hard when they give you something like a certain shape, maybe a cylinder, maybe something. You see, when they give you a shape, you just have to remember the formulas on measurement. So to master this topic, you also need to revise measurements. So now I'll explain this question 9. I'll definitely send this to you, but look at this hour. We covered 3 questions, question 7, question 8, and question 10. I think we did a very good revision, right?
Yes, sir, it was good.
Yes, and really that's good. It from me. Do you have any question based on what was covered today?
No, I just have questions on our lessons, obviously. Me and you, because we're going to need a lot of lessons before Friday.
Okay, it's fine, I understand.
Okay, great choice. As promised, guys, I said I'll put the question 9 at the end of the video. So I need to work out on this one, and I need you guys to comment on the comment section. Tell me what you think about my solution. So on this one, you know what I'm going to do. First thing first, I'll try to analyze what I'm given here. Let me check what I have here. Draw the graph of f. If f at x is equal to, so we are given the standard form of the equation. I can see that, but you know, I'm going to try and draw this according to my understanding, and I need you guys to comment and tell me what you think, okay? Or if you have an alternative way for us to work on this. So this is my Cartesian plane. I'm going to draw my Cartesian plane like this. This will be my y, and this will be my x. Okay, so when I look at this Cartesian plane, I'm going to put my points. If I look at this, I'm just going to try and analyze each and every point. The first point says that f at 6, it's equals to 0. So remember, we find what we call the x-intercept if y is equal to 0. If f at 6 is 0, this tells me that this guy is going to be my x-intercept. So my x-intercept, the coordinates of the x-intercept, it will be 6, which is the x-coordinate, and 0. So I'm just going to put that point here. So this is my 6. Okay, the next point, right? Remember, the f prime is what we use to find the derivative. And when we say we use the f prime to find the derivative, so I'm going to have the derivative at x is equals to 0. Okay, so this is my TP. These are the TP as in like turning point, okay? So this will be my turning points. The x values of the turning points, already I know that the x values, it's 0 and 4. Remember, when you find the turning point, f prime at x must be equal to 0. So they tell you that both f prime at 0 and f prime at 4, both of them are equal to 0. So we're going to have a turning point at 0, and we're going to have another turning point at 4. Right, I'm just going to put that in that way. So now let's talk about the shape of the graph. Right? Let's talk about the shape of the graph. When I look at this, before I work on this part, I need to understand the shape of the graph. So I'm just gonna do this by inspection, because I know that to find the shape of the graph, I need to multiply out the brackets here. Look at this. If I have x plus p into x plus p, and this is x minus q. So x times x times x, this will give me x to the power 3. So this shows that the value of a, it will always be positive, okay? So the value of a is positive. My graph should look like this. Okay, my graph will look like that. And so far, I know that I have the turning point somewhere at 0 and at 4. But I don't know if how this moves, if this moves like this, or if, but let's work on this. Let's use the remaining points to find the solution of this graph. So now they say that, look at this, the next point on this point here, they say f prime is less than 0. Guys, when we talk about f prime being less than 0, this, it's like, where is the graph decreasing? Okay, so f prime less than 0, it tells us about if the graph is increasing or decreasing. So f prime is less than 0. Let me write this down. F prime is less than 0. It tells us where the graph is decreasing. So this is decreasing. This is decreasing. So decreasing, it means that the graph is decreasing between 0 and 4. Okay. Okay. It is. Oh, okay. Let's put it like this. And I think it's best if we say is decreasing between 4. It must be less than 4. So if this is 4, this is my 4. Okay. So this is my 4. And then let's first talk about the local and the minimum. So I need to understand what is my minimum, and I need to understand what is my max. So it's either your minimum. If you look at this, we have 0, and 4. So if they say that this one here, this one is what I'm going to say. I'm going to call this, what is this? We're going to say is decreasing in this interval, okay? So in this, the interval is decreasing, and the graph f prime is greater than 0. In this interval, it's increasing. So if that's the case, look at this, is decreasing, it's increasing if x is less than 0 and if x is greater than 0. So the minimum will be at 0 and the max will be at 4. So at 0, we're going to have the, what am I saying? This is not right. The max is the one that will be at 0. Let's fix that one. The max is the one that will be at 0 and the minimum at 4. The max at 0 and the minimum at 4. So now, when I have this, I'm going to say at 0, since this part should be my 0 because it's my my max. So this should be 0 and this one should be 4. So this tells you that this part will go like this, and then somewhere down there, this part will go like that. I hope you guys understand. Then you just have to connect the dots like this. I don't know, guys, if you really understand my solution. That's why I'm saying that if you don't understand this one, it's okay. That's why I need you to leave a comment on that section. So let me explain what's going on here. So they say that f at x it's decreasing x less than 4. So you can see that from 4, this point here, the graph is decreasing. Look at this. The graph is decreasing. X less than 4, the graph is decreasing. So this point here, let me indicate that with a different marker. This part here, your graph is decreasing, which is that part. Less than 4 and greater than 4. This is the mark. Okay, which is that blue part. And then this part less than 0, it's increasing. If this is you and you are moving from left to right, you see that the moment you go through this part, you are up the slope, so you are increasing. Okay, and then x greater than 0 is also increasing, or x greater than 4. From 4 going up, you are increasing. I hope you guys get this one, but if you don't get it, it's okay there. So let's plot this graph. Let's put that point on the graph. We know that if this is my 2, minus 16 is somewhere then. So minus 16 is somewhere here. And then you can just plot that graph and say this is 2n minus 16. Okay. Okay, I think that's it, because f at 2 is equal to minus 16. I think this might be the point of inflection, but we're not sure. I don't know. If you have another method, I would really appreciate if you can just comment on the section and tell me what you think and which method do you prefer us to use. Then yeah, we'll take it from there. Thank you very much, guys, for watching, and I'm looking forward to see you guys on the next lesson.